European Dialogue on Internet Governance. I'm so glad to see you all today here, but also online. It is truly a magnificent opportunity for us to have this hybrid interaction where we're not only gathering to talk with the people in the room, but also online and finding a way to connect with each other, bringing people from all around Europe to discuss the topics that are most important to us right now, and introducing new topics and thoughts and perspectives to ensure that we have a more broader understanding of the ideas and concerns and the thoughts that are going around. I'm very pleased to therefore introduce the keynote by Jan Kleijsen, who is the Director of the Information Society and Action Against Crime Directorate at the Council of Europe. Please, I direct your attention to the screen for Jan Kleijsen.
Good morning, everyone. I hope the sound is okay and you can all hear me. Everything works. Yeah, everything works. I'm attending a conference on prisons, believe it or not. I'm very happy to be able to share with you some thoughts on the outlook on new technologies and whether existing governance bodies can cope with them. First, allow me a few words about the Council of Europe as an organization. I know there is often confusion between the Council of Europe and the European Union, for instance. So just a few words on our organization. The Council of Europe was set up over 70 years ago to promote democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And until recently, it had 47 member states. Given the values I just mentioned, we were set up to promote and defend. It will not surprise you that following Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the Council of Europe expelled the Russian Federation because of its violation of the fundamental principles and the statute of the Council of Europe. And we're now therefore 46 member states. The cooperation and the values we promote, we have done for the past 70 years, mainly through legal cooperation. And I will explain to you in a moment a bit how this fits with the new technologies that are the subject, of course, of the discussion at EuroDIG. With EuroDIG, the Council of Europe has had a long relationship over the years, and also this year a number of my colleagues are present both online and physically in Trieste, where unfortunately I cannot be, but would have very much liked to, I can tell you. And they are in a number of workshops and committees on cybercrime, data protection, internet governance, freedom of expression, and others. Now then, new technology in the Council of Europe, do they have to do with each other? I mentioned already the legal cooperation, and in the Council of Europe, we do so through treaties, which in Council of Europe parlance are called conventions. Many of you will have heard of the European Convention on Human Rights, for instance, and the court and its court, which are one of the some 200 conventions we have in the Council of Europe. Many years ago already, it was realized that if we wanted to ensure protection of human rights, respect for the rule of law, and promote democracy, that we would need to look at new technologies. And therefore, over 40 years ago, the Council of Europe established the Data Protection Convention, which was the first legal instrument of its kind. It came at a time when most countries didn't have any data protection legislation at all. So this was really a pioneering text. It influenced the legislation in many countries. It is considered, I think rightly so, as the mother or the grandmother, if you like, of the GDPR, the European Union's regulation on data protection. And it today brings together more than 55 parties, but we work with more than 70 countries because we also have a number of observers that follow the work on data protection. And that is about more than half the countries in the world that have any data protection legislation at all. And more than 20 years ago, the Council of Europe established the Cybercrime Convention, which to this day remains the only instrument against cybercrime on a global level, because that convention, Council of Europe Convention, brings together more than 66 states, Several others have requested are in a way in the pipeline, if you like. Parties to this convention come from all 5 continents. And last year, the Council of Europe carried out capacity building activities in over 130 countries. And I'm mentioning this to demonstrate that the work that's been carried out at the Council of Europe on new technologies goes well beyond the borders of Europe. And that indeed the organization has been able to set some global standards. It is therefore not surprising that the Council of Europe also decided a couple of years ago to start looking seriously into artificial intelligence and its implications, once again, for our core concerns, human rights, rule of law and democracy. And it was decided to do an assessment, which we call the feasibility study, to check whether existing legislation, both national and international instruments, and the non-binding instruments, the many ethical charters that exist, self-regulation, if you like, by companies, but also multi-stakeholder ones like the Montreal Declaration, whether these were sufficient to ensure that when artificial intelligence is used and developed, that our fundamental rights are sufficiently protected. A committee was set up to do this. Then the pandemic intervened, but nonetheless, in 2020, at the end of 2020, this committee, which was called CAHI, Ad Hoc Committee on Artificial Intelligence, I mentioned this not to bore you with acronyms, but in case you would like to look it up. So CAHI came to the unanimous conclusion that the existing legal standards and non-binding standards, the ethical charters, of course, were important, dealt with certain aspects of AI, but were in themselves insufficient to guarantee that and the implementation of AI, especially by governments, would not interfere with human rights and the rule of law. Something I should mention also about this committee, that it was not just member states sitting at the table. At the time, we were still 47, but also our observer states, the United States, Canada, Mexico, Japan, the Holy See, and the government of Israel, which requested to be admitted to these discussions. And in addition to the states, these government representatives, we had representatives from NGOs at the table, including youth organizations, and we had industry, because the Council of Europe has established a partnership agreement, if you like, with a number of internet companies, including the most important, the big ones, if you like, that you all know, but also a whole series of smaller associations and industries, such as, for instance, IEEE, that works on standardization. So all in all, some 26 companies and associations of companies in the tech internet field were represented at the meetings of CAHI. We also did an online consultation, really external consultation. And as I said, the unanimous conclusion was that we need something more. So what happened? This was brought to the attention of the member states, who then decided to set up, to continue the work, not yet set up, to continue the work and to ask CAHI to identify the elements of a possible legal instrument, which is a nice word for a treaty or possibly a recommendation. But it was very clear early on that the overwhelming majority of stakeholders, the states and the non-state participants, wanted a binding instrument, a treaty. And during 2021, the CAHI identified a whole series of elements that should go into a treaty. And these concern transparency, robustness, explicability, namely that people, when they deal with AI, should understand that they are dealing with a bot. And this, there should be remedies, of course, there should be oversight, meaningful human oversight, to ensure that artificial intelligence the use of artificial intelligence would be used for the good. That this is very necessary, became apparent, notably in a major scandal that involves my country, the Netherlands, my country of origin, where a scandal erupted regarding child benefits, and thousands of people were wrongly identified as having tried to defraud the system and were forced to pay back the child benefits they had received. Now it turned out, and I'm speaking here about some 26,000 families. The system wrongly identified them because it was highly biased. It took family names, spelling mistakes made in filling out forms into account in wrongly identifying this huge number of people as having criminally defrauded the system. It led to real tragedy. These people were on very low basic income, had to pay back huge sums of money over a short period of time. Several committed suicide. Families were broken up. 1,600 children away from their families, and to this day have not yet returned. The administrative courts did not sufficiently take into account or assess the issues, and the cases that were brought by the victims were dismissed, basically with the argument because the computer had said it was okay. It was an AI system that had made these identifications, and it was considered by the judiciary wrongly that this was objective, impartial, and that therefore it needed not to be assessed. Since then, the president of the highest administrative tribunal in the Netherlands has publicly apologized for this. The government fell over this scandal. The parliament presented a report which was called Unprecedented Injustice. And all of this, there were many things that went wrong, but it originated in the use of an artificial intelligence system that was not properly tested, where the right boxes were not ticked, where there was no human oversight, no transparency, and with the data which went into the system were highly biased. I'm telling you this story to illustrate that things can go indeed wrong when governments implement AI systems. The Council of Europe has a consultative body which is called the Venice Commission, which is made up of eminent constitutional lawyers and provides advice to governments and parliaments alike. The Netherlands Parliament, on this particular case, requested the opinion of the Venice Commission, which produced a report which you might find interesting. It is on the website of the Council of Europe, and it was presented in December 2021. It underlines a number of the shortcomings I mentioned, but also points out very interestingly that many of the things that did go wrong in this case happened to go wrong in the Netherlands, but could easily have gone wrong in other countries as well, and might be going wrong as we speak now. So it is really it is really urgent that standards are adopted, and of course, preferably at international level, to ensure that this sort of tragedy cannot repeat itself. When these elements I mentioned earlier, what could go in a treaty, a future treaty that could prevent such tragedies, was brought to the attention of the governments. A new committee was set up. It is called CAI, the Committee on Artificial Intelligence, and it has started now negotiating the legal instrument. We very much hope, I very much hope, I can tell you that it will be a binding legal instrument. The overwhelming majority of virtually all member states are in favor of a treaty now. There was some concern before that, and there still exists a bit of concern, I'll be frank with you, that regulation might hamper innovation. But for instance, the companies that I mentioned, industry that sits at the table, is very much in favor of regulation, good regulation, because good regulation will also lead to good innovation. It will provide a level playing field. for companies because the same rules will apply to everyone. It will enhance trust, namely that what is being rolled out and produced will meet certain standards. And to give you an example, where regulation and innovation certainly go hand in hand, take the pharmaceutical industry. It is one of the most tightly regulated industries in the world, and yet it came up with a vaccine against COVID in record time. So innovation and regulation certainly can go hand in hand. The work has started in April this year. We hope we have a mandate. The Council of Europe has a mandate to produce the text by November 23, which is of course very, very fast for a convention, for a treaty. In the United Nations context, treaty negotiations can take up to 10 years, if not longer. So basically, we have slightly over a year to do so now. We have, of course, the preliminary work that has been done by Kahai, these elements. So the ingredients of the dish, if you like, have been identified, but now the dish has to be cooked. And of course, there's a difference between identifying what should go into a treaty potentially and the exact wording of something that will be binding law on states. So this is now. Perhaps we do so in isolation, international organization.
So can you hear me? So
yeah.
We have about 10 minutes for questions. Are there any questions from the room? Please come forward towards the mic. And for those of you who are online, please do raise your hand and we'll be more than happy to share you on the screen and so that you can give your intervention.
Let me perhaps just finish with a final remark, because I was coming to the final remark, is that the Council of Europe works very closely with other international organizations, such as the European Union, which works on an AI Act, and which is complementary to our work. It deals more with the market issues. We work closely with UNESCO, with the OECD, and other international organizations who work on aspects, on policy aspects of AI, but not on the specific human rights aspect that the Council of Europe deals with. And the name of the advisory committee, I saw a question appearing myself. It's called the Venice Commission, because it was established in Venice, and it's called the Venice Commission. You find it on the Council of Europe website. Thank you.
I see that there is someone who's come to the microphone. Could you please state your name and affiliation and with your question?
Yes. Giacomo Mazzone from Edmo. Ciao, Jan.
Ciao.
A pity that you are not with us today. And you spoiled with your last phrase my question, so I will reformulate it in a different way. It's interesting to know that you are coordinating efforts with the other initiatives that are working on the same field, even with different facets. But it's important for me to understand how this will work, for instance, in the context of the digital cooperation framework that the United Nations are bringing ahead. So do you think that you will establish a strong cooperation also with them?
Yes, thank you very much, Giacomo. Yes, we are very much reaching out to others. International organizations most of them are already observers to the CAI, to this new committee. I think I can reassure you we will, of course, take other initiatives on board and will be inspired by what others do. But the angle of the Council was a very specific one, of course. We're certainly not there to, as you know, regulate a technology. It's not the technology we regulate, and we certainly do not want to hamper innovation. In fact, our mandate says that whatever we do should be conducive to innovation. And we also have by our governments, by the 46 member states, to take into account what is happening elsewhere. And that, of course, also includes the United Nations.
The digital compact, you mean? you will cooperate with the Digital Compact?
We will do. We are already, several of us, myself, others, are regularly speakers at UN events, and we will certainly take their work into account, and we hope, of course, they will take our work into account.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kata Herman. I'm in my capacity as part of the EuroDIG here in front of you. I do have two questions, but I'm going to allow myself to first have one on the liability and accountability. You mentioned the case of the Netherlands, which is quite disappointing, and how the technology actually had a strong impact in society. So my question for you is, despite all these efforts, despite of these being quite a substantive and exhaustive process to provide for guarantees for individuals, how can individuals and youth as well make sure that the technologies that are being placed in the market and that the efforts that you have been describing today can actually be tangible? I mean, how can we actually trust that the work that is being doing will not repeat itself once again? I mean, or the damages that were in the Netherlands do not repeat itself again. As individuals, we require that to give that kind of trust. And I'm asking this because it is going to be part of our message as well, the point of liability and accountability, that we kind of want to have that in mind and really like observe this. Especially because there are different member states who are implementing artificial intelligence, and there's this element of cross-border. If one company is in one state and then the damage is in another one. So how is this going to function in practice? My second question is very short. How is the committee that you mentioned, the CAHI, or what is the opinion on of the CAHI with regards to the European Union Act on Artificial Intelligence? Thank you.
Thank you very much for these questions. Yes, first of all, with regard to the Netherlands, I would actually go beyond disappointing. I think it's an absolute disaster. As I said, to take just the children, I mean, 1,600 children taken away from their families, still not being brought back, people having killed themselves. I mean, it's thousands of people being brought to the verge of bankruptcy. It is really an absolute disaster. So how can we ensure that this doesn't happen again? What the CAHI was the predecessor committee. There were two A's, and it was an ad hoc committee. Now it's called CAI. Sorry about this confusion, but it's just actually very simple. It's called Committee on Artificial Intelligence, or CAI, if you Google or look it up on other search engines. What we're trying to do is to establish basic rules that governments should comply with. And that is to ensure that there are a number of guarantees regarding the development and implementation of artificial intelligence. I mentioned developments, but because the idea is very much to ensure that there will be human rights by design already from the outset, so that when companies start developing artificial intelligence, they, from the very beginning, take human rights considerations into account. A number of big companies are doing this already, fortunately, and of course they're at the table, and we seize every opportunity to stress this point. But we also would like to have it in the treaty that governments should require this, and that then governments, when they use artificial intelligence, should, if you like, tick a number of boxes. That the data should be checked as much as possible. There should be guarantees. We know all data are biased. I mean, let's also not be naive. I mean, there will not be the perfect AI system. So there will be bias because we are biased as human beings. So the data we produce are also biased, but this should be recognized. And because if you're aware of it, of course, you interpret the results differently. There should, of course, be awareness raising. People should be made aware when they're dealing with an artificial intelligence system. That already exists, by the way, in the world. California, the state of California in the United States, has a law, state law, that requires companies to inform customers when they deal with a bot. And that's a very interesting model for us. And of course, we would like to see that extended to all European citizens, that they're informed. There should be oversight. There should be oversight bodies. There should be remedies, independent, effective remedies when something goes wrong. It should be possible that when you are subject to a decision made by a machine, that you have a possibility to appeal to a human being to overlook that. And there is a series of other guarantees, and it would take me now too long if we exceed the speeding time if I would list everything. You certainly will find all the details on the website of the Council of Europe. And of course, with regard to youth, you're very much there. I mean, youth organizations are present at the table. So to take your concerns into account, your specific concerns into account as well. And for the second question, your second question on the European Union, the European Commission is also represented at CAI. We follow closely also the work of the European Parliament. But as I mentioned before, their work is complementary. The approach of the European Union is a market approach. Very valid, very important. The products, and the Council of Europe is more about the process. When these products are used, what guarantees should there be? And especially used, of course, by governments, but also when governments allow the private sector to use particular technologies, what guarantees should there be to prevent abuse?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're coming to the last final point. So kindly, I would like to ask if you don't mind keeping your points short. We'll take both questions. So please allow each other the time to give this intervention, also time for him to respond. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be very short. Nigel Hickson, UK DCMS. It's good to see you, Jan. It's a shame you're not here. I really, well, two points. Firstly, the Council of Europe, as you said, has done amazing work in a number of areas, and certainly, the UK government considers it a privilege to be involved in some of your work, not least on data protection issues, but also on broader internet issues. And the work that you did in some of the early years on internet governance was very important indeed. The question I had is that, as we look forward on the internet governance agenda for the next few years, well, obviously nothing is certain at all, but we have the review of the WSIS mandate and the discussions at the United Nations General Assembly in 2025. And I just wondered whether is it the CDMSI still, the committee? And I probably got the initials wrong, but so many years ago. But whether that committee at all might have on its agenda in due course the WSIS plus 20 review. I recall in the past you've considered these issues. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Please.
Thank you for your great presentation. Thank you for your great presentation. I've got one question. And often data is seen as the only source of bias in AI, but this is not the case. When you train a system, when you do not give rules to a system, it means that you let the system develop stereotypes. So training a system is basically generating stereotypes. And also, when you train a system, you need random as an input. So if you train the system 2 times with the same data, you get different results. So focusing on the data input and thinking that if you have the perfect data, which is of course not possible, would generate a perfect system is not true. But if you do not give rules, you will receive stereotypes. So the answer should be that we have to either live with those stereotypes or that we should not use those trained systems.
Thank you very much. I'll reply to both questions in the order in which, both set of interventions, if you like, in the order in which they were put. First to Nigel, yes, very good to see you, and yes, I do indeed regret not being able to be with you in person now. The Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers recently adopted a digital agenda, and that concerns a number of the issues you raised on the internet governance in general. It's still the same committee, still the same name, you're quite right, it's the CDMSI, the Steering Committee on Information Society and Media, which will look at this. So I can assure you that we are following the issues you mentioned. And the UK is, in fact, actually not participating in some of activities, but very actively participating in all the activities of the Council of Europe, and also very much so in these relating to the internet. So I hope to have an opportunity, that we have an opportunity also to get your input, Nigel, on these issues. Then on the second question, yes, bias does not only come from data. That is quite clear. Training systems, the training of systems is a concern. It is also a concern because of the environmental impact of training systems. Training systems can be very, very resource intensive, and I'm thinking here of natural resources also, the impact, the footprint, the ecological footprint of training massive systems, as many of you will know better than I do, can be huge, which also raises an issue whether, and there was a very interesting seminar this week at the Humboldt University in Germany on the environmental impacts of artificial intelligence, and whether in some cases we should perhaps not refrain from using AI when other alternatives can be just as effective, and also whether continuous training to get an even greater accuracy is always necessary. Of course, in the Dutch system, in the Dutch case I mentioned, a lot of things went wrong. But for other users, perhaps one basic training might be sufficient. You are probably aware that the algorithms, of course, can themselves also cause the difficulties. An interesting algorithm watch in Austria regarding the Central Employment Agency demonstrated the shortcomings there. So in the end, it will have to be a balance. But in any case, and I'd like to end with this, it demonstrates, and that would be my final remark here, demonstrates the need of competent human oversight. Artificial intelligence, like any other technology, is a very good servant, but it's a very poor master. And it is extremely important that in any use of artificial intelligence, there is the possibility of a final human.
Would a public access obligation be...
I'm sorry, we can't go further due to the lack of time, but I am really appreciative to the keynote speaker, Jan Kleijs, and of course all of you for your kind attention, because this is the most exciting thing, that we can have these discussions and keep wanting to ask these questions will allow us to move further. So Jan Kleijs, thank you very much for coming to join us from afar. It's really interesting to hear to see you, and we hope to welcome you the next time in person at EuroDIG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Goodbye to all.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Nadia Chechia, and I'm the host here in the SISSA main auditorium in Trieste. So hello to you all online. We are very excited to have you here. We're about to start Focus Area 3. Just a very brief reminder that EuroDIG has a new format in which we have 4 focus areas. Of today, we're looking at Focus Area 3, which is about coming next, outlook on new technologies and can existing governance bodies cope with them. And Focus Area 4, which is Internet in Troubled Times. There will be main sessions will be here, and right now we will go into Focus Area 3. But if you're interested in Focus Area 4, you can join Fab Lab or online to join those workshops, and then at the afternoon, you can come from Fab Lab back here to continue those discussions, or if you're here in Focus 3 and want to continue into the more depth, go into the Fab Lab. And now I would like to invite the moderator of Focus Area 3 Subtopic 1 to come forward, Mr. Thomas Schneider. The session is called Regulating Emerging Technologies, Artificial Intelligence and Data Governance. Just as a brief reminder, we are here in person, but we're also online. So when we have questions online, we will turn on the red light for you, just so that you know there's online engagement. I hope you have a great session.
So hello and good morning again. I hope those that were here physically, enjoyed our party at the sea last night. Thanks, Nadia, for the introduction. And indeed, as we've already heard also in the keynote speech, I think we have some challenging aspects about technology that we're facing. And I guess we all agree that we want to use these technologies. We will have to use them. But there's some issues that we somehow need to cope with. So I think it is very timely to have this discussion. And we have now like 40 minutes for this session. We have 3 speakers. They are supposed not to go beyond 7 or so minutes. So we hope that we'll have half of the session for an interactive discussion, because this is one of the key elements, of course, of EuroDIG to interact, and yeah, so looking forward to this input from our 3 experts, and then to an interesting discussion. So I will not lose time and give directly the floor to Gian Claudio Malgieri. He's an associate professor of law and technology at the EuroDIG Business School in Lille, in France, and he will say a few words about something that we've already alluded to at least several times, which is the draft AI Act of the EU and what that means for a road to trustworthy AI. So the floor is yours, please, Gian Claudio.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Yes? Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you. Invitation. I hear some feedback, but I will put my audio bit down so that my feedback is removed. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to address, to be here and to address the European Union approach to the regulation of AI, we can say. I would like to start with a provocation, and then I will rapidly describe what is the AI Act draft with some comments and provocations too, and then final provocations. So of course, the 10 minutes is not so much. We will try to do our best. So first of all, the title of this intervention was Trustworthy AI. I would like to underline the difference between trust and trustworthy AI. Because, and here we come with the regulation. Why we needed a regulation on AI in Europe? Because in my approach, from my perspective, it was not enough that AI technologies could be put into the market if users had trust in them. It's necessary that they are trustworthy, because trust is a marketing concept, right? Trust is, where consumers trust something. Trustworthiness has a normative value based on some principles, based on some values that are decided by the political bodies, and so the regulators. So first of all, we needed this because we needed a shift from autonomy of the market, we can say, to the protection and dignity aspect of AI. So beyond this general umbrella, which is a bit like theoretical and philosophical, why we needed the AI Act beyond the GDPR? Because I think we all know the potentiality and the broad approach, broad impact of the GDPR, right? The General Data Protection Regulation that just celebrated 6 years from the approval and 4 years from the entry into force last month. So we know that the General Data Protection Regulation is already very inclusive, very comprehensive. Scholars, European Union scholars defined GDPR as the law of everything, because we have this wide definition of personal data. And we have these broad principles that can apply to nearly any situation: fairness, lawfulness, transparency. So couldn't we just say that since the definition of personal data is very big and the principles are very comprehensive, like fairness and lawfulness, couldn't we just say that we actually needed just the GDPR to regulate AI? Why did we need something more? Well, in my view, for at least 2 reasons, or maybe 3. The first reason is that not everything actually is based on personal data. There are many artificial intelligence systems that also, thanks to privacy enhancing technologies, can can have impact on individuals even beyond personal data processing. For example, I mentioned privacy enhancing technologies. For example, federated learning can also reduce the amount of identifiability of individuals and still have an impact on individual. Artificial intelligence can still manipulate the commercial behavior of individuals and even producing harms without identifying the individual. So AI can harm you even beyond identifying you. Then the second point on why we needed an AI Act is that there was a need of a political threshold of what is unacceptable in terms of the AI market. Because the GDPR puts these general accountability principles like fairness, but then the AI Act, as proposed in April 2021 by the European Commission, and now under the trialogue discussion, sets a clear list of things that are unacceptable, even beyond the principles of fairness and lawfulness in the GDPR. And so now we can go to a bit to describe how the AI Act is built and comment it a bit. So it's built on different layers of risks. So the definition of risk is not based on the accountability principle like in the GDPR, but risks are already predetermined by the legislator in a way, if it is approved. So we have some unacceptable risks, unbearable risks, and those practices that bring to those risks are considered prohibited. So we call the blacklist of AI systems. In this blacklist, we have, for example, the exploitation of vulnerability of individuals based on age or disability, and the parliament is trying to add more categories of vulnerabilities, for example, social and economic condition, gender, and so on. Then we have the dark patterns leading to physical or psychological harm. Then we have indiscriminate use of AI for predictive policing in the mass. Social scoring under certain definitions, so social scoring when it is decontextualized or unjustifiable harmful. Then in this prohibited list of practices, it's interesting to have them. My provocation on this would be on harms and vulnerable individuals. Why? First of all, because the prohibition includes, as I was saying, artificial intelligence producing harms, physical or psychological harms. Why not economic harms too? Artificial intelligence, in particular on social media, can manipulate our behavior, even bringing economic harms. The European Commission replied when I asked them, I asked the people who was drafting the regulation, why just physical and psychological harms that are even very difficult to prove in practice because you need a medical certificate, right? They said, because for economic harms, we already have Unfair Commercial Practices Directive in the European Union. Well, I've been working on the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. It is not the most adequate tool. It's 2005 and not very updated. And one provocation on vulnerable individuals. Why vulnerability is considered non-exploitable just if based on age and disability? The answer by the Commission was because age and disability can be easily proved. You can prove your age through your ID card, you can prove your disability through a medical certificate, but vulnerability is much beyond. I've been devoting the last years of my research to vulnerable data subjects, and we launched just last month an observatory. It's called Vulnera, International Observatory on Vulnerable Individuals, and we tried to classify all sources of vulnerability, of human vulnerabilities in the digital sphere. It's something like, we can at least something like 20 sources of vulnerability. And then there is the intersectionality approach. So more layers of vulnerability, one on top of the other, can apply. Okay, then I would like to move to the second part of the regulation, which is high risk of AI. So the high risk list is not this unbearable risk, is another list of AI practices. For example, including scoring of, credit scoring, for example, use in general of biometric surveillance. There is a whole list of AI practices in this high risk list. Then what happens if the developer and the user, and watch out, the user is not the end user, is the company that uses AI. What happens if they produce or use this form of AI systems? They have a list of duties and accountability duties. For example, for what concerns transparency and human oversight, so for what concerns the risk of black box AI, the developer has a duty to to understand the algorithm. So the algorithm should be interpretable by design. Also, there should be human oversight in any case of high risk AI. So there should be a human capable to understand the AI system. There is a difference with the GDPR. In the GDPR, we already have Article 22, which is about the right to have a human in the loop in automated decision-making systems when these decisions have a significant impact on data subjects. But this is different because this is human oversight for the design and the development of AI, not for the final decision.
Dear Gian Claudio, sorry to interrupt you. Time is basically up, so I ask you to please make your final point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Just to say, there is this accountability, this list of accountability duties. It's still incomplete. 2 reasons, and then I will conclude. The first thing is we still don't know how to do a data management plan for AI, a human right impact assessment for AI, etc. So there's a lot to do in terms of academia. Another point is that this high-risk list should be bigger. For example, emotion recognition is not included in the list. And the only authority that can amend the list is the European Commission, according to the text of the proposal, which is something very much based on even political control. Very, very last point. To overcome most of the problems of the digital world, to overcome the problems of consent and vulnerability and underrepresentation, we would need participation in the design of AI, participatory design. And the AI Act is not so adequate on that because it's just a voluntary practice. So just this thing on participatory design, I think, should be focused more. Thank you very much. Sorry if I took more time.
Gian Claudio, for these interesting provocations and points. Let's move directly to Golestan. Sally Radwan, she's an international expert from Egypt and had a number of important roles on national level with the AI strategy. Also internationally, she was a key driver of the UNESCO recommendation. You can read more about her in the wiki. Sally, good to hopefully see you. I don't see you yet. We met in Geneva about a month ago, so the floor is yours, please.
Hi, Thomas. Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me and or see me.
Yes, we can.
If not, great, perfect. This is actually my first EuroDIG, so it's very exciting. I wish I could have been there in person, but this is a good start at least. I'll be very quick, hopefully I'll stay on time. And I'd like to focus on a very specific aspect of AI governance, which is the implementation of these various guidelines and recommendations that we have floating around. And as you said, I used to be a government official until very shortly. And I can tell you that most guidelines or recommendations that came out of multilateral efforts so far, and I've participated, as you said, in drafting some of them, so I'm certainly not attacking them here, but they're not enough. On the one hand, I'm heartened that those efforts are as global and as inclusive as they have been, because any conversation about AI governance needs to start globally. Even for countries that choose not to actively participate in development efforts around AI, their markets and their populations are still going to be exposed to the risks coming from products that we all use daily. So it's important that they are a part of that discussion, and I'm glad that several international organizations, maybe a little bit too many at this stage, have taken the initiative to develop guidelines. However, the problem with multilateral efforts is that they are always built on consensus and compromise. And we saw this very clearly in the UNESCO recommendation, for example, which is probably the most inclusive in terms of member states that participated in it. It has several stages. It started with an expert group, followed by regional and global consultations, and then an intergovernmental negotiations phase, until it was finally adopted last November. And during those negotiations, we received almost every possible piece of feedback and its opposite. So Arab and African countries, for example, felt that the text wasn't detailed enough to be acted upon, while other countries from other regions said it was too prescriptive, too intrusive on the sovereignty of countries and governments and so on. So what you ended up with is a watered down text that only includes things that don't offend anyone, rather than points that most of us agree are important. So the next step is, what do we do with that text? In my opinion, the next step cannot be a global effort. Once you get down to the details, there are enough differences between regions, at least, if not between individual countries even, that make it impossible to harmonize across the board. Not to mention the fact that there are already a number of such documents, as I said. So which one do you choose as a basis? I think the next step needs to be regional, at least, and I think the EU AI Act is a good start in that direction. But crucially, it needs to be more detailed and more prescriptive in the positive sense. It needs to produce tools, manuals, playbooks for all stakeholders to be able to follow, not just policymakers. I can tell you from experience that, at least in developing countries, no policymaker will have the time or inclination to wade through the hundreds of pages of recommendations to figure out which ones apply to them and how they can be implemented. And thankfully, we've seen a number of efforts in that direction. The OECD Expert Network on AI has produced a draft classification of AI systems, which is very useful and can actually serve as a basis for things like risk assessment along the lines that Gianclaudio just mentioned. UNESCO is working on an assessment tool to help countries determine where they are in terms of compliance with the recommendation and also identify gaps where they need help. We also have things like the AI Bill of Rights in the US that's currently in the making, and so on. But there's still an effort needed in the rest of the world, I think, to flesh out what an implementation could look like. And the reason I say it needs to be regional is because AI, like unlike other technologies, touches so many aspects of our daily lives that are quite sensitive and quite personal to different people. It touches our values, our customs and traditions of different populations, and poses different types of risks to each group, even within the same population. And more importantly, each country or each region has a different set of priorities and a different starting point. I always use the example of Egypt and Finland because we formed a strong partnership with Finland, and I love what they've done on AI. But when you compare, when Finland developed its excellent Elements of AI course with the goal of educating 1% of the Finnish population on AI, they developed a university level course because more than 75% of the Finnish population are college educated. You couldn't translate that course, which is exactly what we're doing, you couldn't translate it directly to a country like Egypt, where 1% of the population is 1 million people and 1% of the Finnish population, 50,000 people, is barely a busy street in a Cairo neighborhood. And by the way, 30% of this 1 million aren't even literate. Most of them are not college educated or even technology literate. So your starting point is very different. So you can't have a global goal that says we're going to educate 1% of everyone on AI within 5 years or 10 years or whatever. Egypt is actually considered a mid-level country in that respect. So there are countries that are much worse off. And the same goes for global initiatives. I sit on the board of a UN initiative for climate change, for example. And one of our first findings and recommendations is you cannot simply transfer, for example, a weather forecasting model from Europe or the US to work in another part of the world. It would have poor accuracy, it would be unreliable. And what you have to do is help those countries build enough AI capacity to develop their own models. And then you can exchange results and lessons learned. And this is what I think we need to do for AI governance in general, for every aspect of it. Every part of the world needs to come together to decide how the basic principles that were developed on a global level apply to their local context. In Egypt, we're doing that with something called the Egyptian Charter on Responsible AI. And we're also trying to coordinate efforts on the Arab and African levels to create similar documents on the regional scale. And it includes an adaptation of the various OECD, UNESCO, and other principles to fit with our needs and priorities and to respect our values, traditions, cultures. While we do this, just to wrap up, let's keep in mind two things. One, there needs to be a cross-regional dialogue that follows the development of these documents. So we need regional efforts or even country-specific efforts, but then these different regions need to sit down and talk together. And we need to identify interface points because, as I said, AI is a very cross-border technology, and we cannot have contradicting regulations or contradicting guidelines in different countries that would then hinder innovation. So as much as we want to protect and minimize risks, we also want to encourage innovation and progress. And then finally, let's respect each other. Let's not try to impose our own values or our way of doing this on others. I've been hearing some worrying chatter around out of the EU along the lines of, oh, the AI Act must now be the basis for all AI regulation globally. That kind of talk is quite dangerous, and it will just alienate people in other parts of the world. We've developed a document for the EU. It will work well for the EU. I think Gian-Claudio mentioned a number of very good examples of why it would work for the EU under specific circumstances. But then let everyone else decide what works for them without trying to impose your own values. Otherwise, we run the risk of ruining these harmonization efforts before they even start. Thank you. I'll stop here and can elaborate further.
Thank you, Sally. And indeed, it is a challenge, of course, to navigate between harmonization of global technologies and national cultural diversity. And thank you for that. I'm going to right away move next to Ryan Carrier. He's our last input speaker here. He's Executive Director at For Humanity and has been named Data Ethics for All Champion in 2021 and a few other achievements that you find in his CV. Thank you. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I do wish I was in Trieste since I'm calling from New York today. So it would be great to be there with you. My name is Ryan Carrier. I'm the Executive Director of For Humanity. We are a nonprofit public charity dedicated to examining the downside risks associated with AI, algorithmic, and autonomous systems, and where possible, engaging in risk mitigations. Because if we can mitigate the risk from these systems, then we can get the best possible result for humanity, and thus this overly ambitious name of our organization. We are about 1,000 people from 70 countries. We have drafted already over 6,000 lines of audit, including an entire working audit for the EU AI Act as proposed. We have been contracted by CENELAC JTC 21 to provide technical support to the body that's been named for to build the conformity assessment built into the Act. We are also providing a service to the UK government drafting certification schemes around AI, algorithmic and autonomous systems for GDPR and the Children's Code in the UK. Our work is fully crowdsourced, and so all are welcome inside of For Humanity. It is a grassroots effort that is growing by 40 to 60 people per month. And what we have are a set of tools to enable you and your voice to be heard in the governance, oversight, and accountability of these systems. And we offer our services directly to governments and authoritative bodies around the world as a bit of a secretariat, as a body that can bring the actual auditability of laws, guidelines, standards, best practices, things that are built not to be auditable. Auditable has one key component when we talk about compliance. It's compliant or non-compliant. We don't do gray as auditors. And so what you have to do is you have to very craftily take apart each of these laws, guidelines, regulations. But when For Humanity does this, we don't do it out of our own authority. We do it as a service to governments and to regulators to try to replicate the oversight and governance found in financial audits and tested over the last 50 years. And for those of you who don't share that experience through financial audits, the transparency, the governance, the oversight that comes from independent audit of financial accounts and reports builds an enormous amount of trust in the system through that governance, oversight, and accountability. Now, of course, in AI, algorithmic and autonomous systems, we don't care about debits and credits and balance sheets and so on. So we have to adapt that body of work into AI, algorithmic, and autonomous systems. And we do that by focusing on 5 areas of risk to humans, because in the end, and John Claudio mentioned this specifically, the risks from these systems happen to humans, not only from the outcomes, but also because they are socio-technical systems where the human is embedded in the system through personal data frequently. And so the nature of the risks to humans are ethics, bias, privacy, trust, which is our catch-all category, and cybersecurity, a holistic lens of examining all risks from the design all the way to the decommissioning phase of these systems. Embedded in our approach is a human-centric approach that calls and demands and requires diverse inputs and multi-stakeholder feedback, which includes not only protected categories, but also diversity of thought and diversity of lived experience. Humans required in the loop, as the EU AI Act requires. We call that overseer role that's built into the act, a human in command, who has to be trained and provided with the resources to recognize exceptions, anomalies, dysfunctions, and then have procedures in place to address that on behalf of humans. This process exists in a transparent, crowdsourced way that you're all welcome to participate in. We provide this service across countries all around the world. So not only the EU AI Act, GDPR, Children's Code, but also California, Colorado, Virginia privacy laws, the new data protection law happening in India. And so one of the roles that For Humanity aims to play is to create a maximum amount of harmonization across these different laws so that we can make it easier for compliance by design built into the system. And so in this ecosystem, we are enabling and empowering auditors, pre-audit service providers who have to abide by key and critical roles like independence, anti-collusion, and they have to be trained and qualified. We have already created For Humanity certified auditors for GDPR, For Humanity certified auditors for the Children's Code through For Humanity University, which is a whole set of free classes that you're all welcome to take and participate in to begin to build this entire industry and this entire ecosystem that we need to enable and empower good works like the EU Artificial Intelligence Act, and to take that talked about conformity assessment and turn it into the practicalities of compliance and non-compliance, so that designers and developers can build compliance by design throughout their entire process. And one last thing that I'll mention is that built into all of this, and Sally mentioned this, right, is you have to have this approach that allows each organization to establish in a public and transparent way their code of ethics, their shared moral framework, and built into that process has to be a standing and empowered ethics committee. One of the biggest problems we've seen is that when we go to solve problems, we turn to engineers. And engineers are fantastic at solving problems, right? They build these systems, they build these tools, and that creates solutions. You know what engineers aren't great at, and it's based on our education system, is understanding when they've made ethical choices along the way of those design and development phases. And so what the audit criteria that For Humanity has developed does is it extracts instances of ethical choice out of the design, development, deployment phase and turns it over to trained, empowered ethics officers sitting on the standing and empowered ethics committee to make these instances of ethical choice and to provide the transparency and disclosure needed to create a virtuous feedback loop with the public and with the marketplace. I'll conclude my remarks there. I could go on for hours. I hope that doesn't surprise anyone, but I'm more than happy to take questions and obviously get into a lot more detail about how For Humanity operates as a secretariat, plugging into governments and taking these audit criteria and submitting them under the authority of governments for certification approval.
Thank you, Ryan, for this very interesting expose as well. We do have a few minutes left, a little less than we hoped. It seems to be a challenge every time. So let me give the floor first to Nadia, because she's, of course, following the online discussions. And Nadia, what is going on online in the remote chat?
Thank you very much. As you may have noticed, the red light has gone on because we have a question from the online floor. So I would invite Mike Nelson to do his intervention.
Well, thank you very much, and greetings from Washington, D.C. Just a question about how the AI Act and all of these national AI bills are being perceived. When you read the journalists' accounts, it sounds like these bills are going to focus on regulating the software developers and the code they write to make sure that we only have ethical AI systems. This doesn't seem right to me. I mean, first off, I can do a hell of a lot of damage with data and a spreadsheet. Second, if I'm a company who wants to avoid regulation, I can just say, well, I don't use AI. I use advanced analytics. Nothing in any of these bills really specifies what an AI system is. And then the last thing is, the whole point of AI systems is to build code that constantly evolves as new data is plugged into it. So doing an audit on Tuesday doesn't help you if the code is evolved by Thursday. So I'm just confused. I mean, is the real purpose of these bills to regulate the code?
I'd be happy to take that.
Sorry. Let's take a few more questions, because otherwise we will have no space for others. So please, we have a lady in the room. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for the discussion. I'm Stella Bloemfelder from University of Genova. In these days, I've heard the focus on ethic AI and human-centered AI. However, I have not heard a perspective of defensive and strategic application of AI, which is also missing from EU frameworks, and there are issues on the UN level in agreeing on lethal autonomous weapons. And it is well known that the first movers in technology are typically the ones who set the standards for the applications further on. So my question is, how do you see this debate developing in the future for developing a framework for AI application in strategic matters? And maybe a more ignorant question, and I excuse myself for that to Mr. Carrier, since he's more technical. Do you think risk mitigation could go hand in hand with the application of AI, or it still could be manipulated to work differently? Thank you.
And we have, on the right, we have Jörn, please.
Thank you. I'm still confused. People talk about coding AI. AI is trained, not coded. But my question is, you cannot understand a trained system. You don't give them the rules, you cannot understand it. So asking developers to understand a system is not talking about AI. But you can analyze AI. You can make it open source, not open source code, but open source, meaning that you can provide a system to be tested by anybody. Like you do with open source code, you can do with open source AI. So you can provide the system to be analyzed so you know why the system is, or what the system is replying to what question. And why is this approach not used if you really want to provide transparency? And there is no possibility to provide transparency about rules, but you can provide transparency about the system itself. So everybody can test it, everybody can analyze it, and you see what the system actually is doing. And of course, you will see also where the system misbehaves. Why is this approach not being used?
Thank you very much. That was, I think, a very, very helpful point, Nadia. So let's give the floor to Henriette. Thank you.
Thank you. I suspect that might be part of an answer to my question. But I wanted to ask particularly Sally, and Sally, it's fantastic to see you. I'm Henriette Esterhuizen, and you'll remember me from the IGF. And my question is, how do you deal with this paradox by, on the one hand, it being, as you pointed out, a lost cause to impose global or even regional approaches and agreements on the one hand, but at the same time to not lose the value of international frameworks, international law, international human rights agreements. How do we navigate that on the one hand, not having approaches imposed, particularly from the global north on the global south, which we know provokes often just increase in authoritarian responses, an increase in isolationism. So I support your approach, but I also worry about that approach because I think once we abandon what we have achieved in terms of global protections and agreements, what next? So difficult question. I think transparency definitely is always a solution. But Sally, if you can respond to that from a global south perspective.
Thank you, Henriette. We have 3 minutes left, so each of you has exactly 60 seconds and not one single more to reply to all the questions that we've heard. So let's start, ladies first. Sally, you first.
Oh, okay. Great to see you, Henriette. And yeah, it's not an easy question to answer, and I've given kind of my best shot at saying we first need to agree globally on a set of principles. So what are the underlying values that no one disagrees with and that we want to govern AI globally, like human centricity, like trustworthiness, however we end up defining it, like transparency and so on and so forth. But then how you implement them region by region or country by country, that cannot be done globally. And as you said, if we try to impose any kind of specific values, that will potentially trigger very adverse reactions. So I think what then needs to happen is this cross-cultural dialogue that attempts to reharmonize efforts after they've been developed regionally. I don't have a specific answer, I'm afraid. I'm not even sure if that approach would work. But it's the best I could come up with in terms of people actually talking to each other. There's a lot of merit in exchanging ideas and exchanging our starting points and our respective priorities and trying to understand where the other person has come from. And from that perspective, if not at the political and regulatory level officially, then maybe at the second highest level, at the level of academia, at the level of the industry, maybe we can find the common ground.
Thank you very much, Ryan.
That's my best attempt.
Ryan, you got 60 seconds.
Thank you. Try and tackle a couple of questions. First off, open source versus intellectual property. Too much open source and companies will not even participate and develop all of their work. A proper audit framework actually protects intellectual property. When an auditor works on behalf of a company or works with that company to audit on behalf of the public. So they act as a proxy for the public, abiding by a whole set of rules that don't require complete transparency to the rest of the world. And this helps protect intellectual property, helps protect trade secrets, helps enhance innovation. Open source is always possible and always welcome. But where it doesn't exist, the audit framework allows for still having governance, oversight, and accountability. When it comes to risk mitigations, we have the opportunity as we draft these audit requirements to tackle each risk as we can identify it, always balancing between what is best for humans and what is practical and implementable. And you have that voice inside of For Humanity. When you see risks, when you identify concerns, you can raise them so that we build it into the audit system and the audit criteria. And I'll tackle one or two other questions in the online chat while Jean-Claudio wraps us up.
Yes, thank you very much. That's kind of you. And there's actually quite some good discussions going on that also regarding the audit approach. So Jean-Claudio, 60 seconds for you. Thank you.
Yeah, very rapid. To the first question, I don't think the AI Act is just regulating codes, it's regulating business models, implementation, and socio-technical choices behind the codes. For example, data plan before, the input data, so the training data, how you make sure that they are geographically contextualized, or the bias or gaps analysis are detected, and so on. Just as to say, you can, and the third question, you cannot understand an AI system, yes, but you can understand its implication, its significance, its impact, its socio-technical choices. So more than understanding the AI, you should justify AI. I'm putting in the chat a paper that Frank Pasquale, the father of Black Box Society, the Black Box book, brought together with me about justification. So, and also socio-technical choices. To address this, we need participation in the design. So participatory design might be a tool. I have here this book, Design Justice, I was reading, and I suggest you to address participatory bottom-up approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Claudio. And in fact, the points you raised are really extremely relevant, all of the three of you. I don't know whether you know that I'm currently chairing the Council of Europe committee that Jan Gleisen referred to. And the points that were raised in this session are exactly the points that we are struggling the most. I guess like the EU is as well. One is, what are we actually talking about? What are we trying to regulate? What falls under any kind of regulation and what doesn't? And how to avoid tricking and cheating just by using different names. The other one is the notion of how do we assess, how do we measure the things that we try to regulate. And the third one is and this is, I hope, where the Council of Europe, our work, the CAI, and the convention that will come out of it can make a difference, because whereas the EU AI Act will regulate a particular market that is defined, it's the EU internal market, the Council of Europe Treaty will be a value-based document where you can sign up to principles and values that you're willing to respect and implement in your national legal system in a way that allows you to respect at least some level of cultural and other differences. And I can only encourage you, Sally, to, if you haven't already, join the work of the Council of Europe, because we are also interested also to having countries, in addition to the ones that were named by Jan Kleissen in our work. So with this, I have to stop because people need time the technicians need time to breathe before the next session starts, actually very soon, and maybe go to the loo, have a coffee. So thank you all very much. It was exciting. Let's continue the discussion outside. We need to stop here, and we'll meet again at 11:30. Thank you very much.
And of course, thank you to Thomas for moderating the last session. So coming up next is Focus Area 3, Subtopic 2, the multi-stakeholder model, from its origin to its future. And we hope to see you back here in the room in the next 10 minutes. kindly ask to start taking your seats. We're just about ready to start the next session. So please take your seats. We're now going to start with Focus Area 3, Subtopic 2, the multi-stakeholder model, from its origin to its future. And I would like to give the word to the moderator, Stephanie Theeuwen.
Thank you, Nadia. Welcome, everyone, at this Focus Area 3, Subtopic 2, the multi-stakeholder model from its origins to its future. My name is Stephanie, and I'll be the moderator for today. Last year, I also participated in EuroDIG, so I'm excited to see a lot of young participants also this year. Additionally, I am the co-coordinator for the Netherlands Internet Governance Forum, so I'm excited to participate actively in EuroDIG. With me today on stage are Professor Wolfgang Kleinwachter and Chris Buckridge, and also online, I'm not seeing them yet, but online are Alexander Hill and Daphne Stevens. So we prepared some questions, but there's also a lot of space for dialogue. So if you have any questions yourself about the multi-stakeholder model, please come up to the mic or raise your hand in Zoom and raise your question. So I guess we'll get started. So I think we can start with sort of thinking about what the multi-stakeholder model means to different people, to different stakeholders. So Professor Wolfgang Kleinwachter, if you'd like to, I think you have to slide it up.
Does it work? No. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and indeed the multi-stakeholder model, quote unquote, is now a very familiar language, but to be frank, there is no model. So it's, I always try to use the language, the multi-stakeholder approach, which is but better, because there is no one-size-fits-all. And the understanding of the multi-stakeholder approach is rather different across stakeholder groups, across governments, across regions. So I think everybody has its own quote-unquote model. And this is part of the success of the approach, because 20 years ago it was difficult. Today everybody accepts it, but that's also the problem, because if everybody does what she or he wants, so this creates also more confusion and could be counterproductive. To simplify this, I think there are two elements. One is the more political, practical element. And Markus Kummer in the opening session referred to the working group on internet governance. I was a member of this group, where the multi-stakeholder approach was more or less defined for the first time in the UN context. And this was a political compromise, because we had this conflict where the US government was for private sector leadership, the Chinese government was for governmental leadership, and they could not agree. They established a working group on internet governance, and the working group said the internet doesn't need a leader, it needs enhanced cooperation where all stakeholders participate in their respective role. So this was the birth of the multi-stakeholder approach related to internet governance in the UN system. So it was a political compromise. Theoretically, I see it a little bit different, because, you know, in the theoretical framework, we have a political system based on representative democracy. And the multi-stakeholder approach goes one step further, including more participatory elements towards participatory democracy. So because the idea behind this is that people who are affected by decisions, who are concerned, has to become involved into policy development and decision making. So that means not just to delegate an issue to somebody who represents you, but the complexity of the internet governance ecosystem has grown to such a dimension that the, let's say, the chain of representation becomes so long that the decision maker at the end of the chain doesn't understand anymore what are the real interests, where the whole chain starts. And insofar, to bring additional voices to the negotiation table. That means people who are doing the work in the technical community, who are affected directly in the civil society, who are doing business in it. So this enriches the representative democracy. It does not substitute the representative democracy, but it complements it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Alexander Hill, what is your view on the multi-stakeholder model or multi-stakeholder approach?
Do you mean me, Richard Hill?
Oh, Richard Hill, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, thank you. How long would you like me to speak at this point? I suppose no more than 5 minutes?
Yes, something like that. Thank you.
Right. Yes, I basically agree with everything that Wolfgang said, which is not always the case. But I want to put a nuance on the most, what I think is one of the key, do you make a decision in the end? So I've posted a paper on the chat and also to the group here where I analyze what happened on a specific issue, namely OTT and ITU. And then at the end, there's an academic paper which discusses the whole history of multi-stakeholder, which is not a recent invention. It can be actually traced back to the Middle Ages if you look carefully enough. And there's general agreement that you should consult everybody. That's not a problem. The question is, how do you make decisions in the end? And the kind of horizontal thing where everybody's in the room when you make decisions works very well when it's a win-win situation, when everybody has a common interest and they're going to be able to find a win-win solution. It doesn't work so well where you have divergent interests, and that's the example that I analyzed. In the OTT debate, different stakeholders have very different interests, and then you get stuck and you can't make a decision. So the question is, how do you make a decision? Now, in my view, and I used in the paper the example of the FCC consultation, the first one on network neutrality. But for example, in Switzerland, we do this routinely. And as somebody will point out later in the session, it's done routinely in the Netherlands and other countries too. You do big consultations, so you're sure that everybody who is affected has had their say. And then in the end, there's some democratic representative system to make decisions. So in the US, in that particular instance, it was the FCC. You may not think it's a democratic representative, whatever, but it's kind of the best we have. They listened to everybody, looked at everything, and then said, okay, this is what we think. Changed in the US, the subsequent FCC reached a different decision, and now it's up and ballot again. But the point is, when you have divergent interests between the stakeholders, you have to have some sort of decision-making model. So although multi-stakeholderism is old and it's been around, as Wolfgang correctly points out, in this internet context, it was kind of formalized during actually first the Geneva phase, then the WIGIG, and then the Tunis phase of the World Summit on the Information Society. And one of the features of the model put forward there, which not everybody agrees with, of course, is that governments should have the primary role in public policy, whatever public policy is. That wasn't defined. And what we see is now some institutions don't actually conform to that model. In ICANN, for example, governments only have an advisory role, even for public policy matters. So it is multi-stakeholder, of course, but it doesn't exactly fit the model that was agreed at the WSIS. Another one that's often put forth is the IETF as a multi-stakeholder body. Well, it isn't actually formally, it's just individuals. Anybody can show up at the IETF. They don't care who you're representing. It's just the value of your inputs and your ideas that count. So it's not exactly multi-stakeholder. It's completely open, participative, et cetera, but it's not representing defined stakeholder groups, which is kind of the multi-stakeholder model. Then in practice, if you dig deeper, you find that the IETF, like all standards organizations, this is not criticism, it's just the way the world works, is dominated by the manufacturers who actually have an interest so they can have a big market and sell it. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the way things work. So it's not really multi-stakeholder, although it's put forward that way. So I'll stop here and hopefully we'll get into the debate and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So Chris, what are your thoughts on this?
There it is. Thanks, Stephanie. Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with both Wolfgang and Richard there. And Wolfgang, I think, stole my opening line, but it's, I think, worth repeating. The title of this is about the multi-stakeholder model, and I think it's worth being pedantic and saying it's an approach rather than a model, because it really is a mindset rather than a specific prescribed set of processes or practices. And I think we see a lot of different instantiations of that multi-stakeholder approach, and that's, Richard was talking there about the IETF, ICANN, et cetera, and I think that's important to note, and I think it's important to note they're all imperfect. They're all evolving and developing and working towards an ideal which perhaps they'll never achieve, but which is what we're trying to do here. I think the point it's really important to make about the multi-stakeholder approach is it's not a sort of idealism or a sort of a political ideal or something. It's a really quite pragmatic reflection of how the internet works and how the internet's structured, and or at least the value that we see in that. So where we had this network of networks that evolved not outside of government association, there was certainly government involved from the very beginning, but outside the sort of more formal, traditional governmental or intergovernmental structures, that produced a really spectacular outcome in terms of the internet, and that was beginning to be clear at the beginning of the century here. And so there was this desire to say, okay, how do we keep going with this, acknowledging that this is going to be really critical and important to our societies, and we're going to need to find a way to govern this, but also noting that maybe pushing it back into the box of how we used to do things with, say, the telecommunications regulation is probably not the best move, and really would jeopardize the value that we see here. So I think that's worth noting. I think what I also see is that evolution and that development of this happens in sort of historic flurries, which are often affected by things separate to the specifics going on inside. And one of the interesting, so if I look to the most recent one that I would identify, period from 2012 to 2016. So it's like 4 years there, and I think there was a lot going on which didn't necessarily seem so connected at the time, although a lot of it I think did as well. But now looking at it, we say, okay, 2012 you had Wicket, this very big ITU conference, which a lot of us in the internet community, technical community, stakeholders in WSIS saw as a really significant threat to this multi-stakeholder approach, a threat to that being maintained. 2013, so that happened. Actually, there weren't too many significant outcomes for the internet, although it really did set the tone for a lot. 2013, the Snowden revelations, that came through, and that really also changed a lot of people's mindsets about the internet and what we needed to do in relation to that governance. So then those two things indirectly led or came to a period in 2014 where you had the US government in March announce, okay, we're going to hand over IANA stewardship. We're going to have a multi-stakeholder process to achieve that. That began a process which then took about 18 months. But April 2014, you also had Net Mundial. So a whole new sort of happening in the global south approach to global multi-stakeholder approach and what that could mean. And so I think when you look at that, you see, okay, this inspired a series of events that then made ICANN, also RIPE NCC, look at things like their accountability models. How are we accountable to our stakeholders? Who are our stakeholders? How are we increasing or ensuring inclusivity? How are we building that? There were task forces in RIPE. There was the Stream 2 in the ICANN accountability process that took place. Also things like, how do we avoid capture? How do we ensure that these processes are not captured by, well, could be governments, could be big tech, could be just technical community who are trying to keep other people out of the process. So I think that's happening in historic shifts, and I think, sorry, last point here to say simply, I think in the last 2 years we've had COVID, which dramatically changed how we view the criticality of the internet in our lives and the extent to which it can, help us and ensure we get through crises like that. And then we also have events like the ongoing war in Ukraine, which are contributing to undermining the sort of the trust on a global level that the internet has really relied upon. We're looking ahead to 2025, and we're looking ahead, which will have the WSIS Plus 20. We're looking ahead even to just next year, which will have this Global Digital Compact. So there are some key events sort of forming right now, and it's not clear what the output of that will be, what that impact on the multi-stakeholder approach will be, but probably significant, I think.
Yeah, I can imagine. Daphne, can we hear your sort of view on this issue? Daphne, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Perfect. So I find it very difficult to add to the great points that previous speakers have already made, because I'm fairly new in the field. I've been there for 2 years. Well, as Chris already mentioned earlier, I've been active in the field during the COVID time. So for me, it's very difficult to make comparison between pre-COVID and during / post-COVID. But what I have seen the past 2 years is that, in my opinion, the approach that we have right now is very flawed, and that it needs to be changed. And maybe, as Chris was mentioning, this is a very good moment to have that change, because as Wolfgang and Richard both mentioned, was that there is a need for cooperation, and that there is a need for actual decision making and avoiding capture. But what I've really noticed is that during the past 2 years that I've been active in different conversations, there have been a lot of talking, but very little listening, and then very little acting. And I think that is something we really have to delve in deeper today, I would say, because different actors just seem to want to have their say and seem to want to push their say through. So I do think that at this moment we are at the risk of a capture like that actually happening. And I generally think to have a critical conversation about that right now might be a small impact that could either limit this capture or maybe even completely stop this capture. So I'm very looking forward to speaking about that further.
Yeah, thank you. I think when we look at our current world with wars going on, and obviously the COVID-19 pandemic dragging on, and then the fact that there's still so many people that are not connected to the internet, there's definitely ways ahead. So perhaps we can go to Wolfgang. How do you think this sort of multi-stakeholder approach can adapt to these new societal challenges, and how can we, or will it be able to adapt to this fast-paced digitization in this global world, do you think?
Yeah. More or less, the multi-stakeholder approach opens the door to a new territory. And conceptually, the multi-stakeholder approach is about sharing. The internet is such a complex system that you do not have a final answer. You need different perspectives. So business have a different idea how an issue should be managed than governments. Individual users have a different expectation, and the technical community has their own ideas, as we learned from the AI discussion this morning, so that there is a gap between engineers on the one hand and then the users and the developers and service providers on the other hand. So that means the way forward is sharing. So this belongs to the DNA of the internet. The internet has started with sharing resources. So if you have only good guys in the room, that's okay. But unfortunately now with 4 or 5 billion internet users, there are not only good guys in the room, there are also bad guys in the room. And then comes an additional problem. If it comes to decision making, and then sharing gets difficult, because decision making is based on power. And sharing power is a very complicated thing. That means if Mr. Putin decided to start war in Ukraine, he did not consult with civil society or the private sector or other stakeholders. So it was a one stakeholder decision. So, and he was not ready to share his decision-making power with somebody else, probably not even with the foreign minister. But this is it's a different story. So, and insofar, you know, if we speak about governance in the 21st century, so that means we have to develop new forms and methods how to govern this interdependent, complex world, and this has to be based on sharing. So that's why I said in my first intervention, the participatory elements of the multi-stakeholder approach do not substitute the representative democracy. So it's not an alternative, it's an enrichment. And I think this is really important to make this differentiation. So this is not time for a revolution, though it's part of an evolution. And for the moment, the problem, what I see is that while everybody agrees on this general principle, because it's very logical and very normal, if it comes to the reality on the ground, then each institution which represents or which has power in their hands, so pays lip service to the approach, but acts in a different way. So I was in a meeting in Beijing, in China, and the Chinese host was very excited about the multi-stakeholder models. They call it the multi-party model, and said here we have civil society, technical community, business, but China supports the multi-stakeholder approach under leadership of the Communist Party. So that means a wonderful multi-stakeholder model on the ground, but under control. So the European Union also supports the multi-stakeholder approach. But if it comes to reality, then they think the consultations between the European Commission, the European Council, and the European Parliament, this is already the multi-stakeholder approach. But a lot of civil society organizations and business and technical community are not really involved in making the final drafts of the law. So the US government decided we want to have a declaration on the future of the internet, but then the whole document was drafted by the White House only. And they said we support the multi-stakeholder governance model, but the stakeholders were not involved in drafting the document. Insofar, you know, the Net Mundial, which was mentioned by Chris, you know, has produced a very good example how you can produce documents in new form of negotiations, because this was really sharing decision-making power, sharing negotiation power. And the big step forward with the Net Mundial Declaration was that they identified a number of principles for the multi-stakeholder approach, like accountability, transparency, inclusiveness, bottom-up, and some more. So this was a step forward. It's not a definition of the multi-stakeholder approach, but it has produced a number of criteria which are very useful. But as also Chris has mentioned, this was 2014. Since that, you know, I see not a stumbling forward, I see a stumbling sideward and partly also backwards.
Yeah, thank you for that observation. I see we have some questions from the room, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sébastien Bachelet from France and the chair of EuroLIG, the end user within the ICANN system. I just want to argue with what it's here. I am not sure that I prefer the word approach than a model. It was my struggle with when I was in the board of ICANN to stop to talk about model. Who is the model to whom? But approach, if it's not with a S, it's not really the case. We have not one approach. We have approaches, and even more, we are not still in an approach. We are living the multi-stakeholder model in various organizations. It's already here. What we have to argue is how it can evolve, how it can be done. Therefore, it's not just an approach, it's also a reality, and how we can have that moving. My last point, to be short, is that, and it's a provocation, but democracy is dying. When you see the election in France, you have so much people not coming to vote. It's not what we want. Therefore, multi-stakeholder must not be built on democracy. It must be built on the real participation of the people who are who have a say on what we are talking about. Of course, not everybody wants to talk about how we will take care of the bees, or how we will take care of root server, or how we will take care of anything else. But I really think that democracy is dying. I hope that multi-stakeholderism is not yet died. Thank you.
Thank you. I suggest we take some questions because I see there's a lot in the room, and then we'll go back to the panelists.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Xian Hong from UNESCO. Very warm greetings to the speakers online, and we all like the word multi-stakeholders. Like we enjoy the excellent band of the global eco multi-stakeholder music last night. For UNESCO, multi-stakeholders is no more just a concept. It is a principle, official position since we have already endorsed the Internet universality principle, which accounting for fundamental principle by all the member states. I mean 195 member states at the time. M means multi-stakeholder. It's prevailing. Not only that, in 2019, we have developed 300 indicators to assess Rome principles, including 20 indicators to assess multi-stakeholder approach at the national level. Now we have assessing the more than 40 countries. I'd like to share some positive trend with you, because in 20 indicators, we have assessed 3 dimensions of multi-stakeholder approach. The first one is to what extent a national state has institutionalized this multi-stakeholder approach by its law, by policy, by constitution. We have good example like from Brazil. They do have a constitutional framework, and also they even have an agency to like CIDIC to ensure this approach to be realized. Same in many global south countries, like in Kenya. Even in the country, they didn't have a formal law, but they are really embracing the spirit. We recently launched the project of assessment in Cambodia. I was so impressed to see the 30 people, the advisory board from government and civil society, etc. But it doesn't mean that with the law everything's perfect. Even in the global north, like in Germany, they have a good approach of multi-stakeholder, but also they see that the lack of gender balance, women, the youth voice need to be more involved. I need to be brief. I know many other colleagues. Second dimension we'll assess is the existence of the multi-stakeholder forum at national level. I mean, we see the mushrooming of the national IGF in many countries. And third dimension, we assess the regional and the international dimension. To what extent the national actors are really engaging with the global discussion. This dimension makes more sense now, more than ever, since we are developing AI, we are addressing the new emerging technologies. We need a multi-stakeholder more than ever to ensure the voice of civil society, of those marginalized groups to be included in this process. So that's all the UNESCO has been doing, and happy to engage to discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, I see your hand raised, I think. So please go ahead if you would like to respond to these 2 questions and statements.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to move back a little bit. Don't disagree with anything that's been said by anybody so far. I wanted to elaborate a little bit on what Chris said, because it does answer the questions that have just been raised, or at least it gives my idea of an answer. I don't think there is one answer, and I'm sure there's plenty of room to agree to disagree. I don't have a problem with that. I think we all know that one of the issues right now in the internet is lack of security, and we're working madly to fix that. Now paradoxically, in my view, that's because the initial development of the internet was not actually particularly multi-stakeholder. As we all know, it was the US Defense Department project, which funded some very bright academics who did great work, no criticism of the work. And they were thinking, they didn't neglect security, they had an end-to-end security model, which turned out for various reasons not to be easy to implement. They also weren't worried about billing, and initially they weren't worried about multilingual. So it went much faster. There was a parallel development that some people know called OSI, which was sort of multi-stakeholder because it had governments and private industry, although it didn't have civil society. But that was really too complicated precisely because everybody wanted everything. So it was heavily multilingual from the beginning. It had security, it had billing, etc. So it was just too complicated to implement. And the TCP/IP stack and SMTP and all the things we know in the internet prevailed. So that shows that actually, what we have now wasn't originally derived as multi-stakeholder. And some people say that's a good thing because otherwise we wouldn't have it. Now, what we are seeing is an increasing interest, as Chris pointed out, of governments because the internet is everything now. Everything is internet, right? Whether it's health, agriculture, transport, you name it, it's tied to the internet. And governments are increasingly saying, well, wait a minute, we don't necessarily comfortable with this because maybe they're interfering with elections, maybe we can't control food supplies, and so on. So the question becomes, how do we have a proper role for governments without, as people are correctly saying, without the risk of their stifling innovation or imposing norms that we don't like? Everybody's favorite model is China, Russia, whatever, but there are other models. So what do we do about that? Now, since Wolfgang, you mentioned the shocking invasion and entirely unilateral, I agree, and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, we must also remember that the US has done similar things again, and one person decided, it was Mr. Bush who decided to invade Iraq in 2005 with similar destruction, loss of life, bombing, etc. So it's not just the one set of bad guys who do this, there are lots of bad guys in the world, and we have to face that. And in this discourse, the US has been dominant in many ways. For some things, it's done very well, and we're very happy. Other things, not so good. Snowden was mentioned. So let's face things as they are. We don't have just one bad guy. We have a series of risks that we have to face. And the clear and present danger, probably most people here don't know about it, is actually the World Trade Organization, which is totally non-multi-stakeholder, totally secretive. If you're not a government, you can't get access to things. And even as a civil society participant in my government, for example, the Swiss government, I don't have access to things. And they're trying to come up with what they call e-commerce rules, which actually enshrine certain things which many people think are not very helpful and in fact very bad. And then we also know that the European Commission is going ahead with various measures, some of which don't make much sense. So we have to be aware of this fact that governments are active. How do we apply proper multi-stakeholder models to say, well, wait a minute, you can't do that without letting private companies dominate too much the discourse so they get exactly what they want. And again, very few people are sufficiently worried about WTO, which is really a very dangerous development in terms of multi-stakeholder models. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, Chris, and I just wanted to say, make a very brief point because I know we do have more in the room. I mean, I think something that was triggered by Wolfgang's comments about the situation in Ukraine and Putin, and Richard was also making that point about, governments are not keen to give up their prerogative as states to make their own decisions. And I think this really, in a sense, highlights the frailty or the vulnerability of a multi-stakeholder approach, is that, if you've got governments that turn around and say, no, we're going to make our own decisions here, we're going to do our own thing, then that's kind of the end of it. Now, what I'd say is the resilience of the multi-stakeholder approach is that in doing so, they, I think, knowingly, in many cases, not always, jeopardize the value that you get from having a single global network of networks, an interoperable internet. And that's the resilience, is that to keep that, we kind of have to cooperate and coordinate at a certain level. When you stop doing that, you jeopardize actually the value you get from an internet. So I think we have to hope that that sort of realization, that sort of understanding of the internet is good and whatever else is going on, it's kind of in our interests to maintain a global internet, and let's work to the extent we need to in a cooperative way to maintain that. It's not a given that that will always be the mindset. And I think we're seeing in geopolitical terms now, the possibility of that mindset going away. Yeah, we need to push back on that, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. It's important to sort of share the power instead of governments perhaps taking all of it. But how do we keep that mindset alive, or how do we keep that approach alive? I see we have some more questions. I believe there's a question online. Yeah. Oh, or otherwise. Oh, Daphne, go ahead. I don't think we're hearing you. You're on mute.
Perfect. So I would like to respond on one hand to what our previous panelists stated, and on the other hand also to kind of jump in to the two interventions that were made by the participants already, and ask the question to go even higher and ask ourselves the question, do we even have the right stakeholders? Because it seems very stuck. And I think that is a very big issue, because to talk and give an example from the youth perspective is that I am, and also people I talked with over the past few days, are very strongly of the opinion that the youth should possibly be seen and involved as a separate stakeholder, because we don't necessarily fit in a specific group due to all the various backgrounds. Take EuroDIG, for example, this weekend. We had filmmakers, we had doctors, we had people active in the field of internet governance, and it's such a big mix that it's very difficult to actually be a strong voice. And it is very much stated by the previous speakers that there's a need for engagement and that there's a need for actually providing input and sharing voices. However, I do think this is something that is very strongly overlooked at the moment. And that means that the ideas that the youth have, who have the greatest impact by the choices that are made now for the longest period of time, and also because we use technology in such a big manner, I think it is very important that we realize that we're deciding the future of the digital world in spaces like these. And this is going to impact young people for such a long time. However, at the table, no offense, but there's very little youth. And that's why I think that we should even consider whether we have the stakeholders that are fit for the discussions that we're having. And to maybe link with a point that Chris was making, that we have to be resilient. And I have a feeling that when you've been active in the field for a really long time, you're on one hand still resilient, but you're also very used to, hey, this is how it is right now. And this is how our multi-stakeholder approach works. And we're not really going to change it further. So we can have these discussions about how it needs to change, but at the same time, you already have the experience that it can't change. And I think the youth are the most amazing example of how we're incredibly resilient and how we're calling for change. So I would call for the youth to be an actual separate stakeholder and to give them a permanent seat at the table and have them leave input at decision-making processes, because they might actually provide the strong opinions that might lead to a further change to the approach we're discussing so in depth at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. I think you make an excellent point. I think the young generation, sort of our age, is the first to grow up with the internet, on the internet. I, for example, cannot imagine a world without the internet, so definitely youth are important in discussion. I see we have some more questions from the room, but also we have about 6 more minutes. So I suggest we take one more question from the gentleman who's been waiting for a while, and then we'll move on to final statements from the panelists.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll try to be brief, so maybe we can take another one. Yeah, I think there should be more discussion from the audience if possible. So Vittorio Bertola, and as many know, I've been involved for 20 years in discussing this. And well, there have been many successes by the multi-stakeholder approaches. There have been some failures. And I think this is the sign of a weakness that we knew since the beginning, that we are putting together stakeholder groups with very different degrees of power. So there are some stakeholder groups like individual users or civil society that have a lot to gain from multi-stakeholder approaches. And there are some like private sector and governments or big companies and governments that have something to lose. And what we see, I think, is that when they have something to lose, they walk away and do things on their own. And so this is the fundamental problem that we do not know how to address. And specifically, I mean, when we talk about the failures, not the successes of the multi-stakeholder approach, many people like to think, oh, you know, privacy implementation at ICANN and the failure to come up with rules for WIS. But I think the most spectacular one is the failure to prevent the concentration of the internet into the hands of very few small, very big companies. And so this is not to be blamed on governments, it's actually to be blamed on the technical and internet community, which itself basically, through the multi-stakeholder approach, failed to prevent this spectacular concentration, which is, in my opinion, what is now really putting at risk the openness, the freedom, the interoperability, and the global non-fragmentation of the internet, because we are fragmenting the internet into walled gardens, not by countries, but by service providers. So the question is, can the multi-stakeholder approach address this in any way? Should it have done, or can it do it in the future, or do we need something else because the multi-stakeholder approach cannot resolve this problem?
Thank you. Well, I think go ahead and the next one can go ahead, and then we'll take all the questions, and then we'll move on to the final statements, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess as a EuroDIG participant, it's very relevant and appreciated that we are having an entire discussion now on the youth. I just want to point out that also the youth is a very diverse group, as Daphne was mentioning, but also in terms of our background, not education-related background, but also geographically and gender, age, and so on. So I guess one of the questions that comes to mind is like, which groups do you think within the youth group are still really missing in the entire multi-stakeholder discussion, and what is like envisioned as for initiatives to include them, such as like this EuroDIG, EuroDIG initiative, but other ones, and also which fields within the internet governance whole debate are still missing this youth perspective. And then maybe a second one, but it's a very like entire reflection for another panel, so maybe just one less than 1 minute statement by each of the panelists, if possible. Do you really see the multi-stakeholder model surviving within a nation-state-based global governance system, or do you envision the entry of more federalist views in how this could be approached? I hope that was clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Una Raiga, EuroDIG also. My question is also related to both Daphne's and Helena's points of view, but I'm more interested in the practicality of deciding who are the multi-stakeholders while balancing efficacy. So how do we decide that we have a holistic multi-stakeholder representation while not having irrelevant-ish people? And furthermore, is there a process that allows for the updating of multi-stakeholders as the issue changes and evolves? Thank you.
Thanks. Please go ahead, and then we'll move on to the final statements.
Thanks. My name is Rob Plummer. I'm from the Electronic Frontier, Finland, and I work for a multi-stakeholder model as a community member, and I feel that sort of the commercial interests have taken over that community a little bit too much, and I would like to know, how can we sort of make sure that that doesn't happen?
That's an excellent question. So let's now move on to final statements. I know there were a lot of different questions with a lot of different aspects packed into it, so maybe try and focus 1 minute. Chris, if you would like to start.
Sure. So 1 minute. I think there are a lot of really good points made from the floor here and from my fellow speakers, so I'll try to respond. I think I'll start with one which I think was responding to Daphne, made the point that those of us who were in it for a long time can be very attached to the models we have. I think I understand that and I agree with that to an extent, but I'd also push back that I think there is a recognition that this kind of needs to change. And I think that's challenging and hard, and there's a lot of inertia, but yeah, it's going to develop, it's going to change, and I think steering that in the right direction is important. I think there were a couple of points here about youth and the different stakeholder groups. I think one of the real risks in a multi-stakeholder model is getting too attached to those stakeholder group definitions, because particularly something like youth, youth are not a sort of a single group, and it's really important to bring younger people in and have that perspective, but we also need to recognize that they're also members of the technical community, or members working with government, or they're people working in the commercial sector. So I think, it's important to also build those vertical, or I don't know if it's a vertical, but different plane ties, linking and making sure that they're connected to others, not just to a sort of small youth or inward-looking youth stakeholder group. Well, Nadia is sitting here on the stage as well, has actually done some really interesting research into looking at the way different stakeholder groups are formed and defined, and I think that's a really important thing for us to be thinking about in terms of future of the multi-stakeholder model. So we'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Two short points. The first thing is we have to be aware that it's a battle, it's a struggle. So that means the process is not really a very peaceful process of mutual understanding. So different interests collide in a global environment. And what we see more and more is that we have two different layers. On the application layer, we have this one internet, but 193 national jurisdictions. And on the transport layer, we have still this one world, one internet. On the application layer, this is really not a typically multi-stakeholder approach. This is a one-stakeholder approach or a two-stakeholder approach, dominated by governments or business. And on the transport layer, we have the multi-stakeholder approach, and this is a big achievement, as Chris has said. So with all the COVID and all the other challenges, so the internet works, the DNS works. You have no problems to get domain names, IP addresses, so the root servers are working, and it was a big signal that ICANN and RIPE NCC resisted the very understandable question from the Ukraine minister to take top-level domains out of the root when they say, we are the neutral steward of a global resource, and we will support you, we'll give you 1 million to develop the internet into Ukraine, but we do not attach let's say, the transport layer. This was a very important signal, so that the core of the internet, the public core of the internet, it's like the air of the internet, has to be protected, and this is based on a multi-stakeholder approach, at least since the IANA transition, a fully multi-stakeholder approach. I used always the argument, like in the real world, we have no Chinese air, we have no American air, we have polluted air or clean air. So, and on the transport layer, it's important that the multi-stakeholder community protects the clean air of the internet. This is a big achievement. On the higher level, we have this battle and this struggle. And let me make a final point. So I'm part of now the 75 years of age of the old stakeholder group. So I'm not, so that's why the question is, what are the stakeholders? So I've written recently an article, How to Save the Past in the Future of the Internet. And this remembers me, if you put this in the big historical context, on the French Revolution. The starting point of the French Revolution was égalité, liberté, and fraternité. And what happened 10 years later, we had, with Napoleon, a dictator. So, but the principles survived. So, and the principles of the internet, and this is laid down in the Net Mundial Declaration, and the multi-stakeholder principles are openness, transparency, accountability, inclusion, bottom-up policy development, and I'm very optimistic this will survive. It goes through waves. Now we are You have a very complicated time, but the 21st century, at the end of the 21st century, when now the young stakeholder group are part of the old stakeholder group. So they will have a very good internet available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're a little over time, but very quickly, Daphne, and then please, Richard. Go ahead.
I'll make it very, very quick.
Chris mentioned that there's a recognition that it needs to change, but now we actually do need to change. And I think for that, we need to be very, very critical. And you've seen during this session and also during other sessions at EuroDIG that the youth is very critical. And let's use that as an example to also be critical of ourselves and see and think about our own role in the whole discussion and in the whole multi-stakeholder approach and the way we're acting. Because I think that is the only way that we can actually cause the change that we've discussed today that we want so bad. So critical about yourself, that is the final point that I want to bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, please go ahead with some final words.
Yeah, I'm going to try to answer Vittorio, and sorry, the gentleman from EFF, I didn't catch your name. I apologize for that. You both raised the same question. Say, look, the real problem, let's look at the elephant in the room, is excessive power of corporations in certain areas. Like Wolfgang said, it's not true everywhere, but we see this is the key issue, especially with respect to data, which Mike Nelson has just posted on the chat. And what can we do about that? How can we change the multi-stakeholder model? And that's really not obvious. I posted the links to a couple of papers that Norbert Bollen, whom some of you know, and I wrote some years ago, which kind of give an outline of what we might wish to consider. So I think that, yes, improvements are possible. Yes, it's an urgent issue. Again, WTO is the clear and present danger, and we have to do something about it and improve the model. I think that's basically agreed by everybody, even if we're not quite sure how to do it. Just a final point, would you please take the chat and post it to the website of the event, because I think it's extremely useful in terms of the exchanges, and also there are lots of links, not just mine, other people put very helpful links into the chat. So I think it'd be good to have the chat as a reference document on the website for the event. Thank you very much for this excellent event.
Thank you. Well, thank you to all of the panelists. I think the internet is something beautiful, and so it's great that we at least gather here today to discuss the multi-stakeholder approach. But as Daphne was saying, let's now act on it. And also, as Nadia mentioned earlier on Monday, there's definitely ways that, for example, the private sector or governments can help in getting more youth engaged, but also ensuring that all of the stakeholders, including the technical community and the private sector, remain engaged. I think we're severely over time, so I will leave it at that. But thank you all for participating in this discussion.
And of course, thank you to the moderator, Stephanie Theeuwen, for your interest to host this session. So the next session will start in a few minutes, and we're going to look in focus area 3, subtopic 3. Upcoming digital identity initiatives impacting your life. We hope that you'll stay, and we'll meet you here at 12:30. Thank you.
Sandra, shall we begin?
Thank you very much. After this very brief break, we are going to go next into focus area 3, subtopic 3, upcoming digital identity initiatives impacting your life. And I would like to give the word to the moderator, Lori Schulman. Please go ahead.
We're very pleased to be here. We want to thank EuroDIG organizers, sponsors, and ICTP for allowing this great conference to go on. It's great to see everybody online, and I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person. It had been my intention to be there with you. We have a great panel, and I think it's a wonderful follow-up to the discussions we've been having about sovereignty. And what does sovereignty mean? And taking sovereignty down from a national level to, in fact, a personal level. What does it mean to have a digital identity? What does it mean to be known and seen online? To discuss upcoming developments in this area, we have Klaus Stoll, who is the founder and executive director of the Internet Integrity Task Force, IITF. IITF's mission is to extend fundamental human rights into cyberspace. Following Klaus, we'll have Michael Pelage, who's known to many of you. He's the Chief Trust Officer for Info Networks. It is an online trust solutions provider that includes digital identity, decentralized identifiers, and verifiable credentials as services. Gerhard Andre, who is a member of the Swiss Parliament, who's committed to making more sovereignty in the digital space and a sustainable financial sector. He's also, interestingly, a wood engineer as well as a computer scientist. We have Stefano Quintarelli, who is a computer scientist entrepreneur, a former professor of information, and a founder of INET, which was the first Italian ISP. And finally, we'll wrap it up with Paulina Malala, Policy Director for Center, the Council of European Top-Level Domain Registries. She's an attorney trained in the area of international human rights and intellectual property rights, and she is the face of Center on policy matters globally. Thank you all for coming, and I'm going, in the interest of time, right over to Klaus, who will tee up the subject for us, and we will start with our panel presentations, panel reactions, and then I will ask the panel some questions, and we'll take some questions from the audience. Klaus, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Lori. In the interest of time, and as we have such wonderful subject speakers, I just was very, very much impressed how much the connection between multi-stakeholderism we discussed in the topic before and digital identities. Wolfgang Kleinwächter talked about the need for multi-stakeholder groups to share, and digital identities only make sense when they are shared. And everything, what we have to think about, that these are basically the most current key question when it comes to digital technologies and internet governance. But even if we define digital identities as nothing more than applications or algorithms, behind every digital identity, like behind every digital stakeholders, there stand real person, real people with rights and responsibilities. The fundamental rights of people are defined by the Universal Rights of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Consequently, digital identities need to be measured first not by their usefulness and functionality, but how they consider and reflect the fundamental human right and responsibilities that are common to us. There might be many digital identities, but the main difference will be how they respect the human rights of the persons they are attributed to. As in many cases, we use human rights as a not as a content, but just as a phrase to say we are the goodies. But in this case, there are so many connections, and I think we really should put the measuring stick of universal fundamental human rights to digital identities. And with that, I hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Klaus. I'd also like to begin by thanking EuroDIG for inviting me to participate in this panel today and for including multiple sessions on this important topic. Digital identity is a topic that I'm very passionate about, and it's a topic that I've dedicated the past 5 to 7 years of my professional life. I'd like to begin by closely aligning with Klaus's opening comments about digital identity being a fundamental human right that should be recognized under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I believe that target 16.9 of the UN Sustainability Development Goals that aspires to, quote, provide legal identity for all, including birth registration, supports this fundamental human right proposition. Although the text of the UN Sustainability Goal does not specifically reference digital identity, I believe the events of the past several years have highlighted the importance of identity documentation being digital first or digital by design. National disasters and geopolitical conflict have shown the ease with which physical documents can be easily lost or destroyed. One of my earliest exposures to the potential transformative impact of digital identity was some of the work that I have done with the Universal Postal Union and the .post top-level domain. Specifically, the UPU was looking at how digital identities for both manufacturers and consumers could help local artisans open up a global market for the goods and services, and how this in turn could drive self-sufficiency and financial inclusion. And just a quick note, given the current venue of EuroDIG, over the last several years, the UPU's .post group, which is responsible for the governance of the .post top-level domain, has actually been chaired by a representative from Italia. The late Kim Cameron, who is the former chief identity architecture at Microsoft and the author of The Laws of Identity, once stated that the internet was built without an identity layer. And while the internet has had a transformational impact on society from both a commercial as well as a social interactive perspective, the lack of an identity layer, I believe, has negatively impacted the ability of the internet to still reach its full potential. For as much hope and aspiration that I have for the future of digital identity, I have equal part of fear and apprehension. I believe a critical aspect to ensuring that digital identity reaches its full potential is empowering individuals with meaningful control over how their PII and attributes associated with their digital identity are collected and processed. And for the remainder of my opening remarks, I would just like to quickly look at the good, the bad, and the ugly regarding digital identity. And let me start off by saying there's a lot of good to report. I believe the most important and relevant to most would be how a global workforce, as a result of the COVID pandemic, was able to seamlessly transition to a remote environment. And as a result of this transformation, identity is now often referenced as the new perimeter in network security. In India, over 1 billion people have been biometrically onboarded to the Aadhaar system, which is now used by Indian citizens for a range of services. Italy's new digital identity scheme has recently surpassed 30 million account holders, 10 million being activated within the last month. The European Union, in connection with their EIDAS initiative, has announced that shortly every European citizen will have an e-wallet. ISO right now is doing a lot of tremendous work in the standards area regarding mobile digital driver's license. Turning to the bad, For those individuals that lack identity credentials, either digitally or physically, these individuals have quickly found themselves marginalized or in some cases completely disenfranchised. The transition to digital identity has also reinforced the growing disparity between technology haves and technology have-nots, where access to a smartphone is almost a prerequisite. Finally, we get to the ugly. And let me be very clear, discussing the ugly is not intended to be a basis for not implementing digital identity, but to stress the importance on how to do it right and how to learn from the mistakes of others that have gone before you. Referencing Adahar, there have been some security incidents reported over the years, most recently involving a website that was disclosing the Adahar IDs of a number of Indian farmers. In Australia, there were some recent security flaws found in the digital driver's license issued by New South Wales. And perhaps most concerning was how the lives of tens of thousands of Dutch taxpayers were significantly inconvenienced when an AI algorithm wrongly flagged them for potential child care benefits fraud. So hopefully these initial remarks will provide a framework for other panelists to expand. Back to you, Lori.
Thank you, Mike. I think that sets us up very well for next on deck is Gerhard Andre from Switzerland. And Gerhard, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Lori. Thank you so much, EuroDIG, for having me here today with you. I'm, of course, at home as others among you. I'm in Fribourg, my hometown in Switzerland. So where is Switzerland at on this topic, the EID? As you might know, Switzerland is a bit particular because we have this interesting thingy called direct democracy. And what does that mean, you might ask, in this context here? About a year ago, we had a referendum on a EID bill. That was probably, I guess, the first and only vote of a population on a digital topic, I guess, worldwide, I guess. The thing is, this bill produced by the government, passed by the parliament, was heavily rejected by the population with a rejection rate of 65%, which is quite high for this kind of bill, because usually if government is pushing something and the whole parliament is for it, usually it passes. But here's quite the contrary. So what did we vote about? It was some sort of a mix of digital identity and single sign infrastructure. So it was some sort of mix up of different things. There was also a delegation of the emission of this official identity to the private sector. So the idea was you go to the bank, you go to an insurance company, and you get the official ID, the state approved ID. And the bill was basically fit or shaped for an existing solution run by a consortium of big Swiss companies. So that was part of the, let's do that thing. We have it already there on our shelf, and let's just produce a bill that's compatible with it. So that wasn't the thing the population wanted to see, and it rejected, as said, quite heavily. So why did the Swiss population reject this kind of project, this kind of bill also? The emission of the identity was seen as a sovereign task that has to be done by the state, not the private sector. That was one of the main reasons why the population refused it. It was also not understood by the population, why should I actually have that? That was also a part of the problem of the pro campaign, who basically said, do you have a mess with your passwords? Here's our great EID, you're gonna solve that. And people didn't get that, they didn't believe that. And actually that was not the real issue. That was also part of some sort of, I'd say, failure of the pro campaign to convince people that they actually need this bill. And there was, of course, another big topic, and it was about data collection, data protection, because that was a key weakness of the not so state-of-the-art solution that was somehow sold through this bill. So the rejection was heavy. Nevertheless, all camps, my own especially as well, wanted an EID, where we need this fundamental component in a digital trust infrastructure. That's out of question, but we need a good one. So what happened then? Only 3 days after the vote, I could orchestrate a new motion for a new bill with all parties. I basically was able to convince them that we have to do it right. And they all as well themselves wanted an EID. So that was quite special. So only 3 days after the vote, we produced a new motion saying basically what we defended during the campaign. So it demands a privacy by design solution, a decentralized data storage, minimal data gathering, and it has to be orchestrated by the state, even though he can mandate private companies to build and run components, as long as it keeps full control and stays the entity that does the emission as well. If everything looks fine, this bill is going to pass within next year. I hope that's going to be the case. I don't think there's going to be a next referendum, because it's now in a way that I know the one that could challenge the bill, but I don't think that's going to happen, because we now have an interesting way of doing things now. How does it look like technically? So in parallel to this work on the bill, the government is already working on pilot projects compatible with this new bill. It's going to be an architecture of this self-sovereign identity. It's going to be so decentralized. It's going to be data protective by design, and it's going to be run on open source software. That's another thing that's particularly interesting and important to me. The state's personnel will use this new solution quite soon. So it's about 40,000 employees of the federal government. They're going to use that ID as first users. And there's going to be other identities like the driver's license that's going to be also be done with the same technologies in order to have some sort of wallet the day we're ready with the EID. And I hope that's going to be the case next year or 2024. So that's about it, how we is in Switzerland. Long story short, we lost time. We are slow, but we gained a lot of knowledge. And I think we have now a quite interesting legal basis and a technological architecture that's fit for future. So that would be my opening statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gerhard. I think that's particularly interesting about the doing it right part, that it's one thing to have a concept, it's another thing to execute. And I think sort of that's the debate we're constantly having about a lot of issues, and having that practical example is certainly noteworthy. We had Stefano Quintarelli scheduled. I don't see that he's signed in yet. So Paulina, I hope you're ready to go. We can talk about the experiences of center members with the area of digital identity, EIDs, and understanding who your customers are as registries inside the domain name space.
Thank you, Lori, very much, and I hope everyone can hear me well. First of all, I would also like to start with thanking EuroDIG and also thanking the organizers for inviting me today, and for also allowing me to be part of this distinguished panel today. So, as already mentioned by Lori, I would like to bring a slightly different perspective on the needs to ensure each European citizen with a valid and functioning digital identity, and maybe provide a little bit of a different perspective on its potential use case on the internet, and specifically when it comes to the access of basic digital infrastructure such as domain names. But first, I would like to also outline a few words on the existing governing European Union. This framework on EIDs that is still currently valid and being revised on the EU level. The EIDAS regulation has actually been already in place since 2014. And one of its aims was to ensure that all member states have a functioning cross-border electronic identification scheme available for their citizens, to primarily access and use public online services. So this was specifically targeted at the e-government services. So by 2022, this year, we know that out of 27 European Union member states, only 16 have notified of at least one national electronic identification means available for the citizens to access e-governmental services. And considering that existing EIDAS regulation did not achieve its goal to provide each European citizen with a valid electronic ID, a proposal for the regulation on European digital identity was issued last year, so in June 2021. And the EU ID proposal, I will call it, requires each member state to issue a European digital identity wallet under a notified national electronic identification scheme. And it also should be primarily, of course, conforming to cybersecurity and privacy standards, but specifically also it's allowed to be certified under voluntary cybersecurity certification schemes. So just to bring it back into the perspective of why we gathered today, one of the biggest changes to the existing legal framework introduced by the EU ID proposal is that this new electronic identification wallet app will be open for private companies, so-called relying parties, to check the identity of any other attributes about their customers and specifically end users. And this, of course, opens up many new possibilities for the wallet app to be used in private sector and also by private sector, but it also comes with a set of challenges and, of course, primarily for end users, as essentially this is their data that is might be used in a ways that has not been intended by them when they agreed for its collective. The extended use case for the EU ID wallets outside of e-government or public services includes identification and verification of identities of domain name holders. And as has already also been discussed in previous EuroDIG editions, and we also mentioned a little bit about that also yesterday, according to the upcoming NIS2 directive, which is a revised cybersecurity legislation in the EU, TLD registries and registrars will be obliged to maintain accurate and complete registration databases that also include verification of identities and contact details of domain name holders. So, of course, from our side, from the center perspective, if EU ID conforms to the privacy and security requirements as intended by the proposal, while also being mindful of applying relevant safeguards for users to not be subject to more data processing than is necessary, the EU ID wallet can also serve definitely as a solution for facilitating access to a basic internet infrastructure, such as domain names in the EU, and in a secure way. But the challenge that I see from a registry perspective in using EU ID wallets for compliance with the data accuracy obligation under NIS2 is when the wallet attributes might not be necessarily matching the obligatory data sets that NIS2 will require from registries and registrars to keep accurate and complete. So, for example, it might be easy to identify the domain name holder and their identity with the wallet, but at the same time, it's not possible to identify or verify the contact details. So, as a result, there is a risk that NIS2 might create a rigid domain name holder verification regime that may not necessarily match the EU ID across the EU. And for an end user, this might mean that there will be a requirement to share more personal data than is necessary in order to establish one's presence online. And perhaps also there's a risk that this will go against the efforts of existing service providers, such as domain name registries, to respect data protection principles, such as purpose limitation, data minimization, all of these important data protection principles that are codified in the GDPR. And I would like to just perhaps conclude with a little assessment that there is a peculiar situation in an online world where, on one hand, the users are constantly being surrounded by data-hungry environments, aiming to collect and process more data in order to establish sometimes very elaborate behavioral profile of individuals. And in this case, regulator, of course, is inclined to limit these harmful practices, and rightfully so, by establishing strong data protection principles that are applying for both commercial and non-commercial entities. And on the other hand, we also might see a risk of establishing a rigid requirement to collect certain data sets that are not strictly needed to keep the internet infrastructure up and running. And it is unclear how these requirements are compatible with the data minimization principle. So in the essence, to protect the end user and protect their data and their privacy online. So I would like to end with that, and I'm looking forward to further discussion. Back to you, Laurie.
Thank you, Paulina. As you can imagine, this is an area where I do a lot of work for my members of the International Trademark Association. I don't know if I remember to introduce myself. I'm Laurie Schulman. I'm Senior Director for Internet Policy for the International Trademark Association. And Paulina and Michael and I particularly work together on these thorny issues of how to figure out what the appropriate line is in terms of having access to registrant information, as well as the actual level of data required. So I think these are important points, and I will come back to you with some questions that came to mind as you were talking. I will let you know that our fourth speaker, Stefano Quintarelli, has had a family issue arise. We're not clear if he'll be signing on today. So I'm going to keep an eye out for Stefano, but I will circle around and adjust a little bit. And so in terms of that adjustment, there was a question asked in the queue, and I'll ask the question. Mike had volunteered to answer it. And then once we do that, we can go into a group discussion. But given how close the question is to what the presentations were, perhaps we address it now. And Mike Nelson had a question, is how do you explain the failure of Microsoft Passport with the excess of, I think it was Facebook and Twitter's ID service, which thousands of online services use. If you wanted to take a shot.
And perhaps, Laurie, intimidating for people that are getting involved in the identity space are all of the different technology solutions that are out there, and one claiming to be better than the other. One of the things that I've learned through a lot of the work with UN agencies such as the UPU, the ITU, and ESQA is the need for any solution to be technology agnostic. By ensuring that, you generally will provide a greater likelihood for global interoperability and greater user adoption. For those that are new to the identity space, there are generally three technology stacks that most identity solutions are powered by. And sometimes, as will be quickly become apparent, many in the identity space zealously advocate that their technology stack is superior to the others. I comically refer to this at times to the identity holy wars. Now, the first camp is what I would call the old school X509 certificates and certificates. This is a technology stack that is well ingrained in government solutions and financial services in the financial services sector. And the simple fact is, this is not going to go away anytime soon. Now, to Mike Nelson's point, the second camp, which probably has had the largest impact on individual users, is OAuth, OAuth 2, and OpenID. And most people have been exposed to this through the incredible work that the OpenID Foundation has done. And the reason that I think there was that greater adoption was it was a positive user experience. So I think that's perhaps the simplest answer. The third technology stack that I think is important to mention is verifiable credentials, or DIDs. This is an emerging technology stack that is also often associated with Web3, blockchain, or digital ledger technology solutions. Most of this work right now is taking place within the WC3. But again, these are the kind of 3 technology stacks, and it really comes down to user experience, Mike. If you create a positive user experience, people will use it. And I think that's why the European Union is basically coming up with the EIDAS 2.0. EIDAS 1.0 was well-intentioned, but did not get the adoption. And if you look at where they are going with the EIDAS 2.0, the European wallet, empowering the individuals to control that, I think that is the solution. So hopefully that killed 2 birds with 1 stone there, Lori.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any reactions to either what Mike has just responded or to any of the statements that were made by your colleagues? If not, I certainly can start a round robin of questions, but I wanted to see if anybody had some initial reactions on the panel to what had been presented. Oh, yes, I see our host has a hand up.
Yes, here in the room we have 2 people sitting at the mic, and I would like to ask if they could both state their question, and then we can go back to you.
Okay, yeah. Again, since we're kind of shuffling the order, there's no problem with asking intervening questions, and then we'll get back to panelist impressions. So please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Vittorio Bertola, and I'm also involved in digital identities as the chairman of the ID4Me project, which some panelists know. So, well, first of all, I totally agree with Mike that the problem, one of the main problems is that there are too many solutions, not that there are not enough of them. I think that in the end, this is one of the main reasons why digital identities are not so in wide use. Actually, there were, but in the end, if you look at the market, the reality is that there are only, at least in Europe, only 2 solutions that are taking ground. So one is the public one, so the EIDAS-related services, which, depending on the countries, have a very big adoption, like in Italy, or 0 adoption, but still, they're gaining adoption. And they are generally used for public services. On the other hand, we have the private sector solutions, and in the end, the only ones that are really being used at the mass level are the private sector ones by the big global internet platforms. Basically, mostly just about just Google, Facebook, and partly Apple, and all the others, as some have pointed out, have not had significant success. And these are being used for everyday usage on websites and activities, so I actually are used much more frequently than the public one. So my question is, how do we reconcile these 2 aspects? Because both of them are not very open, not very interoperable, not very free, not very global and unfragmented as the internet that we would like to build. The governmental one can be more or less fragmented depending on the model. In Italy, at least you can choose among a set of providers, but it's still you can choose only among a set of 12 providers approved by the government. In the private sector, you don't have a choice. If the website only offers you Facebook or Google, you can only use Facebook or Google, and you have to accept whatever privacy and data protection practices they adopt, which are generally not very favorable to the user. So can we imagine a way to bring back control into the hands of the user without going into this kind of ideological blockchain solutions which will never take off? And how do we do that? And should we start from the public solution, or should we start from the private sector solution?
Sorry, can I perhaps take that?
Yeah, we have 1 more question. So I thought, Mike, we take them in series, and then might be a little more logical. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Stanislav. I'm a member of the EuroDIG, so the youth, but please take this question not as coming from the youth, but coming from the concerned citizen. I do have some experience with researching on self-sovereign identity, but before the self-sovereign identity becomes self-sovereign, it still has to be issued by somebody. So when I'm born, I get my birth certificate from the state. I cannot claim that I'm born, so please take me as I am. So I'm thinking, do we not have this sort of philosophical clash of visions on how do we empower citizens to execute their own power, execute their rights and control of their identity online or in the physical world, while still relying on this primary step of the institutions to grant them this, this merit? Because, of course, if we don't have this, on the one hand, there is an anarchy. Everybody claims that they are whoever they want. But then on the other hand, there is a bias. What if, for example, the government has something against my family, and then I will not get this birth certificate? So if you could maybe address this sort of collision of digital self-determination and digital sovereignty. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know we have another person standing in the audience. We're going to ask you to hold for a few minutes while we get these two questions addressed, because we do not want to lose the train of thought. So Mike, I'm going to ask you to take the first question, and then Gerhard, I thought perhaps you'd like to answer the second. Mike, go ahead. Mike, you're on mute. Yeah.
Hear me now, Lori?
Yes, and please stay close to the mic.
Okay, sure. So I think the answer is it's both. It is going to have to be a public-private partnership to solve this. And Peter noted in the chat, there were 4 CCTLDs that recently ran a cross-border test where the underlying credentials were exchanged through the EIDAS network. So again, getting back to the solution with which hopefully Gerhard will talk about, you need that trust anchor. And in most situations, that trust anchor or that identity document is most likely going to be a government issued identifier. That is just the reality. And that is why I did not talk about self-sovereign. I talk about empowering users to control that, because that is really just the reality of the situation. So hopefully, Gerhard, you could expand upon that a little further.
Yeah, I can try. So thank you so much for this second question about what that is. I mean, self-sovereign, what does that mean? Can I, from day one, as a baby, can I be self-sovereign? I guess there are limits to that. But I think that might be different from country to country. I really have, of course, here the big luxury that no one can refuse an identity to a person that is born and has the right to be here in Switzerland. So no government official can have anything against my family and try to not grant me this identity document. So I can't really tell how that other countries have to solve this problem where the basic constitution, the fundamental right of being part of a society that constitutes a country, where there's an issue with that. That's not what we actually address here in Switzerland with the legislation we're working on right now, because like I said, we somehow have the luxury that it isn't an issue. But how to get to this sovereign identity. And by the way, I use this term because it's what the Swiss administration is trying to put into place. So it's going to be in some sort of self-sovereign identity architecture. And what I have seen up until now, it's that, even though there's still a lot of open questions. But the basic thing is I'm the one controlling whom I'm giving what data for what purpose, and there's no other entity that actually can track what I'm doing with this data. So that's basically the fundamental principles we try to now put in place. And there's this other thing. I mean, when you have in Switzerland, usually I myself as well, from time to time, I have to go to the passport office, and that's a place where I get the identity cards for my kids or whatever point. And basic, we don't try to solve here everything at once. We only want to deliver people basic authorized and validated data so that they can use them in order to become client in a bank, or in order to show anonymously age. If I want to buy alcohol, I'm going to be able to show my age without giving my birth date or my name or whatever, because it just doesn't matter. So it's going to be quite simple and simplistic, and I think that's going to be one success factor. We shouldn't try to solve every problem at once, because then again we're going to have a hard time making it usable, making it acceptable, making it trustworthy. We had a good example with our COVID certificate app. That was a good and well accepted application done by the government, built with open source components. And it was really widely accepted because there was proof that it is possible to have something that is simple, that is lightweight, and that there's no data collection whatsoever, even though there was a real-time check on the data. But it was an architecture that actually wasn't gathering data. So long story short, I think you need some sort of initial authority that grants you access to some sort of identity data. Everything else is something else, I'd say.
Thank you, Gerhard. I was going to say, in the interest of time, we want to get Stefano in. I know we had one question in the audience. Can that question be deferred to the workshop? I know there's a workshop after this, or can I ask that questioner to please answer your question? And then we'll go right to Stefano because time is ticking down. So I will ask, we'll have the question asked. I'll ask whoever volunteers to respond to keep it under a minute, and we'll give the last words to Stefano. How about that? And then we should end on time. So go ahead, please ask your question in the audience.
Okay, thank you. My name's Callum, and I'm with the Internet Society, and it's actually more of a comment, so hopefully it won't eat up too much time, and then the panelists can give their final statements. But with the Internet Society, we've been looking at some specific part of the updated EIDAS, particularly about the implementation. And the very niche kind of issue we're looking at is Article 45, which is about a requirement that browser root programs must accept all QACs, which are Qualified Website Authentication Certificates, which is an EU term. And QACs, what they do is they certify perceived legal identity, whereas transport layer security server certificates authenticate websites and encrypt data. Our view is that requiring browser root programs to accept all QACs would exempt them from security standards and could give Europeans a false sense of security. So I just wanted to share that there might also be some issues on the implementation side that we should be looking at and aware of, and just share this view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think that's to be noted in terms of standards and acceptance, and what can certainly be talked about in the workshop. We're going to close out with Stefano, who has a particular interest in the oversight of EIDs and the transparency in terms of how they operate. We're scheduled to end in 2 minutes. Do we have any time to go over, given we started a little bit late? No. All right, Stefano, please wrap it up the best you can, and we appreciate you signing on in difficult circumstances.
Yes, thank you very much. I apologize for being late. My daughter got COVID, and she did right today where she had her final exams for high school. So it has been a complete mess. I apologize, I'm late. I started proposing the Italian digital identity system back in 2012, and we started working to it in 2013. So before EIDAS, BE, it was actually before EIDAS. And we have presently, well, of course, we merged into the EIDAS regulation, and we have presently more than 30 million people using digital identity in Italy, actively using digital identity, I must say. And something that we were very concerned since the beginning was the possibility of some entity to control what users do or don't do online. Once you digitize an activity, then suddenly you have a scale and a speed that far exceeds human possibilities. And so if you have a single entity managing the identification system, the identity system, then those who manage that system have an immense power over the lives of citizens. So one of our design issues was how to maximize privacy and the respect of citizens' rights And so we decided that it should not have been run and managed by a ministry, because our experience tells that when you have something managed inside of a ministry or a government office, then suddenly it is way more opaque, and it's very difficult to have a proper accountability. I can tell you examples of several parliamentary inquiries into the operations of the ministry that do not get answered. And of course, we all know that Freedom of Information Act requests to the government often fail. So this was an area of particular concern to us who designed the system in Italy. And we decided to have a front end providing the identity service that should have been run by either public, but also possibly private entities. And why this? Because once you establish a division between the provision of the service and the government and the executive branch, then you have a border where you can have checks, and checks are conducted by the National Privacy Authority, the Data Protection Authority, by the Italian Digital Agency. By the way, I chaired the steering committee of the Italian Digital Agency for 8 years. System. So this was a way and we have a number of entities. We have a number of entities, either private or public, that are those who provide the digital identity to the users, to provide the service. In that way, we can have a border where we can inspect and have transparency and sanctions, etc. Now, this is becoming, somebody has mentioned recently, and I'm going to conclude, the digital certificate. My daughter was one of the first positive girls in Italy, and I am immunodepressed, and she was one of the first getting a COVID vaccination. And the time when she got the infection and the vaccine, unfortunately, the systems were not properly in place, and so there was a misalignment in the databases. And when suddenly it came the need of presenting a digital certificate in order to enter a bar of a restaurant, she was not able to obtain her digital certificate, even if she had the rights, because of a problem of an issue on the digital system, of digital systems. It took me ages to fix that, and escalation to the ministries, etc. I don't know for other person that would have been in my same position without having the network that I luckily had. And so I was able to fix and to have her digital Green Pass COVID certificate issued. The point I want to raise are two, really. The first one is that digital is becoming a power that gives and takes away rights to citizens. And this can be a power that can be used at lightning speed, at the speed of light, on a vast number of people without leaving any traces. And that power is growing in significant importance in transparency and oversight. And this transparency and oversight is very difficult to obtain if you bury the management of those systems inside of a body of the executive branch. So the argument that I'm trying to raise is that we need digital identity, of course, is a key point. The control of digital identity should be scattered in several hands and overseen by different bodies, not buried inside of a ministry, in order to have many possible authorities looking at it. And we should try to think of a way of ensuring that the digital power, which can be used at the speed of light with surgical precision on vast amount of people, we should have governance mechanisms in order to ensure that this power is not used for bad. I know that I have been long for 4 minutes. I apologize. It was very difficult to say these things in shorter time. Thank you for your attention.
I was going to say thank you, and it was worth the wait. Your insight was certainly valuable to the discussion, particularly in terms of decentralizing the control of some of the data, which is the first we've, I think, heard about that. So with that, I'm going to encourage people. There's a workshop on identity, I believe, coming up next. If you're interested in the topic, please join us in the workshop. And clearly, we need a lot more thinking about this, but I want to thank everybody and thank EuroDIG again for giving us 5 extra minutes under these very challenging circumstances. And it was great to have this conversation. Thank you.
And of course, we want to thank the moderator, Lori Schulman, for her kind moderation of the session. So next, we'll go into the big stage. And coming up next is freemium dating apps, risks and opportunities for dating in the digital age. And I would like to ask the moderator, Fabio Monet, to come to the stage.
You've done that very well.
Hello? Okay, great, this works. Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to ask the people who are in the room here, since we are quite a small group, to maybe get a bit closer to the middle. So I know like some people from the EuroDIG, they are going to the EuroDIG, they're going to join us later because they're taking a photo right now outside. So are we ready to go? Oh, great, okay. I see Nicholas. Hi, Nicholas. Maybe let's just wait for Jessica, which is going to join us soon as well.
I'm already here.
Amanda, okay. All right, now I also see the picture, perfect. Okay, now I see Amanda twice. Can we get Jessica back on screen as well? Oh, okay, perfect, now we have everyone. Great, nice to see you. So actually I'm really excited about this session because I think the topic of freemium dating apps and swipe-based application is something that is not very much discussed at internet governance forums. And unfortunately, so the focus is usually more on big tech corporations like Google, Facebook, Amazon, and so on. So I think it's very important that we raise this issue, especially since online dating has become very popular. It's growing in popularity even here in Europe. And also, what is happening is that, during the Corona period, of course, since like dating, meeting people in person has been a bit more difficult, this has even grown more in importance. And so I'm very excited to welcome my speakers here. So maybe I go from top to the bottom here on my screen. So first of all, we have Nicholas, who from Levantis. So he has developed an app on Loftastic, which is a dating application with our profile pictures. I'm very excited to hear about that. Then we have Jessica Bidou, which is a well-known researcher in the field of dating applications and dating algorithms. And yeah, very cool to have you here. And then finally we have Amanda. So you joining us here from South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, and so she's part of the Equality Now NGO, which is there to like promote women's rights, also in the online space. And I would just like to, yeah, maybe you want to like say something about you in a few words. So maybe start with Nicholas.
Yeah, well, I'm Nicholas Schotten. I'm from Basel in Switzerland, and I founded my dating app Lovetastic in the year 2019. And Lovetastic is a dating app without images, but I think I will say later more about it. But actually, the reason why I created this app is because I had other social media platform before that where you could like chat anonymously. And then I saw like a lot of people were chatting about dating. So they asked, there was like a public forum where you could ask questions, and they said, well, who has time for a date and stuff like this. And then I thought, well, if people are interested in dating without images, even on platforms that aren't even meant for that, so why not creating a platform that is really meant just for dating without image? And yeah, that was why I created Lovetastic as well, and that's the reason why I'm working in this sector.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, as I said, I'm really excited to hear more about it, and I think it's really a great idea since like the most dating applications, they're based a bit on some kind of superficiality, I would say, and this is maybe going a bit like in a different direction where it's not so based on just well, basic looks. Jessica, so maybe you want to say a few words about you?
Yes, thanks for organizing this, Fabio. It's really, I followed the other conferences and it was really interesting. So I am Jessica Bidou, postdoctoral researcher at Sciences Po in Paris, where I am working in a project of citizen science, where we study cooperation practices between citizens and researchers. And I'm also director of Personal Data IO, which is an NGO fighting for personal data rights. And we build data governance models with engaged or concerned communities in a specific theme like dating or mobility, gig work. And my research, my doctoral thesis was on dating apps and dating app algorithms, where I mainly focused on not just the matching algorithmic system, but actually how the matching process is produced between multiple stakeholders, which are, in my thesis, considered the main actors. These are developers of dating apps, users of dating apps, the algorithmic systems, and also the graphical user interfaces.
Yeah, I mean it's really nice also that you also mentioned I think the graphical interfaces, because I think the interface design it's notches user into some kind of behavior. I'm certainly gonna see that. I mean, especially like to keep people also like swiping or to continue to swipe. And then we have finally Amanda. So welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I am Amanda Manyame, and I'm Equality Now's digital law and rights advisor, and I'm based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Equality Now is an international human rights organization with the mission to achieve legal and systemic change that addresses violence and discrimination against all women and girls around the world. I work at the intersection of tech and law, and I provide digital rights and legal expertise around Equality Now's campaigns to end online sexual exploitation and abuse, and to make the digital world a safe, secure, and equal place for women and girls. I look forward to today's discussion.
Okay, great. So just for the audience, so like to give you a basic plan, how we're going to proceed here. So the idea will be to focus on like 4 big topics, and You're going to start with security, so I'm just going to ask a question to one of the input speakers, and then we have a bit more of an open discussion where people here in the room and online also explicitly ask like to raise their voice. And so the first thing is security, and so like security of users of online dating apps. And then it is followed by questions of privacy, then a question about like how the algorithms work, and finally about equality on these platforms. So yeah, I would like start then with you, Amanda. So like we know that sexual violence is a big problem on these dating platforms. What do you think platforms like Tinder or Bumble and the big stakeholders they could do to improve the security of these apps, especially for women, but also for any user?
So some of the things that can be done, some are actually already being done, but I will highlight where they're currently being done and what are some of the challenges that we're seeing. But the first thing that the dating apps could do is the background checks. So just matching a new profile with any sex or offender list that you have in a country. This is usually done on a lot of the paid sites, not really offered on the free sites, on the free apps. But the challenge also with this is there are quite a lot of countries that don't necessarily keep a sex offender register. The other thing that could be done by the platforms is to work together with gender-based violence prevention groups or any of the CSOs working with survivors of any form of violence that has occurred on these platforms or similar platforms. This will assist to just help them to see what are some of the pathways of offending, what are some of the challenges that the users are facing, and how best could they assist their users. There are features such as are you sure? So that's just asking you, are you sure you want to send this message? So having that feature is great. Tinder has it, but even Tinder has found that it's only 10% effective. So 90% of the time, someone will still send the offending content that they want to send anyway. There's also the does this bother you feature, where essentially if you want to unmatch with someone, you are asked a series of questions, such as did they do anything to offend you? Did they send any of offending or inappropriate content or message to you? All these questions just to make sure that there wasn't harm to you in any way before you actually just get to tick, no, I'm just not interested in this particular match. Also having an ability to block a user is also one of the ways that platforms can assist. But I think the most important is these features and these measures have to be easy and accessible. So as a user, you need to be able to find these features easily. You need to be able to report any form of abuse on the platform. You need to be able to report it a lot easier. And the apps should also be proactive when they respond. So not just sending a generic response, but also being quick and making sure that they actually read, what the harm is or what the report is, and then get back. Shouldn't be we've received it, we'll contact you in 48 hours, and they never do that. So these are some of the things that the apps can definitely do.
Okay, yeah, that's already a lot of ideas. I like especially the what you mentioned in the very beginning, that these apps could like start to work more with the justice system, and also like for countries who like to see, okay, where are like the people, the offenders, and also to make it way easier, as you said, in the end, like for users to report things and to be sure there is also a follow-up, because a lot of times you just like report and then you don't get a reason what happened, and it's not very clear on these platforms. So maybe I can like pass this on to Nicolas, since you also have like an own dating app. So how do you perceive this problem on your platform? Do you have something to add on this? I think we don't hear you. Oh, you're muted, I think.
Now you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, actually, I think the first point that Amanda mentioned concerning these lists that of dangerous people, I think, yeah, it's interesting, but actually, I don't think like companies will get access to these lists, as I think they're not public. So it will be very difficult to really have this feature. And yeah, just concerning my app, well, of course, there are like features to ban use, to report users, or also to block users. And what we or our support does is really look at them in a timely manner. So, and check what happened, what was reported exactly, look at the profile, for example, or the incident that was reported, and then really directly block the user from the platform, that like stuff like this cannot happen anymore. And what we also do is like we have some like list of like dangerous words and stuff like this. And so, for example, if users put words like these on their profiles are already looked in advance, so that we can try to prevent as much as possible before stuff happens. And I think these are important points, but you cannot prevent everything, even if you try to. But I think it's a task for dating app providers to do as much as they can. And yeah, I think that's important.
Can I comment on that, Fabio?
Yes, of course.
So yeah, I think it's very important that we put dating apps on a political discussion, because dating apps are politicized also because of the data that they collect, right? Dating apps are collecting sensitive data, your sexual orientation, ethnicity, political orientation, very granular description of your body, which are at the source of aggressions, not only the picture, but also how you define yourself. And it is very sexualized in some apps. You can even describe your underwear. And what we have seen in a data collective that I lead, it's called Dating Privacy. We work with users of dating apps and victims of sexual violence in there. One of the problems is that the algorithm system reinforces this the exposure of these victims to sexual predators, because the algorithm is learning who this type of man or aggressors, we have identified mainly men, these aggressors like what kind of women, and inversely, the women without knowing are liking this type of men that are continuously being presented on the app. And I'm a sociologist and with an interdisciplinary background in engineering and data science, but so I can explain how this algorithm and how the apps and the data that is collected is reinforcing these kind of aggressions. But I have a question more to Amanda. What the problem we saw with dating privacy with some victims that contacted us is that they were raped after in the face-to-face meeting, and then they didn't keep a trace of the contact. The match was deleted, so the victim didn't have any trace at all. And then they request, we advise them, you have to recover your data, right, with your data access rights. Tinder didn't give anything. And then Tinder, it's even in negotiation, in dialogue or in justice with the police. And what happens is that the police doesn't defend these women because it's a very, very sensitive, touchy context, right? Two people are there to meeting, to have sex, to establish a relationship. It is very hard to put the border of at least for the police, it's very hard for them to judge when it's really a harassment or not, or a violence or not. And then the second problem we saw is that from a legal aspect, it's very hard to justify a digital case. So, what's your thought on that?
I'm glad you raised those questions. So one of the big challenges, which is not only around the dating apps, but the online platforms in general, is around liability. So you will find that in a lot of countries, in the EU, the stance that is applied is that you're not necessarily required as a platform to actively moderate for content, but you do need to look out for content that is either against the law, that would constitute child sexual abuse material, or terrorism, or there is a definition of content that you should be on the lookout for. But apart from that, they're only usually liable in instances where they've been made aware of the harm, or they should have reasonably been aware of the harm. So reasonably being aware from a legal perspective would usually either be the content went viral, so many people became aware of it, so there's no way that you wouldn't have known as the platform. But otherwise, it's usually when it's reported, and there's issues around reporting when it comes to sexual violations. And again, like you've mentioned, it could start off as either being an image that is being shared. It's inappropriate. You didn't ask for it, but sometimes it ends up with you have made this particular either violate physical space, and challenges now come up. So if you want to make a request for the data, let's say for your chats, because a lot of this usually happens in the chat, so it's not necessarily on the person's profile. So if you want to make a data request, and that's what a lot of the platforms call them, it's a data request. If you want to make that request, a lot of the platforms would ask that this request is made through law enforcement. So one of the things that we are asking for as equality now is that this be expanded to not just coming from a police saying, we have a report, can you please share this particular information with us, but could it also be from an interested party? Could it also be from the victim themselves? That's one. Two, it's also still very difficult to get this data. It is much easier when it's children, but the moment it becomes an adult woman, there are challenges around getting the particular data that you would need to be able to get the evidence that you would need to then bring to court. So there are quite a number of steps that a victim survivor would have to go through, but it also goes back to our laws. So one of the things that the tech platforms could also do is if I'm to delete as a user, if I'm to delete messages or thread of sorts, that information be kept so that and then you make it easier for me to be able to access it when I need it. And that information should be kept for a reasonable period. I can see Nicholas there say, I know it would obviously be challenges, and there are challenges with that. But as a victim, sometimes they're not going to come forward within a space of a year, sometimes or 2 years. So we also need to bear that in mind, and you might delete it for a number of reasons on my side as the user. So it's always easier if I'm going to be able to make a data request and be able to get that particular information, because sometimes without that information, I can't make a case against the particular perpetrator, even where there is a law in my country that says this person was harassing me online and I should be able to find out who that individual is, even if I've never met them in person. But I need a lot of information from the dating app itself. Thank you.
May I say something to that?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, actually, keeping the data, that's not the problem, because just you could not delete it if someone requests for a data deletion. But actually there are laws for like privacy policy, stuff like that say that the user has a right to delete all its data. So you cannot, so if a user says, so like, for example, delete my profile, delete everything, you cannot just not delete his data, because this would like not be allowed because of privacy policy reasons. So actually I think just not deleting chats, if someone wants to delete his chats, I think it wouldn't work. So I think that's, or how do you see that, Amanda?
It's actually, that's an interesting dimension that you've brought in, the that an individual requests that you delete, which is well within their right. So this is where you now need to balance between the right to privacy and the right to protection online. But in the instance where someone has come to you as the app and said, I want to delete this, you're not aware that they've done something wrong. They just requested this. It is I cannot give an answer for that. I suppose this is where the different minds come together and find a way to make sure that we're able to still keep people safe online. But again, the online space is just mimicking what happens in the real world or in real life. So it is quite challenging. But I'm glad we're having this discussion. I'd love to carry this on.
I have one proposal.
Yeah, we just got to
I think
keep a bit like a watch on the time as well. But yeah, please go ahead. Like maybe last point on this one.
Short. I think an added value for new apps would be to think about reciprocated systems. You're not just designing an app for one way, like Amazon or Netflix. And if you do it for matching, you must also be able to do it for other decisions, like should I delete this chat or not? Should I take into account this or not? You take into account the two parties' decisions. And another proposal is to create a real moderation chain in the matching and relationship process that is being established online.
Okay, thank you very much for this. So I mean, maybe I wanted to go through one topic after the other, but maybe it's now better to ask you a bit more broad question. So how would the perfect swipe-based dating app application look like in terms of taking into account the security of the users, but also the privacy, where we have seen already there's some tension there, and also while making sure that the algorithms, they don't show you results that could reinforce violence or reinforce maybe some demographic patterns of how people meet.
Can I answer? I think it goes with the two statements I did before. This thinking about reciprocated systems, security of relationship throughout the whole process, when creating a profile, when having conversations online, when matching, when deciding to meet offline, which some apps even ask, did you meet offline or not? So we are actually, these 18 apps are configuring relationships online and offline, and this is important. And I think another way of creating better dating apps is to engage with real users. What I have seen is that developers and founders create their apps based on their own experience, and they disconnect from the user's interest. And you discussed this earlier in the conference, how to create multiple stakeholder approaches in plural. And I think this is by considering the user's interest. And this is what we do with dating privacy. We give a voice and a space to users to say what are their problems, what are their concerns, how they can do something new with the dating apps. And I think this should be not only done with NGOs like ours, but with the dating companies themselves directly.
Okay, yeah, that's a very interesting idea to bring this multi-stakeholder approach also to dating apps, and to have an implemented future where people can have feedback, and also that this is kind of really followed up then. Yeah. Nicholas, you wanted to say something on this? Yeah.
Yes, I would also say something. I think this is not only the task from the dating app companies. I think maybe actually most dating apps in general are downloaded on the App Store from Apple or on Google Play from Google, and they have their App Store review guidelines, or also the Google Play review guidelines. And I think these companies like Apple or Google, they could because they have really long terms of use and guidelines and stuff like this. And I think it would also be very good if they would, for example, add more stuff that has to be done in dating apps, that there is a general standard. to enforce, because it's like if you're, let's say like me, a small dating app company, it's very difficult and takes a lot of time and also money to like implement new stuff. And it would be much easier like if there would be like some standards that every dating app has to do to improve these things. And so yeah, to conclude that maybe like Apple or Google, they should also enforce this a bit more.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Excellent point. I mean, I guess Google and the stores, like also from Apple, they could basically make the standards. But I think also in terms of search results, you know, like maybe not favor directly applications which are already very popular. And I guess there are some like connected interests there. Yeah. So Amanda, do you have like what it would be for you like the vision of an ideal dating app?
Well, I have to agree with the points that have been raised, and definitely just applying a human rights-based approach in the policies that are taken by the dating apps, because I think this will then inform in situations where you have to balance between the different rights, different interests of all users, and again, it will all go back to having the user in mind when you're developing the tech, because it is useful, and you know, as users we do want to use it, but we just need to make sure that it is safe and secure.
All right. So we have here like heard a lot about critical aspects about online dating. So do you think there's also like a lot of chances that or opportunities that this online dating space opens up?
I mean, of course there is. I mean, like people, they use their apps because they want to find their love. And so there's a good opportunity to find new people, to get to know new people. So people are not just using these apps because they're bad. So they can also provide many advantages. Even of course, there are risks. But I think if the advantages wouldn't be there, yeah, people would just not use it, and these apps wouldn't be that popular. So yeah, there are also many good reasons to use these apps.
Okay, thank you, Martin. So like we're running a bit out of time, so maybe is there like an audience question from online? So there's no question there. So well then, thank you very much for the discussion. I would love to go on. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time space here. But yeah, let's stay connected and continue the discussion, maybe via email. And what I also wanted to maybe like give you like all like a floor for the like a 1-minute statement that would maybe summarize like what would you think is the most important message that the audience here should take away. So maybe Jessica, you can start.
Hard in short time. So I think there was this question about Apple and this comment about Apple and Google that we have to take seriously because they are dominating now the market of mobile app development, and they put the standards on the pricing. By the way, there is a new regulation for dating apps in these stores, but this means that innovation is limited, that companies that create dating apps are submitted to the power of Google and Apple, who dictate how to create dating apps and in general how to innovate. So unless we create a new power, a collective power with society and with new business models out of this hegemonic power, we're not going to find new solutions for dating.
Okay, thank you very much. Nicholas?
Yeah, I would say the debate has shown many different aspects about problems in dating apps, and it's important that dating companies know their responsibilities and try to prevent as much as possible. But I think it's always the task of every user to be cautious when using dating apps and when going to dates. In the end, I would say there are many good reasons to use dating apps, so don't fear them or think they are something bad. But if you use them, don't take them too serious and know that it's just a game. And of course, never forget to go with open eyes through the real world. Then in fact, the place where you're most likely to find your perfect match is in the real world.
Okay, thank you very much. And Amanda?
So to say that the platforms, whether it is a dating app or a social media platform, they do have a responsibility to make sure that people are safe. It's the same thing if you have a town square and you bring people to it, and you're asking for users to use those specific platforms. Then it is always just good to make sure that you are keeping users safe. You are making sure that you've got some form of reporting mechanisms that are easy to use, and then also just cooperating with both law enforcement and any victims that report incidences.
Okay, great. So the session was very interesting, and thank you for coming and joining me here. And yeah, then I wish you the best of success in all your endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amanda, Jessica, and Nicholas for the very interesting presentations, and thank you, Fabio, for the moderation. It was a very interesting session. Up next, in the main stage, is Elena Falomo, who is a EuroDIG 2022 participant, and she will bring to the big stage the importance of art and artistic interventions within the discourse of internet governance. Elena, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Let me just share my screen. All right. Yes, we can get started. So, today I'd like to talk about the importance of art and design as powerful tools for the betterment of internet governance and in bringing new perspective when it comes to designing different online policies. So a little bit about me. I am Elena Falomo. I am an artist and design researcher, also participant of EuroDIG, but unfortunately, 3 days ago I contracted COVID, so I am giving you this talk from our accommodation, from isolation mode. So if I cough, please excuse me. I'm still feeling a bit under the weather. But without further ado, let's explore what we can learn from art and design within the context of internet governance. Art and design have always been at the forefront of exploring different cultural and societal shifts that can raise from the application of different technologies. We've seen how, for example, this was a very animated discussion within EuroDIG, how deep fakes can be used to animate mid-19th century portrait photography, but also different artists have explored the use of product design to explore how different robots can interact with us within the context of our homes as IoT products, but also how we could employ artificial intelligence and image recognition to identify weapons and weapons within war context. So these are all great applications that can show you how art and design can provide us different scenarios and different speculations and glimpses into the future. This is possible thanks to a framework that was introduced in the book Speculative Everything that basically looks at the future as a cone of different probable and plausible and possible scenarios and tries to identify a preferable cone within this plethora of possibilities to bring back to the present through a process called backcasting. Excuse me, to show us how a specific future can be relevant in the present to mobilize a different discourse within civil society, but also this, I argue, could be relevant for policy and decision making. However, this technique does come with its drawbacks, and often speculation can bring us in the realm of dystopia, as looking too far into the future and disconnecting us from the present can make us forget about the current challenges of today, and we can fall into techno-solutionism, which can introduce further societal issues. So a way to address this within the context of collaboration between policymakers, artists, and designers is what I called participated futures and presents, which are a set of tools and mechanisms to collaborate through multi-stakeholder participation to create the futures, to explore different scenarios of applied technologies that could be relevant for policy and decision making. So I'm going to introduce you some projects, the first one being the AI Justice Matrix, created by Yasmin Boudiaf, which is a project that explores how AI and policy making around AI can be further explored through intersectional lenses, and shows how this different technology is reproducing different systematic biases, and how different, and kind of wants to prompt policy and decision makers of looking at this issue, looking at regulating this technology through intersectional lenses, and looking at this from different points of view, and from the points of view of different marginalized community, to understand the intersections of different problems with it that are raised within the implementation of artificial intelligence. Another great project is the feminist dataset, which was created by Caroline Sinders. And it's a project that is a lot more propositional in the sense that tries to address the bias in artificial intelligence by creating a dataset to train different kinds of algorithms with feminist and intersectional data to remove the different biases that algorithm can showcase. This dataset was created through a series of workshops and participatory exercises involving different communities and groups of marginalized people. And I think this is a great example of how problematizing a different space can actually help us set standards for addressing an issue such as bias in artificial intelligence. Another project that I like to talk about is from my own personal experience, and it's Fight for the Net, which is a card game I co-developed with the academic and scholar Matthias Kettemann, who was actually doing the talk at this afternoon session on disinformation, so make sure not to miss that. And it's a card game around misinformation and disinformation online. But why a card game is so important. Card games and games in general can act as pre-banking tool. They can act as different forms of inoculation to inform different groups of stakeholders about the dangers of misinformation and disinformation online by exposing them to different strategies and actions that misinformation and disinformation actors can operate. And that helps different groups of people to develop critical thinking. Moreover, a card game is a great tool for age-inclusive participation, and it's a very accessible tool to educate people on the topic, as well as providing a hands-on learning opportunity, which of course increases the permanence of the lessons that can be learned from the space. Disinformation and misinformation is a very complex and complicated landscape and can be tackled through different perspectives, from the policy making perspective, but also by designing better technical solution, or by fostering the visual culture and design, for example, by exposing different dark patterns that are designed within the interfaces that we deal with on a daily basis, but also through different economic models, education models, etc. And so for me, when designing this game, it was really important to give players the opportunity to role play as somebody else, not only as, for example, themselves, whether they are civil society members or whether they are policy experts, but to kind of shift perspectives, to create a basic mutual understanding, and to kind of flatten the playing field and dismantle the normal hierarchy of who gets to express themselves around, for example, policies around misinformation and disinformation. As a matter of fact, within this game, players can play as undercover researcher, as debunkers, and thus this shifts the power structure and the kind of propositions that players are given. And so it's really interesting to see after every play session, the discussion around different counter strategy to counter the spread of misinformation and disinformation, to see how much different players are empowered by this shift in role playing. And I think this is super, super relevant when we talk about multi-stakeholders involvement, because when we give a hierarchical shift, we actually make different people not only heard, but actually give them the chance to actually participate and be part of the co-design process. Another interesting thing that I believe art and design can help is this cultural and language shift that they can provide. With this game, in fact, I wanted to work on the creation of also a shared dictionary of disinformation and misinformation. And when we talk about multi-stakeholders participation, this is extremely important to reflect on a language that is shared amongst the different people who are sitting at the table, and to make sure that the language that we use is accessible and shared by the different participants. And I think that in this, art and design can be great vessels of leveling the playing fields. Another interesting aspect which around the language, this is very relevant for the misinformation and disinformation field, is the fact that whilst designing this card game, I realized how catchy the disinformation and misinformation language is. We have words such as trolling and phishing and scapegoating, which are very catchy and very sticky in our collective imagination, whereas the counter strategies have very lengthy and non-accessible terminology around them. And so I think as a collective entity, we have the duty to also further the language in this realm, to make sure that we have plenty of language to address misinformation and disinformation, which is shared amongst different stakeholders. Another project that I wanted to introduce to you is the Code 2022 project, which is a project that is based in 3 different countries, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. And it's directly focused to policy makers and decision makers around reclaiming digital agencies. Different designers and artists come together to create projects around around digital governance. Some examples are the Invisible Visible project, which creates a physical metaphors of online tracking by following different visitors in an exhibition space and creating behavioral profiles, very much like online trackers do, to expose the online behavior with through a physical and much more close to the heart metaphor. Another project is the DSMA Unlimited, which is one of my ongoing projects, and it's a fictional company that wants to expose the lobbying process behind two pieces of legislation, the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, by allowing civil society members to buy an article for very little money, to change the wording, very much like big tech companies such as Meta or Alphabet have been doing in the past. And through this playful and gamified interaction wants to raise awareness around this process that happens for the worst or for the betterment of a piece of legislation. So just to recap what I introduced briefly during my presentation, is that I believe that art and design can be useful tools for policy and decision makers, but different stakeholders, but also for different stakeholders involved in governance design, to allow them to experience with immediacy a different scenario, a different future that can be explored collectively. Moreover, art and design can help us look into the future, and through world building, we can imagine different outcomes of our interventions to thus better our decision-making process and prevent negative outcomes for the future. Moreover, art and design through role-playing can increase true participation of different stakeholders groups by subverting the normal hierarchical processes that are present within governance. So I'd like to open up the floor for any questions in the last few minutes of this talk, to see whether there are any questions, comments, or feedback for me. I'd love to hear your opinion. Are there any questions? All right, I see.
Hi there.
Okay.
My name is Raul Plummer from the Electronic Frontier of Finland. Where can I buy this game?
Oh, it's not for sale. It's an open source game. So
Sorry, missed that.
You can find it. Yes, my bad. I should have plugged my game better. You can find it. It's just a game in development. You can find it at fight4d.net, or you can actually email me at falomoelena@gmail.com, and I'll make sure I'll send you the print and play version of the game.
Great.
Hi, my name is Chris Buckridge. I work with RAP NCC. Elena, I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation. I think it ties in really nicely with one of the earlier panels today about the future of the multi-stakeholder model, and I think there are a lot of discussions, questions, early stage proposals about how some of the models that different institutions have for their decision making can and need to evolve in future. And so I think getting out of the box and sort of trying approaches like this is probably a really good thing to bring. So I'm really glad you were able to bring it to EuroDIG, and yeah, maybe I'll get in contact offline about maybe bringing it into the RIPE community as well, where I think there's some of this discussion going. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there more questions or comments or feedback? Oh, I think it's time to wrap up, I believe. So feel free to reach out to me. I hope to continue this conversation in the future. So yeah, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Elena. It was a really nice presentation. I will now hand over the mic to Nadia, who will will bring to the stage the youth participants so they can present the youth messages for 2022.
Thank you very much. And thank you much, Elena. But we hope that you will stay here just for one more moment. I would like to invite the EuroDIG participants to come to the front so that we can take one group picture with Elena so that we have everybody here collected. So if you could all come forward. And then afterwards, after you've been forward, please feel free to sit at the front for your youth messages. See what I did there? Yes, please. Are we sitting? Can we come up? Yeah, let's go. Quickly. Perfect. No masks. And if you don't mind, we always take one fun photo. So Elena, you have to be super fun. Are you guys ready for this? Okay. Yeah, hands up. EuroDIG. Great. Thank you all so much. And while you're here at the front, please feel free to sit at the front to come and join us for the youth messages. And in the meantime, I invite the EuroDIG org team to sit here on the stage. So we're just about to start the keynote, and what was really a great opportunity is that before we have EuroDIG, we organize EuthDIG. EuthDIG stands for the Youth Dialogue on Internet Governance. We bring together 30 young people from all over geographical Europe, the Council of Europe member countries, to learn a little bit about the internet governance field, to prepare them to go to EuroDIG, but most importantly, to learn from each other, from their backgrounds, from their cultures, from their experiences, from their education, from their projects. So we are very, very pleased to have you all here because we went through a rigorous application. Every year we receive more and more applications, and we do read every single one of them, and we fight for the people that we want to see included. And it's been really a wonderful experience. But I will not monopolize this time because I feel that you should be hearing from the EuthDIG organizers. There's a seat free for our fourth organizer. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to join today because she was called back for a project back at home. But Daphne Stevens, she has been a really wonderful member of our community, and we hope to see her in the future more involved back in the EuroDIG community. EuthDIG is always organized by former youth participants. My name is Nadia, and I was a EuthDIG participant in 2018. Please go ahead.
Yeah, now it works. So my name is Vlad, and I participated myself in last year, 2021. Yeah, and it was a nice experience, but we had it online fully. And this year it is in the hybrid form, but more like on site. And I'm really jealous to the guys who are participating this year because you have direct access to the stakeholders and representative of different organizations. So yeah, you didn't have to wait for too long to meet them in person. Yeah. Secondly, I'd like to say thank you to the organizers because I represent myself the eastern part of the Europe. Actually, I'm from Russia. And despite the fact that Russia was self-excluded from the European Council, I still can come here and present the Eastern view on the problems of internet governance. Anyway, let me talk a bit about the event itself. Me and Daphna, my co-host, my colleague and other organizer, we were leading the first day of EuroDIG, and we tried to talk more about our background and experience. I'm actually a journalist and Daphna into online safety and cyber crimes, cybersecurity, and so on. So we had a few different sessions on it. Yeah, and Veronica also participated as one of the speakers during our session, and she was talking about how to inspire your own community in terms of advocacy and how to be proactive and so on. And we also have an intervention of Patrick Breyer, the member of European Parliament, who also talked to us about legislation in the European Union, how it changes and what problems it faces right now. We also had a nice session on mental health with the help of European Leadership Academy. Yeah, and finally, we were talking about online safety, and at the end, we wanted to have something in a way material. So yeah, guys prepared the online safety guide for their beloved, for the loved ones, because we really think that at the end you need to have something to share, and I hope it will be available on the website of EuroDIG and on the wiki page of the event. So yeah, with this I'm giving floor to Veronica. Sorry.
Hi everyone. My name is Veronica. I was a EuroDIG participant last year in 2021. I'm going to explain how the day 2 actually developed, and I will be very brief, not to leave floor to the presentation of the messages, where in the morning we pull like youth diggers out of their comfort zone, and we let them deal with a niche area of the internet, of the internet governance. In the first part of the morning, they dealt with environmental sustainability. We had Rafal Prabucki from Mass4AI that showcased some example case law of green tech, and then the participant managed to work on detecting problematic area in ICT that have some impact on environmental sustainability, and also trying to find solution to that. And some of this work then has been taken into consideration for the development of the youth messages that is going to be presented today. The second part was about DLT and blockchain. We started like a discussion on philosophical and practical narratives regarding decentralization, and also decentralization is one of the messages that is going to be presented today. And while in the afternoon we gave them the first taste of how the EuroDIG, but also the internet governance actually look like, because those participants are newcomers. They have never been in internet governance before. And we first explained how EuroDIG unfolds the program, and also gave them some tips of interaction that, of course, they put into practice yesterday and today. But in the second part of the session, session, we had key speakers, which explained us their work and how they had shaped internet government policy. And for that, I'm thankful to Callum Voge from the Internet Society, to Vittorio Bertola from Open Exchange, and Jake Block, entrepreneur and activist at Digital Rights House Foundation. And finally, we had a cross-generational interview. We grouped in three teams the participants and assigned them to different topics: environmental sustainability, the multi-stakeholder model, and the internet fragmentation, and made them networking with key experts. And we would like to really thank the key speaker, the key participant, the key guests that came to us and shared their expertise in the field, and particularly Michael Ogia, Avri Doria, Chris Buckridge, Adam Pick, and Wolfgang Kleinwachter, for sharing their experience that I'm sure they have truly treasured. And that's all for the second, the day 2, and I'd like to pass the floor to Stanislav.
Thank you so much. My name is Stanislav. I'm myself a participant of EuroDIG in 2020, the legendary pandemic EuroDIG. And I'm very excited to be here and to see this room in person. I wanted to start my presentation of how the EuroDIG participants were participating in the EuroDIG itself, because I think for all of them, this is the very first time that they interact in this group of various stakeholders. But if you look at this very room, I wouldn't say that EuroDIG is, as a minority. We are active, we want to be treated as equal stakeholders, and I think our participants managed to demonstrate that throughout the event by asking excellent questions, actively participating in workshops, and then networking in the meantime. Because when we say youth, we usually think of something as not capable or not experienced enough, or perhaps asking weird and unnecessary questions. But we believe that participating in the EuroDIG is an excellent opportunity to prove these statements wrong and actually say that we can contribute, not by just saying something, but to proposing fresh ideas, to initiating new discussions, and maybe giving some creative solutions to the problem that have been discussed for years without any follow-up. Of course, youth is not a magic solution, and that's why we believe that this multi-stakeholderism, the word that I will remember for the end of my days, after these days, is a true celebration of what we, as people coming from different backgrounds, because also our participants are coming from journalism backgrounds, political science, information systems, law. Everybody has a chance to share their perspective, ask their question, and perhaps a tiny sentence can initiate a thought that can then materialize into action, and then perhaps into policy, into some major change. And that's why I wanted to use this opportunity to not only thank our participants for being active, but also to thank to all the people, all the stakeholders that interacted and were willing to share their perspective, but also to listen. And for those people that are following online, but also those that are present in this room, I would like to thank you, because you chose to be here and listen what the youth messages are, because of course they will be published later in the booklet, but this is the moment where we get the chance to have a voice, and it is very much appreciated that you chose and to share this moment with us. And I would not take too much of your time, because now it's time to present these messages, and I would like to pass the microphone to Nadia to explain.
Thank you very much. The youth messages are designed to bring the ideas and thoughts and backgrounds together and have discussions about the difficult questions that we're facing. These are a group of people who come from very wide and different backgrounds, and you've seen how the multi-stakeholder environment is already difficult, and this is our very first experience to kind of design these policy messages and then bring them not only to EuroDIG, but also to the UN-IGF. That being said, the disintegration method is a method that uses systems thinking, that uses 30 different communications methods, allowing to optimize the manner in which we communicate with each other for those who are active or passive thinkers, active speakers, and passive speakers. And this is why we want to give the floor to the participants themselves to give a speech and present the youth messages. So I'd like to invite Katja Elisabeth Hermann and Katarina Basunovska to come to the podium and to present the youth messages.
ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor and pleasure to be standing today before you, to be able to present our youth messages. For the last couple of days, as it was mentioned, the EuroDIG strived to work and worked tirelessly to get acquaintance and to familiarize with the internet governance environment. We have discussed different topics, including cryptocurrencies, artificial intelligence, disinformation in the digital age, and the intersection between technology and ICTs and sustainability. As individuals, the rising concerns in this area have motivated to draft and to present to you today these messages. Throughout these past days, we spent precious moments networking and engaging in active dialogue, learning that we can carry out after today all these messages with us back to our countries, to explore them further and to communicate this further. After hearing your concerns as well, the stakeholders, from IT companies, from governments, from NGOs, from organizations in the public and private sphere, we would like to share with you that we also heard you, and we expect also to be heard. With this in mind, as part of the EuroDIG, we would like to encourage all of you to take what you have learned today and heard throughout these days and actually take action and be proactive and engage further. Before we begin with the messages, I would like to introduce my colleague, Katarina, who will continue our presentation, hoping to inspire you further with a key and emotional message for you all. Please, I would like to introduce Katarina with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Dear EuroDIG community, my name is Katerina Bovsunovska, and today I would like to address you on behalf of the European youth. But particularly coming from Ukraine, I would like to address you on behalf of Ukrainian youth. The past 4 months have been very hard for all of us, and the full-fledged war of Ukraine with Russia have shaken our perception of the world order, the global governance, human rights, and the rule of law. We have seen some incredible things like international crowdfunding with cryptocurrencies for humanitarian aid, and we saw that they are possible now. We saw some unbelievable things like Bucha massacre, and they are again possible now. This war has separated families, but united our nation. It has caused a lot of pain and has given us a lot of incredible and important lessons from the past and for our future. This war has been challenging for the international internet governance as well. We see how crucial is digital sovereignty for the political sovereignty. The e-government services have become essential for people fleeing their country. We see how difficult it is to differentiate truth from the fake news and find trustworthy sources of information, especially if all of the news are really emotionally provoking. Trying to preserve internet as a global network, we still witness the extreme speeding up of the internet fragmentation, censorship, and website blocking. We see the extensive and sophisticated use of cyber attacks against critical infrastructure. We see personal data leaks, and this makes us even more concerned about our data protection. We see how powerful tool of artificial intelligence technology can be employed in a very unpredicted setting of a battlefield. With all of this in mind, I would like to send one main message from the Ukrainian youth. Be brave. Stand for your values. Internet governance is a multi-stakeholder framework. It has some space for you. If you believe that there is not enough space for you, make it. If you come from civil society, defend the human rights. If you are from the industry, make sure that the policymakers understand the technology that you are using or developing. If you are from the academia, show the others how intrinsically connected are the problems of internet governance. If you are from the government, set the institutional wheels in motion and finally bridge the gap between technologies and regulation. Global support and solidarity is a matter of survival for Ukrainian people. Inclusive, resilient, and innovative internet governance is a matter of survival for the humanity. And we need you for both, for Ukraine and for the world. Be courageous, be open, be resilient. Learn, educate, listen and speak. Stand, connect, share, include and show. Don't wait, act now. Support Ukraine and support the internet governance. Thank you. And now I would like to pass the floor back to Katya.
Thank you very much, Katarina. I think we all share that this is an amazing message. As youth, we stand together. For this reason, we would like to begin by presenting our youth message in 4 main areas: artificial intelligence, cryptocurrencies, sustainability and ICTs, and finalize with disinformation. First of all, artificial intelligence in a natural world. We have 4 points we would like to commence with. Address the existing bias and data gaps in terms of gender, race, geography, and disability through the exposure of methodological process behind the data collection and processing. Secondly, recommend an open and collaborative forecast of potential societal impacts of the AI systems through multi-stakeholder impact assessments. Thirdly, request a change in the scope of the debate around accountability from transparency to contestability, where users are also included as stakeholders. Urge to enhance the guarantees for users to safeguard individual and collective rights. The second point I would like to share with you is envisioning the future of social media. 4 points we developed in social media and disinformation. Firstly, introduce a framework that encourages social and discourages antisocial behavior in the digital world. This can be applied cross-border and can be the basis for development and further legislation. Secondly, develop a European-based and owned social media platform that facilitates and encourages democratic participation and where users remain in control of their personal data. Third, encourage the flagging of misleading online content and the verification of credible and accurate content by collaboration between moderators and users. Fourth, introduce media literacy mechanisms to maintain society and users informed about the identification of fake news. Ladies and gentlemen, the third point.
Third point addresses the sustainability and ICTs. By ICTs, we mean Internet Information and Communication Technologies. On the role of academia, we stress the need to further increase investment and funding to foster research and innovation concerning the digital, social, and green transitions. Further improve the outreach strategies to communicate funding opportunities and overcome institutional, geographic, socioeconomic, and other persistent barriers, and provide financial mechanisms to diversify and expand the existing and emerging partnerships and networks worldwide. On the continuous overproduction and overconsumption of data services, processing and storage, as well as of electronic devices and online services, we strongly demand that the 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle approach be an integral element of internet governance and digital policy dialogues and decision-making. Moreover, acknowledging the decisive role of the end user or consumer, yet noting the persistent digital literacy gap, we encourage a critical perspective in the use of data and technical devices, while also supporting efforts to design accessible guidelines to learn how to make efficient and sustainable use of smart technologies. Further, on the application of ICTs for socioeconomic development, we strongly recommend forecasting and critically evaluating their use and impact in sectors of economy where their application is still in its inception, such as but not limited to administration, agriculture, retailing and e-commerce, infrastructure, urban planning, justice and healthcare. Furthermore, noting the rising trends towards platform and remote work and their influence in the youth in particular, we recommend that intergenerational multi-stakeholder efforts in internet governance also discuss the digital, socioeconomic, and environmental dimensions of the role of ICTs in the future of work. On the use of ICTs in the educational sector, we recommend European countries to allocate a minimum of 1% of their GDP to research and adaptation of innovative and sustainable ICTs for learning purposes. Moreover, further investment should be directed towards strengthening partnerships within and beyond Europe to foster knowledge transfer of ICT innovations applied to teaching and lifelong professional development and its link to climate education. Finally, moving to the navigating the cryptocurrency waters, we have the following message. First, include digital financial education into secondary education and national financial literacy strategies. Second, increase allocation of research funds to support the development of more energy-efficient crypto mining techniques. Third, consider progressive taxing of gains from cryptocurrencies to specifically address inequalities caused by the use of cryptocurrency. Fourth, encourage inclusion of youth into discussions with crypto communities as to the respective roles of regulation, soft law, and standards to raise awareness about the risks related to the technology. Finally, promote the employment of the Know Your Client and anti-money laundering tools by major cryptocurrency exchange platforms to increase the level of trust towards the platforms, and promote youth-friendly language explaining the functioning and guarantees present or absent at the cryptocurrency exchange platforms. With all that said, thank you for your attention, and we hope that our messages will be taken into account for the further EuroDIG and IGF sessions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really great to see all the hard work that you've been going through and the messages that you presented. I see that there are 4 minutes left, and I would be willing to open the floor if you would be willing to answer any questions to anyone who had any questions on the floor. It's a lot to take in when you have so many ideas and coming forward, especially when you hear it for the first time. Definitely, it's something that will be included in the EuroDIG messages, so there will be a part of the booklet that you'll be able to take time to read through. The EuroDIG participants are always available for any commentary that you have, and hopefully we'll keep them around in the IG ecosystem so that we can continue having further discussions on these. And of course, we have the rest of today, so if you have any questions that you want to address to them directly. All of them worked very, very hard to come up with these ideas, to bring together the thoughts that come from the different communities they live in. They really all brought together what they wanted to share, because these are the items that they designed themselves. The topics come from places where we built the agenda together. Rather than a top-down approach, we use a bottom-up approach, and this is what it culminates to. But I see that there's a question from the floor. Please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Nigel Hickson, UK government. There was something up about cryptocurrencies, and I just had a question on the taxation point. But look, you know, it's not important. I think there was a line saying tax gains from cryptocurrencies, which I think is really interesting indeed, but quite difficult, I suspect, for some governments, but but very interesting. No, I mean, the point I wanted to make, and I'm sure others will make it, and more eloquently than I can, but I just really wanted to thank you and to thank EuroDIG for including you in this in this program in a way that's inclusive. Now, I'm not being very eloquent, but it's so important, I think, that the voice is heard, and it's so important that the voice is not heard as a separate constituency or as a separate entity, but it's heard in the actual, you're part of it all together, just because, you're young and, I'm old, so I ought to have my own constituency perhaps, but, and your messages are so important, but not just your messages, because, we all know what happens to messages sometimes. It's not just the messages, it's the way that you've taken part in this, it's the way that you've spoken with passion, with intelligence, with, making points that are really interesting and valid, that you've contributed to the social side of this, that you were there last night talking to people and in the coffee breaks and that you approach people, that you talk, that you discuss and you learn. And I really wanted to congratulate you, and it's been a marvelous experience to be with you these few days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, but also I would like to thank the youth participants for designing these messages, and I would love for you to stand up, and we would love to applaud for you. So thank you very much.
Is this okay? Thank you. Well, welcome. So yes, I'm the focal point for this workshop, which is about basically the splinternets. I don't know if, I think everybody here has heard the term splinternet, which refers to the idea that the internet, which is intended to be a global network, will break into splinters. It will break into parts that do not communicate with each other or have reduced capabilities to communicate with each other. So we want to address the question of what is a splinternet and whether the initiatives of the governments, but also of the private sector sometimes, are actually really creating splinternets, as some would say, or they are not, or more precisely, which kind of initiatives are risking to create a fragmented internet and which kind are not. So we will have we have key participants. Before introducing them, I would like just to start with a provocation. I hope the other two, we have two online key participants, so they should be online. So I will introduce them as we go. So first of all, to introduce the topic, I would like to start with a sort of a historical reminder. So around between 20 and 30 years ago, the internet became a mass affair in all parts of the world. So originally, it was more of an academic thing, and it was mostly focused on the US and maybe parts of Europe and very few other countries. All of a sudden, it became a global issue. And that's when we really started to have a global internet which went beyond some very restricted circles and really, got to ordinary citizens. And at that time, different parts of the world took very different directions in terms of regulation. So, I mean, of course, the US, which was the original source of the internet, had this kind of very open approach and global, and with very few regulation. And maybe to the other end of the spectrum, we had countries like North Korea, for example, that didn't even have a proper internet. And still today, they basically have a closed intranet, which is using their technology to connect and provide services to their own citizens, but doesn't really talk with the rest of the internet almost at all. And then we had various degrees in the middle. And as we see, Europe has always been nearer to the American model in a way, so sort of, striving for a really global internet with as few boundaries and constraints as possible, while maybe on the other hand we have China, which has a really constrained network with, even in topological, physical terms, what is called the Great Firewall that separates the Chinese internet from the rest of the world and exerts some controls over communication. And in the end, 20, 25 years later, we see that this has brought very different results, both in terms of democracy and in terms of economy. And in all these countries, we had different degrees, maybe, of development of the internet industry. Paradoxically, maybe the countries that were more protectionist now have a bigger internet industries than the countries that were not. At the same time, in terms of democracy, of growth, of education, the opportunities that we enjoy, for example, in Europe, are definitely higher than what we enjoy in other parts of the world. So we are now at a point in which I would say governments and also the other stakeholders are thinking at, did we take the right direction? Are we still sure of the direction we took? Do we want to correct it in any way or go on? And how can we basically make the best use of the internet and get to the best possible result? And so this is why I would like to ask to my key participants an opinion on basically, according to them, I think we all agree that we don't want to fragment the internet, but which kind of initiatives can really fragment the internet and which cannot? And where do we draw the line between regulation that actually helps and protects the openness and the globality of the internet and regulation that risks to break it? So the first one is Peter Koch. He's a senior policy advisor at DENIC, the .de top-level manager. Is also a long-time participant from the technical community. So I would ask him from views from the technical community.
Yeah, thanks, Vittorio, and good afternoon, everybody. So just to immediately respond, excuse me, to your question. First, let me say that regulatory approaches aren't bad per se. So we are beyond that point where we say we don't want any regulation at all. But as you already alluded to, there might be some risks, and risks that we see are multiple. One example is for regulatory approaches to target the big dragons, as we say, to tame them, and to not look at the side effects that it might have on the smaller participants, the smaller dragons, the smaller participants and contributors to the internet infrastructure. And as we know, there's lots of important core infrastructure that is not run by American platforms, but by international and European, in this case, small, medium enterprises. And there is sometimes a paradoxical effect that what is said to tame the big platforms is actually supporting them in a way, because they can afford big compliance departments and armies of lawyers, so to speak, whereas small enterprises and potential new entrants to a market, even if they on paper get some waivers or exemptions from the regulation, they have big steps to make to comply with regulation, and have to invest lots of money to adhere to this. That's one thing. And by the way, it's probably not a real coincidence that me working for the domain name industry and my fellow panelists coming out of the mail business, both protocols by design have been highly decentralized, and both have, and the email system was the front runner, so to speak, both have seen a significant concentration. And this not really was a law of physics or natural law, but kind of a law of economics, but also a bit follow up to regulation. So this threat, the splinternet and the fragmentation and the walled gardens that all belonging to this basket that we are going to discuss today. They are fostered by both well-meant but regulation that doesn't view side effects, and also by economic effects, the economies of scale, the winner takes it all approaches to at least two different things, and sometimes the cure is at least as bad as the disease. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Peter. Yes, and I mean, coming from an SME myself, I do agree that actually sometimes the regulatory burden can be higher for SMEs than it is for big companies. But then I would like to call into play an actual intern SME, and we have Jurgita Misevičiūtė from Proton. I mean, she's the head of Public Policy and Government Affairs at Proton, and I guess that many of you know it because I mean it's a Swiss company that is providing secure email. And so I also would like to get the views from an SME that provides intern services in Europe. Please.
Thank you, Vittoria, and thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about this very important and interesting topic. So as mentioned, I will provide the perspective of a European privacy tech company that actually builds tools for a better, more open and more private internet. And as some of you know, our tools do not only enable people across the world to protect their privacy, they also enable people to keep their data safe and to freely express themselves. And that's why not only millions of ordinary citizens, but also human rights activists and journalists use our services in more than 180 countries across the world. And especially in countries with non-democratic regimes, our technologies protect the most vulnerable ones and give access to the uncensored internet. And when it comes to regulation and its impact on internet fragmentation, I strongly believe that it's all about finding the right balance, and we cannot really continue to function in a completely unregulated digital space, but we also cannot over-regulate it. So in my opinion, regulation can foster innovation, provide more choice, and it can also address the digital sovereignty goals. So with the right tools, many great things can be achieved. For that purpose, regulation is very welcome, and it is already happening. In fact, what we currently see in the tech space is a natural development. The same happened in telecoms, financial, energy sectors, and other sectors. And overall regulation in those sectors had very positive effects, and it was simply meant to happen. Tech regulation is no exception, and now it is the time for good and balanced rules to be put in place in order to make internet a better place for everybody. And as positive examples of regulation, I could name the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Services Act, and the recent proposal on the Data Act. So for example, the Digital Markets Act or the GMA will set a level playing field for many innovative tech challengers to finally be able to fairly compete with the dominant tech companies. We all know that today's internet is characterized by a handful of dominant tech companies choosing to deliberately create closed and impossible to replicate ecosystems. It is therefore not surprising that we are heading into increasingly disconnected and closed internet systems. And the GMA and to some extent the Data Act will rebalance this and will open those closed ecosystems. For example, the GSA will impact how intermediaries and platform services regulate and influence user activity on the platforms, including people's ability to exercise their rights and freedoms online. And the Data Act will reshape the existing data monopolies of data in various sectors that favor large data incumbents. It will also mandate interoperability that is so crucial for open and fair internet. So in addition, when it comes to regulation, like the GMA, we see also a global trend of regulators looking into these types of rules, which is very encouraging because digital economy is global and we need as many uniform rules across the world as possible. Therefore, regulation that makes the internet more open, innovative, secure, and which promotes, for example, choice, interoperability, and data portability is very welcome. Such regulation will certainly make the internet a better place. However, good regulation, in my opinion, also has to promote privacy and security enhancing technologies that are critical not only to respecting the fundamental rights of citizens, but also for ensuring the security of data, not only of those citizens, but also of the same governments. Therefore, certain regulations may fragment the internet and hamper security and privacy of entire countries and, in fact, millions of citizens. An example of this is the recent proposal on the SISSA regulation. While I completely support the very important goal and reasons behind this regulation, which is to protect the children, I believe there are other ways to achieve this, and in fact, more effective ways to tackle this problem. And mandating mandatory mass surveillance of all citizens, including monitoring of their end-to-end encrypted communications, unfortunately, will not make our societies more secure. Moreover, regulations like the SISSA may have the spillover effect and impact similar regulations across the world. So in conclusion, I will close remarks with the same phrase as I started. In my opinion, it's really all about balance. Regulation can definitely make internet a better place, but it can also break it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Urgita. And so now we actually have the regulators. So, well, not directly the regulators, since the Commission make proposals, but doesn't actually approve regulation. But we now have Esther Sanz, who's the head of the intergovernance sector at the DG Connect for the European Commission. So it's interesting to see his reflections on both on where to draw the line between something that can harm the global internet and something that can protect it, and also maybe on what the initial key participants have said. Please.
Thank you so much, Vittorio. Thank you so much to the panelists and the very interesting interventions. Just let me start by saying that the core topic of this discussion, the splinternet, is something that keeps the EU extremely worried because we see tendencies, very serious tendencies, that might bring to a very significant structural break in the internet. And here there are seminal papers being written by Wolfgang, I don't know if he's here, and Vinserv on what would really mean the fragmentation of the internet. We know that there are different dimensions. One of them is the regulatory dimension. There are technological dimensions also that can bring the fragmentation of the internet. There are governance dimensions that can bring the fragmentation of the internet. But why is this important? Well, this is important for economic reasons, for sure, but it's also it's important for something that we always suspected, but now there starts to be empirical evidence on this because there are studies being dedicated on this, which is basically that if the internet gets fragmented, if citizens, if businesses have a different experience when they go online across the globe, a significant different experience, then this perception of interconnectedness, the practical elements of interconnectedness gets lost, and then you enter into potential very serious geopolitical conflicts. So supporting the open and global internet is important in itself, but it's even more important as we see, as we always suspected, it's really what's keeping the world together somehow in many instances. So this is really a crucial, a fundamental topic that goes beyond technological aspects, that goes beyond the internet. It taps directly into political systems and political shapes of countries and organizations. So we're worried. We want to keep the internet global, interconnected, a network of networks. That idealism of the internet from the beginning, we believe in it. I think that Europe has always had a more experiential perception of the internet. I think the Americans tend to have a more ideological vision of the internet. Maybe China has a more practical vision of the internet. Internet is a tool. In Europe, we see the internet as an experience of the citizen that needs to trust, that needs to feel empowered, that needs to feel the openness of the internet, that needs to feel its privacy protected. So, splinternet, very serious issue. We're going to be discussing it for a long, long time. Second thing, very briefly, I wanted to mention is that our perception is that we are really being confronted with something that goes at the technological core of the internet in terms of the split internet. Because it is true that at some level, and there's people who argue about that, the internet is already fragmented. We have Chinese internet, the Korean internet, etc. But it is also the case that the core infrastructure of the internet is the same. And this is important because it keeps a frame of reference across the world on that internet, that it's based on the TCP/IP protocol and the DNS system, all those sort of underlying infrastructures that are fundamental for the running of the internet are still global. And this keeps the notion of the global internet real. What we're seeing is certain countries pushing for a change on that technological architecture, pushing for the introduction of new protocols that would not be compatible with the existing protocols, and that it would force states, countries, etc., to choose one internet over the other. And that's very concerning because the energy that those countries put into promoting that model is very strong. They're very committed to do that. So that's something that keeps us extremely worried, but it's not only technological, because in the end, this would lead to a split of the governance of the internet. So if you have new protocols, you would have new institutions, new governance bodies that would deal with those protocols. And then there is really no way back, because it's not only the technology that would have changed, but also the institutions that would get bureaucratized, they would reproduce their own means. So it would be very difficult to change the system into returning to a one single internet. So in terms of the split internet, we're confronting these really fundamental issues that it's good that they are well known, because they are keeping us very busy, and they will keep us very busy in the near future. Now, at the regulatory level, of course, what governments do contribute massively to this experience of the internet, this everyday life experience of a citizen of the internet, and that's not going to change. Governments will keep regulating the internet in their own way. I think that we are in a moment where we have to accept that the internet as such continues to be an extremely innovative and powerful tool for certain positive things, but it has negative things. And then there is the obvious political pressure across the world to deal with those things, those who are responsible and accountable to the citizens to deal with those things. So regulation will be there. The question is, again, what type of regulation is there? I think to not avoid the question of the EU regulation, I think that we've gone through many regulations. It would take hours to discuss the specifics of those regulations, and I have to confess that maybe I'm not the right person to go into details on many of these regulations, but just to tackle two elements that have been already presented in this, which I think underlie any regulatory project of the EU, not only on the internet, but generally. And they are very important. EU legislators, EU regulators take them always into account. The first one is fundamental rights. So in Europe, we have the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which it's somehow complicated legally speaking, because it's not something that it applies directly, right? It's not an European constitution. We would need a constitution for a Charter of Fundamental Rights to apply directly. But it's something that should be reflected in every piece of legislation that it's in the EU. This involves the policy process, the process of drafting the legislation and going through the legislation. All parties involved in the legislative process have that as a frame of reference. But it's also an element of control ex post. So any legislation can be brought to court on the grounds that it does not respect the Charter of Fundamental Rights. This, I think that in terms of creating a global common denominator for regulating the internet is very important. We had a session before where we discussed the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. We have in Europe the Declaration for Digital Rights and Principles. Human rights are at the center of this. Human rights are at the center of the Charter for Fundamental Rights. For me, This is the centerpiece that we all need to look when regulations are passed across the world, because it's what really keeps the internet global and open at that level, that there is this fundamental understanding that, that human rights needs to be respected in any piece of regulation. The second thing, this is unavoidable in the EU, and every regulation that we can discuss here will be accountable in relation to the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and that's very important. The second thing that we always try to do when we discuss regulatory measures on the internet in the EU is really to be aware of the different sizes of companies and those affected by those regulations. And in every regulatory consultation, in every discussion, in every brainstorming, in every study, we do these impact assessments when we draft initial proposals for regulations. There is always this component, very analytical component, that obliges us actually to look at the impacts that such and such regulation will have in different groups of stakeholders in relation to their size. And this is, of course, most recently reflected in the DSA and the DMA proposals, where big platforms, the big players, are singled out as players that need to apply certain measures if they want to keep the liability framework of the DSA. While there is a very strong sensitivity of leaving smaller players out of the most cumbersome measures, because, of course, you know, the EU is in a good position to regulate, but we also want to grow. We want our SMEs, our digital sector, to grow and to have the same possibilities than the big companies have had. So this level playing field, this idea, is deeply embedded in every regulatory proposal that the Commission produces. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and yeah, I think I say I also like what I heard, but especially the reminder that the internet has brought a sense of friendship all across the world, and it's something in these times we really need, so we would like not to lose. And so I can make other questions to my key participants, but I'm a bit fed up with workshops that spend 95% of the time making questions to the key participants, and then there's like 5 people in the line, and then there's no time for questions. So I would really encourage people to start coming at the microphone if they want to make comments and questions and so. If we have one, I can even take it immediately. Otherwise, yeah, if you want, I mean, we would like to make this session very interactive, and if necessary, we'll devote the rest of the session to your interventions and comments, and also by online people. Otherwise, of course, I will make other questions to the panelists, and we will try to explore some of the things that have been said. But please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Conor Corbett. I'm representing Ofcom, the UK telecommunications regulator. And just on the points that were made there in terms of the sort of politicization and the influence that is being seen within tech standard setting organizations, and the threat that if certain technological standards that weren't in keeping with our current sort of version of the internet were changed, the implications that this could have perhaps in developing countries, for example. And I guess I was just wondering, to what extent is industry a buffer here as well, in terms of if a technical standard was sort of produced that perhaps was a solution looking for a problem with a political agenda, would there be this sort of buffer produced by industry where, well, the adoption or the cost of kind of updating networks, et cetera, or creating networks with such a sort of, with this sort of new technological standard would in fact just be a buffer to its actual implementation and usage, and just sort of render it kind of inert then? I was just wondering if the panelists had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, does any of our key participants want to take the question, or all of you if you want?
I can.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So you raise a very important point, that we're doing a lot of outreach, global outreach on these new protocols, because we think they would be a political mess, but they would be an economic mess also for countries, developing countries that would deploy them. And indeed, one of the key reasons, and this we're in close consultation with the industry in general, is the fact that if you deploy new internet standards that do not connect with the current standards, then basically the reinvestments need to be redone. So basically, any country that signals interest to deploy those standards is sending a signal to the global markets that, well, you might switch the whole infrastructure here, we better not invest you. But what's the problem here? That there is a lot of investment from one particular country that has a lot of political power, has huge capacity to innovate technologically. We should not underestimate that, and that they are ready there to cover for these arguments. We think the balance would be completely not good. What they would lose on one way, they would with another. Plus, they would get engaged into very strong dependencies with that country. But yeah, it's still there, and there is this danger. The industrial buffers, they are counter buffers, let's say, and we need to bear them in mind. There is one from the point of view of the EU. There is one very significant political project, an economic project in the EU called the Global Gateway, which is basically a new connectivity strategy that offers partnerships, equal partnerships with developing countries to deploy, among other, digital networks and digital infrastructures. And this Global Gateway is intrinsically connected to the open internet, which again brings a lot of interest by the international investors on those countries. But we should not underestimate that pressure. It's not only about we just relying on that buffer. It's not going to go. There are powerful economic interests around those projects.
I think Peter also wants to say something, and then I'll take my questions. But Peter.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add that there is only one internet, and so all these internet technical standards are about interoperability, and further development of protocols is reacting to new challenges, to technological advances, and also it promotes technological advances. But an alternative internet is something else. It's not going to be the internet, because this is all about interoperability. So we should not let ourselves be diverted into some discussion about alternatives or problems that aren't, or I think, as Steve said, or the person at the microphone said, solution in search of a problem. That is something that needs to stand the tests of acceptance in the market. And of course, if there are forces that wholly control their own market, then they might have the power to enforce and deploy. But again, that is not part of the internet then, and we need to make that distinction and emphasize that there can only be one, because it's about interoperability and global communications, and that needs interoperable protocols. Thank you.
Thank you. So unless Jurgita wants to say something specific, I have 2 questions online and 2 questions in the room. Maybe we take 2 and then have a round of replies. And then for the online panelists, please raise your hand if you want to speak. So let's take one online, and then we'll take one in the room.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite Andrew Campbell to unmute himself. And in the meantime, there was a question also by George Cancio from the Swiss government. And his question is, what key principles and commitments should the Global Digital Compact include in order to prevent fragmentation and bolster the open and interoperable internet? So now we go also to the question by Andrew.
Hi, I think I'm unmuted, hopefully.
Yes, you are.
We hear you.
Marvelous. So I'll give you 2 questions, maybe. One is, sort of, given the significant cultural differences, for example, between Europe and the US, and the deeply, in my view, deeply flawed legislative and regulatory frameworks in the US, isn't greater emphasis on the internet being a network of networks inevitable? And is this exacerbated by internet standards being created without regard for their policy impacts, especially given the disinterest of some, mainly US tech companies, not really wanting to comply with non-US regulations? So I think from that, therefore, some form of splinternet, in my view, seems inevitable if there's going to be autonomy in different parts of the world. And then just briefly and secondly, Yogita mentioned the issue of CSAM and the proposals to scan content, and I think was referencing the benefits of end-to-end encryption for security and privacy, seem to be implicit in those comments. In my view, the current trend in end-to-end encryption, if it's unchecked, is really leading to application services and even some devices, such as IT devices, going dark, with their users and owners having absolutely no idea what communication is taking place from those applications and devices, and with which targets. And in my view, I think that significantly weakens cybersecurity. It's a huge backward step if we can't tell what communications is going on, which really creates significant new privacy vulnerabilities. And I think it's worth remembering that many of the proponents of end-to-end encryption are also themselves leaders in surveillance capitalism. So they don't have a great track record in respecting user privacy. So I don't think we should blindly assume that end-to-end encryption is a good thing and beneficial to users, because I think there's plenty of evidence that it isn't in every case. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And yes, I agree that there's a tension between end-to-end encryption and the enforcement of national sovereignty, and that there's a tension between end-to-end encryption and privacy in some cases, because in some cases it's useful, in some cases it's used actually against privacy. But I will take one more question from the room, and then we will go around to the panelists for answers, please.
Hello. Thank you for the session. I am Mariam Kebaze from Georgia, as a participant of the EuroDIG this year. I would like to hear more on internet fragmentation and its a possible future in terms of politics. As we have already mentioned, internet fragmentation has a huge contribution to the politics nowadays, and internet policies and international affairs literally develop together. And it has influenced U.S. elections as well as Arab Springs, for example, in 2012. And I'm afraid that it might result in divided world orders for the upcoming future. And what can the big states or the influential actors can do in order to avoid this? And do you think that they will even have a will to avoid this when they can act with the internet for their own favor and benefit out of it? Will they even have the will to avoid internet fragmentation, which actually harms the core and primary principle of internet, that is to bring people together and to make them more connected, create networks, and make them more united? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this is a really important question. But anyway, let's go through the panel. So let's start with Peter again, if you have any comments on any of these questions or comments.
Yeah, so I would prefer to take Andrew's contributions as a comment, because we've discussed the very same intervention 3 times in this EuroDIG already, I think. It is clear that protocols should enable policymaking and not dictate it. But given that we're talking about a globally connected internet, there is a certain limit of compatibility of policies that can be implemented, and that is exactly what leads to this fragmentation, namely extraterritorial application of regulation, which inadvertently will lead to incompatible requirements for either users or, more importantly, service providers and others, which then means that the service providers, be that platforms or infrastructure providers, would be forced to differentiate services based on user origin or user residence or anything like that, which will not contribute to the easier global communication. In fact, it will hamper or hinder it. It will also lead to voluntary retraction of service providers from certain markets or countries, or you name it, if they can't afford to manage incompatible requirements in different places. I think that's the point to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jurgita?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to take the question addressed to end-to-end encryption. Well, I was actually speaking from our perspective and from the perspective of our products, which are using end-to-end encryption technology, and they are securing the data and the privacy of ordinary citizens. And well, the benefit is that we cannot access their data. Also, others cannot access their data, so they have the security of their communications. And also we, as opposed to some other bigger platforms and providers of similar services, we do not use advertising models and things like that. So our customers can be sure that we do not apply any intrusive practices to somehow take their data and sell it. So it's for me, it's really more from this perspective that I would see a massive benefit of end-to-end encryption. And I guess maybe Vittorio can answer more from the technical perspective with, for the other part of the question, but really as far as our mission as a company is concerned and our products, our goal is to really secure the privacy of people and protect also the vulnerable communities. And end-to-end encryption really enables that.
Thank you. And I'm supposed to be the moderator, so I will not start making too many points. Maybe sometimes I will. But I first want to hear Steven, then we can continue.
Yes, I think I'll cover other sectors because I fundamentally agree with what my co-panelists have said. But maybe on the more general political questions, Jorge's question on the role of the Global Digital Compact and the UN, etc. I think there is a very firm willingness by many countries around the world to keep the internet global and running, because precisely we realize how damaging economically and politically a fragmented internet, a fundamentally architecturally fragmented internet can be. So there is a very clear recognition of that by many countries, and we will put all our weight to keep the internet open and global at that level. There is no compromise on that. Whether we're going to get there or not, it's an open question. Here, and to link it with the United Nations, I think that United Nations will have a very important role here. The Global Digital Compact will be very important. And as I said, I think that at the regulatory level, what keeps the internet moving and having a similar experience of openness and empowerment is this human rights aspect. And this is something that the United Nations should appropriate better, because we have all these resolutions in the United Nations Human Rights Council. We have a lot of documents talking about human rights. But at the level of implementation, at the level of visibility, digital human rights should not only be part of the agenda, theoretical agenda of the United Nations, it should really be a very visible role of the United Nations to implement them. And here we have two things that offer an opportunity for this. One is indeed the Global Digital Compact. Fundamental rights will be at the core. EU will contribute to the Global Digital Compact with that in mind, to keep the internet open, to have this common denominator. And the second thing is the tech envoy. There is a new tech envoy being appointed in the EU, in the UN. This is a new figure. It's extremely important because precisely it can contribute to the implementation of the digital human rights agenda of the UN. And here the EU is very adamant to have that part, that crucial part of the UN mandate into the tech envoy mandate, so that it can really take the stage, complain, make it visible, implement, when he or she sees that there is a human rights violation in the digital realm, which these days is can get very massive, let's say.
Thank you. Thank you. And then I think we can take more questions since there are some, and then, so one here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samo Grasic, and I'm coming from Luleå Technical University in northern Sweden. I have a question about how can we make, I mean, if we assume that Splinternet is unfortunately already a fact, I'm wondering if we could actually make internet services more resilient. And as someone that worked in the last 10 years a lot with the farmers in the rural areas, I can say that we are really, really vulnerable when it comes to internet services. And I can give you like a couple of examples of, for instance, how farmers were unable to plant their crop because one of the local base stations actually went down and basically stayed without mobile internet connectivity. The second one is like rainy herds were not able to find their herds because the IoT provider decided to shut down their server. So what I'm actually wondering, like, is there any way to as well regulate the infrastructure of the services themselves? So because what I see is that we are really heading towards over-centralized internet services that are really, really vulnerable to any kind of a internet outage, even if it's just a temporary one. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had another question here.
So yeah, thank you very much. So this is Fabian Monne from Youth IGF. I was wondering, because like before you mentioned on the stage that the focus should be on like this digital human rights and like implementing this in UN bodies. But I'm wondering if this should not also be like the agenda of private companies and especially like key stakeholders that act as a sort of gatekeeper, because I think this is really where the implementation takes place and not really at the intergovernmental level. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will go around the panel and then continue with the questions. So Peter, do you want to comment on any of these?
So yeah, maybe on that last intervention, and I'm not really sure I understood what the person at the microphone was aiming at, but of course, to a certain extent, human rights and neutrality should be a guiding principle for at least infrastructure providers, not necessarily for providers of other services, but for infrastructure providers. But the question is what to derive from that. That would either mean balancing the various rights, where when it comes down to, and this all boils always down to content regulation again, right? And that is something that I would also like to respond to in response to Andrew's comment made in the chat. I believe we are lots of confusion around this fragmentation arises because we do not separate the discussion around content regulation or content moderation from the governance of the core internet infrastructure. And this is something that is, I think, key to solving this issue. So we make sure that on one side we can have neutral infrastructure providers and deal with content, which is of course touches on sovereignty, on culture, diversity, and so on and so forth. And of course also by means of touching all the other aspects also on human rights, and maybe even competing human rights, free speech versus others, so that we separate that and address this in different ways, which is also reflected in various scholars' approach to having a discussion of governance of the internet, talking about the infrastructure, or governance on the internet, talking about the content layer. And I think it's important that we more and more have this discussion or make the discussion recognize the important difference between the two. Thank you.
Thank you. Jurgita, do you have any comment?
Yeah, definitely, especially from our company's perspective. When it comes to the last question, I do agree. I think it's very important that those human rights and the respect for human rights are embedded not just by the regulatory authorities, but I think they should be really the center of any business. I mean, that's where we're supposed to go as a society. Not just the government should, look after those human rights, but it's the businesses that should take them as their core values, and especially when it comes to the fundamental human right of respect for one's privacy. I think it's very important that people's privacy and the data is respected, and that their data is not used or abused in the ways that people are not comfortable with. That said, if people are, some people are willing to have more privacy, some less, but they should always have a choice, and they should have a possibility to be informed well about how the data is used, and they should have a possibility to choose whether to give access to this data, whether or not. So for me, from my perspective, when it comes to the digital sector, I think especially companies should really keep those fundamental rights, and especially the right for privacy as a cornerstone. I think this is really the way forward.
Thank you. And Esteve, of course.
Thanks. So to answer the colleague's question on centralization, the de facto centralization of certain parts of the internet infrastructure, this is something that we have also detected and that we are worried about. And the way that we tend to, precisely because if there is, as you said, if there is an issue in parts of a centralized system, there is an issue that affects fundamental elements of that system, then you have a very serious problem in terms of internet outages. And this, we observe it in different levels of the internet. The way that we have so far tended to deal with this is with funding. Detecting certain elements of that system that we see there is a centralization tendency or trajectory, and funding alternatives, basically, that end users can use. And here we have in the European Union one project that is very much based on this sort of problematic called Next Generation Internet, that really has at its core the idea that we need a more decentralized internet in order to benefit its reliability, actually, and the resilience of the overall infrastructure. But we also have a very recent project, my boss Roberto Viola was mentioning it in the keynote speech, DNS for EU, which is a project that responds to the fact that we've seen very serious centralization trajectories in the DNS resolver markets. So DNS resolution is getting done by fewer and fewer companies. So we felt that, and if there is a problem in one of those companies, then it's a very, very, very dangerous, economically costly, socially costly hiccup on the internet, that it can be a very massive internet outage. So we are basically funding a DNS resolver that will be decentralized. The Commission will not run it. It will be a consortium of companies that will do it. But it also responds a bit to that problematic that we recognize and that we are worried about. And then on private companies, of course, we completely agree that private companies will have a crucial role when implementing a digital human rights agenda. The primary way of dealing with this in Europe is regulation as well. Right? You need to count on companies to do the right thing, but sometimes this doesn't work, as we have seen. So you have GDPR, you have the Digital Services Act that precisely deal with all these dynamics on privacy, on content moderation, on their liability. And again, this has human rights at its core, and they are regulated, they have to comply. They cannot call the shots on fundamental issues for which they are not accountable. It's the citizen and their representatives who should be accountable for that via this regulation. So this is a problematic that we have. The issue, I would say, is when you go beyond the EU. What do you do with companies that operate in territories of authoritarian countries that impose certain things on them? And this comes a very tricky decision-making process by these companies that it has been going on for ages. I'm sure it leaves many boards of those companies without proper sleep for a while. Here, we've launched, and again, sorry to referring to it again, but I think it's very important. We launched this Declaration for the Future of the Internet together with 60 countries, 60 partners, that has this human rights agenda on the background in everything that it's in those principles, and that it's really open for the multi-stakeholder community, including internet companies, to subscribe. And we would hope that that agenda, that the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, also offers a framework for these companies to rethink a bit and what they are doing in outside territories where regulation does not respect human rights. I think that's an instrument that we should use to that level, and we will explore it in the implementation of the instrument for sure.
Thank you. We still have around 15 minutes, so there's time for questions. I have one in the room, and then I will take one online, and we will continue until the end, basically. Go on.
So good afternoon. Thank you to the key participants for these interesting discussions. I'm Charles Martinet, a master's student in international relations and a EuroDIG participant. So you've all mentioned how having and maintaining a global internet is a very important priority for economic prosperity, for maintaining interdependence between countries and so on. But in Europe, as you also mentioned, we want the digital space to be governed by human rights. We want to be able to govern the internet following our own aspirations. So these aspirations are often designated by the term of digital sovereignty. But by doing so, by following digital sovereignty, we may be going farther away from the US model of internet governance, even if it is not our intention, and even if our concerns about the US model are justified, in my opinion. So my question is, do you think that European efforts to achieve digital sovereignty contribute to the split internet? Or do you think that this trade-off between achieving digital sovereignty and keeping a global internet is not a real trade-off, is not a real issue? Thank you.
Thank you. That's an interesting question. Let's take the online question then, and then I will go to the panel.
Thank you very much. Ilona Stepniks asked all panelists, what can be done to avoid a splinternet?
Thank you. That's a really basic question. But I would like to build, before giving the floor to the panelists, I actually like to build on this. So I think that every stakeholder group could think at what they could do to accommodate the other views. Because, the tensions towards, let's say, fragmenting or the internet or creating barriers to global communication exist for a reason. And they're not always evil reasons. They're not always bad reasons. People that want the bad of the world. Sometimes there are real reasons why people, for example, ask countries to exert some kinds of content control, or they want to change parts of the architecture of the internet, maybe, or some of the governance rules. At the same time, since we are convinced of the superiority of our idea that that having a global interconnected internet is better for everyone, we might have reasons to convince these parties that maybe they can give up certain of these attempts, and they have more to gain by being part of this global interconnected, open, unfragmented internet. So what can we actually propose, each of our stakeholder groups? So I will go around the panel, and if you have any reflection on these and also on the other questions that were made. So Peter? Sorry for putting you first every time.
Yeah, I'm used to it by now, and thanks for asking the question to solve all the world's problems. So that's really a massive collection of questions. Maybe going to the microphone intervention first. I'm struggling a bit understanding US model of internet governance. When we talk about internet governance, we need to consider what exactly are we talking about. Governance of the infrastructure has been working well over the last 30 years, including an important multi-stakeholder effort of the IANA transition, which made at least IANA/ICANN an international endeavor. But I would read between the lines that, again, this is about different approaches to both maybe privacy and free speech. And of course, there are competing legislations in competing jurisdictions. The problem is, or the risk is that by applying rules out of territory, cross jurisdiction, globally, not only are they competing, competing regulations that end users, providers, and others need to adhere to, this type of regulation may also inspire others, maybe more additional parties, to come up with their own regulation and try to achieve global reach. Recent regulation, and this is a good counterexample, by the way, is the recent discussion about the NIS directive when it came to regulating the root name servers. And to the best of my knowledge, where this was explicitly mentioned in the NIS2 drafts, it has now been left out for good reasons, not to set precedent for other jurisdictions, for other players, and a couple of them have been named, China, Russia, and there will be others, to do the same thing and then put all the providers of a core infrastructure in that unfortunate situation to do something and the opposite at the same time. So that's also maybe partly a response to what can be done to avoid the splinter net. This is only a tiny part, of course. We need to avoid to have competing incompatible regulation for the core infrastructure. On the other hand, there's also talk about drawbridges and splinter net if countries or jurisdictions decide to decouple themselves from the internet. That's also an interesting but a different issue, because that is so much about enforcement. If I have an infrastructure that is connected with only a very limited number of lines, I should say, and that's not really completely technically correct in the age of satellites, but still you have ground stations or might otherwise be able to control that connectivity, then you can enforce that by means of force, maybe. But again, there's little that the outside world can do, and we actually see part of these countermeasures in Ukraine and in attempts to deliver internet to parts of Ukraine where the war would otherwise not allow the connection. But this should, of course, not be an example for day-to-day operations. So that should be distinguished. Where was the splintering? What is the motive behind the splintering? That needs to be researched, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution to that. And with that, I yield to the next panelist. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Jurgita then.
Yeah, perhaps I will try to answer the question about the digital sovereignty and split internet. I think it is for every jurisdiction, for every major country, it is important to have its own critical or important technologies. If a country or jurisdiction does not have it, well, it's a problem going forward, and it's difficult to somehow see countries or certain regions' economic or technological future if that particular region completely depends just on other countries' technologies. I mean, this imbalance does not lead to anything good, and especially when we talk about technology. So I think it's natural and normal and important for regions and countries to work on the digital sovereignty. when we speak about, for example, Europe, there are different ways how to do it. And I think the really right way to do it is, of course, through promoting the values-based regulations, because, you know, it's in Europe, we, as also my colleague mentioned, we put so much importance on the fundamental rights and the human rights. So we really want to have regulation that embodies those principles. So it's normal that we legislate such regulation. At the same time, it's important that governments promote companies that create those value-based technologies and services to citizens, to companies, to other governments. So I think it's a very complex topic. It's very difficult to answer it in a simple way. Again, everything is about balance, but really for me, the fundamental is that countries can never depend just on other countries' technologies. And it is possible to combine everything, embed your values, your human rights, to support the industry that really creates products that respect those values and lead in the world. And well, maybe this can lead to split internet, maybe not, but I mean, it's a very complex world. There will be always countries that do not share the same values, do not share the same view towards the world, towards the internet. But yeah, creating your technologies based on your beliefs and values, I think it's critical for every region.
Thank you. And Esteve?
I think I have nothing to add, really. I fully agree with everything you say. I think as we have seen in this conference, and in this sense, EuroDIG was very interesting that it brought the notion of sovereignty on the table. This is something that the best way to understand what we mean in the EU when we discuss about sovereignty is to look what we're doing. And what we are doing is this series of regulations. There is a series of public investments on certain technological sectors. And that's what we mean. But what we don't mean at all is to fragment the internet, to forget about human rights, to forget about the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU. That's not what digital sovereignty means for the EU. What it means is really what we're doing. And the best way to understand how this concept is being applied at the EU is to take a close look at the Digital Services Act, at the Data Act, at the Artificial Intelligence Act, at the CHIPS Act, and on all these elements that are very intensively discussed by the system of institutions in the EU. This is not the product of a vision of one country, of one group, of one stakeholder. It's really the product of a very difficult consensus. Sometimes I think it's even a miracle that we get to some sort of text, because there are so many interests, so many visions involved there that you know, it's really very difficult to get to a consensus. And if we ask different member states what they mean by sovereignty or digital sovereignty, they would come up with different questions. And probably if you ask my colleagues in the Commission about digital sovereignty, they would also come with different practical examples. So I would say, let's look at concretely what we do. That's what we mean by digital sovereignty. It's the end product of the EU policy action. And I think in general, we are conscious that this is a big experiment, because the internet is relatively new. It's old already, but new in terms of the strong shaping characteristics in our societies. And we are fine-tuning how to make the best of it with these regulations, with one common denominator, again, which is empower human rights and fundamental rights of citizens. So maybe things will not go well with certain regulations, then we have the mechanisms to tweak them, to change them. But I think we are at the forefront of that experiment, and that makes us very proud, really.
Yeah, well, thank you for giving the answer that engineers like me also like to give to any question, which is it depends. But it's true. I think what we may take out of this discussion is that we really have to look at each individual piece of regulation in each individual country and try to understand why they are doing certain things and whether the specific regulation or the specific action is going to help or not to help the ideal of a global interconnected internet. So we are now basically at the end of this, by the way, very long, over long slot for this workshop. So we just have like 3 or 4 minutes left. So what I would like to do is to go back to the panelists for just 30 seconds, 1 minute, if you have any final remarks that you want to make or any specific request or proposal that you want to make to the other stakeholders and to the community. So, Peter, as usual.
Yeah, thanks, Vittorio. I would like to thank the people at the microphone and online for their interventions and questions. And it's really challenging because the questions have all been kind of easy and very justified, but the system, and that is something that we should have as a takeaway maybe, this whole discussion and the various aspects of fragmentation and walled gardens and splintering, they are highly complex, which is one of the reasons why most of the responses had something to do with, as you framed it, it depends. And that is also indicative of the complexity of the solution because we have so many interconnects, so to speak, that and so many interaction between both policy and tech and society that it makes things really hard to find that silver bullet, for example, to just avoid splintering. It is much harder to avoid this than to create it. And let me that be my bottom line. And thanks for having me.
Thank you. And then Jurgita.
Yes, thank you very much. So as I mentioned, for me, balance is really the key. It's as other speakers already mentioned, these topics are incredibly complex and it's very difficult to simplify that. But in a nutshell, I think from our perspective, I strongly echo the Commission's approach that really human rights values, fundamental human rights should be the core of the society, should be the core of all businesses. If we want to live in the future where people are respected, where the basic rights are respected, that's just really the way to go forward. Each of us, we have to do our best to embody this in everything that we do, including our businesses. And then as far as the different regulations and the split internet is concerned, again, it's very complex, but I really believe that also cooperation of different governments across the world is really critical. I know that it will never be probably the case that all the governments, all the regions have the same idea of the internet and how it should work. Nonetheless, to as much extent as possible, different governments should really work together to come up with rules that really protect the internet, the free, open internet, and embody the human rights values. That's the goal that is really worth working for many years forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, a quick message from the Commission.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you so much for this very stimulating conversation. I think that the bottom line is something that we all share. Digitization, unstoppable. Everyone agrees. We all need to bridge the digital divide. Digital technologies are here to stay. They're going to change society. The open internet, the global internet, that's a different story. We should not take it for granted. It requires a lot of work. There is no structural trend towards the open internet. It's something that requires conscious efforts by governments, by companies, by civil society, by European Commission. But it's something that it's worth it, because in the end, as you suggested, there is a very good pitch to make to convince those who don't believe in this system to come into the system. And it's convincing, it's not threatening. It's really, we have enough arguments to convince everybody that that's the way to go. So let's go for the best.
Yeah. Thank you. So, well, I'd like to thank you really, my 3 key participants, for accepting to be subject to a set of questions that were not prepared in advance, so they had to come up with answers. But thank you also to all the people that participated. I think it was a really interesting and interactive session, and this is how I like it to be. So thank you all, and I will leave the floor to the next workshop.
And of course, also thank you to the moderator, Vittorio. Thank you very much for moderating this session. So the next session will start in 25 minutes at 4:20. We're going to look at the session responding to disinformation in times of COVID-19 and geopolitical conflict. And we hope to see you back in this room. Until then. Everybody, and kindly I would like to ask you to start taking your seats because we're just about to start Focus Area 4, Subtopic 1, Responding to Disinformation in Times of COVID-19 and Geopolitical Conflict. I would like to give the floor to the moderator, Nicola Frank, the Head of Institutional International Relations at the European Broadcasting Union. Please, go ahead.
So my microphone is now on, so that's better. So welcome to this last session of the day. I welcome everybody here, and I hope that you will participate online and here in the room. This is just to remind everybody, for those who have maybe just joined us now online, this is another hybrid session, so you can participate. You can raise your hand if you want to participate in the discussion afterwards. Now we have also a hybrid panel, so we have some people online and some people here with me in the room. We are joined online by Matthias Kettemann from the Leibniz Institute for Media Research in Hamburg and also University of Innsbruck in Austria. And we have Urška Umek, head of the Media Unit, Media and Internet Governance Division of the Council of Europe. Unfortunately, MEP von Kramon cannot join us because the European Parliament is having their plenary this week and she couldn't really arrange it, although she tried hard. Here with me on the stage, we have Rachel Pollack, Associate Program Specialist for the Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists from the UNESCO, Giacomo Mazzone, member of EDMO Advisory Board, and Eric Scherer, who's Director of France Télévisions from Media Lab and International Affairs. And importantly for the EBU, he's currently our chairman for the EBU News Committee. A warm welcome to the panel. Thank you for being here. So what do you want to discuss today? I wanted to go back to a definition of disinformation because a lot of people talk about it, but what is it really? And what I found in a Commission communication from 2018, it says that it's the creation, presentation, and dissemination of variable, false, and misleading information for the purpose of economic gain or intentionally deceiving the public, which may cause public harm. And that concerns threats to the democratic, political, and policy-making process, as well as to the protection of EU citizens' health, security, and of the environment. So it's quite a good definition, but maybe it goes actually beyond, and maybe we have to review that a little bit, because what we have seen over the last years was really how disinformation can undermine democracies, really. It can create and distort public debate. And we've also seen how disinformation has polarized the debate on the pandemic, on the measures to deal with this, and how the so-called infodemic has even been a driver of the crisis. For the second element we want to discuss today, the geopolitical conflicts, disinformation is certainly not a new phenomenon, but with social media, this tool has really gained a new dimension. And we have seen in the war with Ukraine that disinformation has even been weaponized. And all this, at the same time, we have the problem that social media are not always assuming a neutral platform role as they claim to have. So today we want to find out how the situation really is and discuss what should be and has been done to address it. And our panel with distinguished experts and practitioners will help us hopefully to find some answers. So let us start with Matthias Kettemann. He's a professor of innovation theory and philosophy of law, and he leads research on, for example, global constitutionalism and the internet and on private communication orders, a lot of issues which have to do with the subject we deal here today with. So Matthias, today you want to talk about your research on conflict information governance, especially regarding disinformation during the war in Ukraine and about private and public approaches to this. So you have the floor. I think you have a presentation. If you want to share it, go ahead.
I'm my own presentation. Thank you very much. So first of all, what we're seeing today is not a completely new phenomenon. We all know that disinformation has been around for a long time. Myths abound in literature and in our societies since times immemorial. However, what we're seeing today is a new quality of disinformation. Disinformation is being used. You mentioned the notion of its weaponization. It's being used to further certain political ends. The problem with dealing with disinformation is that it is a wicked problem. A wicked problem in political theory is a problem that cannot actually be solved. It can be mitigated, but it cannot actually be solved. It's not going to go away. So we know already now that the next generation will have to deal with disinformation as well. However, right now we're in a period of time where we arguably talk too much about disinformation, but fail to understand disinformation and its effects. Talking too much about disinformation is a problem because this leads to a decrease in trust in traditional media, in traditional communication processes, in government, in authorities. And this is actually one of the key goals of disinformation actors. They do not want us, they do not want the West, they do not want democratic societies to rely on authoritative sources. They want to convey a feeling that everything is negotiable, that untruths permeate our lived experience. So in a certain way, we have to talk less about disinformation and think more about how to effectively counter it. And this is why the Russia's war against Ukraine is a sad and tragic, but also a good example of how to deal with disinformation. We see today that disinformation is part and parcel of any conflict-related strategy. Conflicts are now happening both online and offline. We've seen attacks against Ukrainian cyber infrastructure and actual infrastructure happening for years before this recent war was started by Russia. We've seen the interconnection between kinetic attacks and between mimetic attacks, that is to say, attacks through the medium of information. And it is incredibly hard to go against these kinds of attacks. What has happened? What did European states, what did European media, what did platforms do to counter these attacks? Well, you all know that the European Union has prohibited certain Russian state-sponsored news media from appearing within Europe's media orders, and they have asked platforms to support them in that attempt. Now, I'm not completely convinced that states are in the best position to fight against disinformation by prohibiting news outlets completely. I believe that the majority or that the major role within the fight against disinformation has to be played by platforms, but not alone. Their processes of dealing with disinformation has to be audited and controlled by states and regional democratic bodies. And that is exactly the approach that the European Union has of late been taking, by example, through the rules provided in the Digital Services Act. Though it does not provide notably for new information-related crimes, it couldn't, this is not within the Europe's competency, but it does provide for clear rules, what has to be known from platforms, what has to be known about the recommender algorithms, what risks exist within the rules and practices of each platform. So this, I believe, is an important approach to both ensuring that we do not run into the problem of overbroad sorry for the background, of overbroad regulation and at the same time ensure an effective countering of disinformation. And we know that this is not going to be a task that falls only onto our generation, but also to the next generation. But what we have to do today is to ensure that the rules that we develop today are enough to ensure that also the next generation still has a enough freedom to decide political questions by themselves. This is very similar, and I'll end with that thought, very similar to a recent judgment by the German Constitutional Court on the question of climate laws. In that judgment, the court said that politicians today have to pass laws which ensure that the next generation still has the freedom necessary to decide for themselves how they want to set political priorities. We are in an age of a different kind of climate change as well, a political climate change, and we have to ensure that through our laws and practices and through the way that we control platforms' dealings with disinformation, that we do not allow that political climate change to lead to situations where the next generation does not have enough tools to lead their own lives and to live within communicative orders that they can influence, that can help them live positive and fulfilling lives. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Matthias. This was a powerful start into the discussion. Now our next speaker is Rachel. Rachel is a specialist in freedom of expression and digital technologies at UNESCO. And she coordinates the UNESCO series of very useful reports on world trends in freedom of expression and media development. And she also leads work on potentially harmful content online, such as hate speech and mis- and disinformation. And all of that in the context of respect of human rights online. So we have just heard from Matthias about disinformation in the context of the war. So Rachel, according to UNESCO research, what has been the situation regarding what some people call the disinfodemic during the COVID-19 crisis, and how does the UNESCO address it? You have the floor.
Can you hear me? No. Hello, hello? Hello? That's good? Okay, excellent. So my name is Rachel Pollack, specialist in freedom of expression at UNESCO, and I'll be presenting some of our findings and work to counter disinformation in the context of COVID-19. So I'd like to first give a little bit of context about the landscape in general in freedom of expression and media development, because we consider that journalism is one of the best ways to counter disinformation and to provide true and reliable information to the public. So these statistics that you see come from our report on world trends in freedom of expression and media development, which we released in March of this year. We see that there have been many challenges facing journalism, and 85% of the world's population has experienced a decline of press freedom in their country in the last 5 years. The media industry has also faced major challenges to their business models. We've observed a 50% decline in ad revenue for global newspapers. This was according to research that we did with Economist Impact. We also see persisting threats to the safety of journalists. In the last 5 years, 455 journalists were killed during their work. And of course, there's been a big spike this year related to the war in Ukraine. We've also seen a rise in disinformation. Also cited in this report, we found that 57% of respondents were concerned about being exposed to disinformation, was especially high in Africa and Latin America. And at the same time, there have been a number of initiatives to counter disinformation, fact-checking initiatives, and that's really exploded from 96 in 2016 to almost 300 in 2020. As was mentioned by Matthias, the result of this information is a decline in trust in information sources. We see that there was also a decline in trust in social media and the internet, particularly social media, but also search engines and traditional media. Within this overall context of disinformation, we've also observed what we call a disinfodemic. The World Health Organization said that while the pandemic was spreading, there was also a spread in rumors, myths, misleading statements that they called an infodemic, and UNESCO made the observation that in many cases this has a harmful impact. And so whether the disinformation is spread with the intention of being misleading or not, the impact is often the same. So you may remember some of these pieces of disinformation related to the pandemic that related to the origins, the spread, vaccines, and so there were rumors that mouthwash could kill COVID or that Bill Gates was implanting chips. And of course, all of this had really dramatic impacts on the public health response and people's willingness to take vaccines, for example. During COVID, there was a rise in fact-checking initiatives. We saw more than 100 fact-checking organizations were debunking as many as 1,700 false claims per month related to COVID-19. There was also a lot of spread of disinformation online. On Twitter, there were 1 million tweets observed in September 2020 related to the pandemic with inaccurate, unreliable, or misleading information. So how did UNESCO respond to this? So we've put out a variety of policy tools and guidelines geared to help our member states and policymakers, but also companies and civil society organizations in their efforts. I've put on the screen here a number of those. I would really encourage you to take a look. Besides the World Trends Report series, which was mentioned, we had a special issue brief on journalism, press freedom, and COVID-19. Also have put out policy briefs specifically on the disinfodemic. We have a report with the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development on balancing freedom of expression and disinformation on the internet. We've had guidelines for judicial actors. We also developed courses. UNESCO and the UN Institute for Training and Research has a mobile course on combating disinformation while supporting freedom of expression. With the WHO, we initiated a series of interagency dialogues on disinformation and data transparency. We launched that in October 2020, and we'll have the 10th dialogue in July of this year, organized by UN Global Pulse. And we have a resource center of responses to COVID-19. Our general approach to countering disinformation also includes building competencies in media and information literacy. We lead the MIL Alliance, and every year celebrate the Media and Information Literacy Week in October. We've also had an initiative to promote the transparency of internet platform companies through a selection of 26 high-level principles, ranging from their procedures and policies in content moderation and curation to terms of service, data protection, and teaching users media and information literacy. Very quickly, last slide. In our efforts to combat COVID-related disinformation, we also had projects on the ground. One of them notably was called Coronavirus Facts. It was supported by the European Commission and worked in 9 countries and 4 sub-regions to train fact-checkers and journalists, and also to teach media information literacy. We had massive open online courses that trained more than 30,000 journalists. We now have a project called Social Media for Peace, also financed by the EU, working with civil society organizations and tech platforms on content moderation and understanding local contexts, which is very important. So I'll end there. I've left my contact information, and for those here on site in Trieste, I'd be very happy to speak with you about ways that we could collaborate with UNESCO, and many thanks again for the invitation.
Thank you, Rachel. I mean, these were frightening figures, I must say, and the development of the situation is really worsening by the hour, unfortunately. But I'm very impressed as well by all the activities UNESCO has undertaken to address that issue. The press question might be, who should clean always behind the mess created by others, but that is a bigger question. So let us now go to Urška Umek from the Council of Europe. She's a lawyer at the Council of Europe, where she is responsible for developing standards in the area of freedom of expression and media freedom in the digital public sphere. So we have, in the previous session, we heard a lot about human rights and the importance of values and human rights. And so the Council of Europe is, of course, a sort of a watchdog of the European Convention of Human Rights. And its member states are, in principle, bound by the convention. However, we have seen, and the Council of Europe has looked at this closely, that in crisis situations, member states sometimes divert from these principles, and they have a tendency to exceptionally, what they would call exceptionally, interfere with human rights and media freedom in particular. That is the interesting part for us here in this context. And sometimes the crisis situations are used as a pretext to do so. So how are member states doing this? I mean, I'm sure you will talk about this as well. And is it, for example, acceptable? Can it be acceptable to restrict media freedoms or other fundamental rights for a limited time, for example, in a crisis situation? Urška, please.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Nicola. I hope that you can all hear me. It's a pleasure to join the discussion, albeit I'm here through Zoom. And I would start by saying, first of all, yes, it is permissible to restrict media freedom. It is permissible to restrict freedom of expression, not only for limited amounts of time. However, of course, these limitations have to meet certain requirements to be compliant with the convention. So we will be talking about that, but I would start that unfortunately, in recent years, we've had ample opportunity to see how human rights have been impacted by disinformation. But we've also seen how they have been impacted by some of the responses to disinformation. And I will, in fact, focus a little bit more on the responses. Now, I will not have time to mention the underlying standards of the Council of Europe, but they have been kindly uploaded to the wiki page of our session. So everybody who's interested, of course, will be able to look at the underpinning principles and rules that are sort of embedded in what I'm going to say. Now, as Nicola said, disinformation is a very serious threat to democratic institutions, and it requires an appropriate response. But what constitutes that appropriate response from the human rights perspective, which of course is the perspective of the Council of Europe? Such a response needs to comply with the European values of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And I wish to make 3 points, quite briefly, that hopefully will illustrate this a little bit more concretely. First, to respond to what Nicola was saying, it is understood also in human rights context that extraordinary circumstances will require exclusionary measures. And those inevitably encroach on rights and freedoms. Now, most human rights in the Convention can be restricted already on the basis of the European Convention on Human Rights. But indeed, sometimes measures of exceptional nature in emergencies require also derogations from the Convention obligations. This possibility to derogate, which essentially means to temporarily reduce the applicable scope of the Convention, is an important feature of the Convention system because it permits the Convention to continue to apply in this limited scope, but also, and perhaps even more importantly, it permits for the supervisory machinery with the European Court of Human Rights to still continue to perform its role. So what happened during COVID-19, for example, we've had several of our member states informing the organization about such derogations. Although I have to say here that some of the states which adopted most restrictive measures and legislation made no such notification to the organization, which was quite telling, I think. But some states explicitly derogated from Article 10, which guarantees to everyone the right to freedom of expression. Now, some of these measures described in the notifications would include, for example, requirements for the media to provide official information about COVID and government measures that were taken in response to COVID. And this was, of course, done to counteract disinformation. But what happened also was that sometimes media would be required to not depart from the official information, to only use official sources. And this, of course, becomes a bit problematic here, because the very mission of the media is to independently gather information and verify them for accuracy, and this includes government information. Then other restrictions, which were more problematic, were included requirements to take down online information that was deemed by the state fake or distorted. And in some states, health disinformation was criminalized. In more extreme cases, the new legislation, in fact, exceeded the period of the pandemic and was made permanent and also punishable by prison sentences. So in some states, yes, we could say that derogations were used to excessively restrict freedom of expression. And this leads me to the second point that I want to make on legality and proportionality of restrictions. Now, disinformation covers a potentially large range of expressions, but under the convention, not all that is factually inaccurate is also illegal. So in fact, for the most part, factually wrong expression is protected under Article 10 of the convention, unless it also interferes with one or more of the legitimate aims that justify restrictions. And health, as well as national security, are among such aims. But notions such as false or distorted information are simply too vague and overly broad, and they would hardly comply with the requirement of legality, namely that they should be clear, foreseeable, narrowly construed, also in emergency situations. And the court can, in fact, as post facto, assess such even emergency measures. Now, both the pandemic and war against Ukraine involve very quickly changing situations where information is sometimes simply not possible to verify in real time, and mistakes can happen, which is why restrictions, also to be proportionate, of course, need to be focused on preventing possibly devastating damage. And then procedural safeguards are essential. All decisions restricting freedom of expression need to be reasoned and subject to judicial review. The larger the interference, the more important it is to have such safeguards. Also, in terms of combating online disinformation, this still applies. In this sense, I think that it's important to note that beyond removal, there are other content moderation techniques that can be used for harmful but not illegal content, such as downranking or demonetization, where that is applicable, of course, or provision of additional information for users, like trigger warnings or additional content from independent sources. And this independent sources, namely, brings me to the third and final point, very short point on which hopefully we can expand a bit later, that of building a communication environment that promotes quality information. Now, during the pandemic, we have seen demand for quality news going up. And I think this demand for trustworthy information, trustworthy news is accentuated also during war. But the ability of the media to deliver on that, of course, had been weakened long before the pandemic and then additionally diminished during the pandemic. So just to conclude, I'd say that a conversation about how to support sustainable, independent, pluralistic journalism and the media needs to be an inherent part of any disinformation debate. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Olga. You touched upon a lot of different issues, quite complex also to to understand all of those, but I think there were some keywords I think which are important here. Again, trustworthy information, quality information, which is necessary to counter disinformation. And the question, who decides also what is disinformation? I mean, is it the government? Can the government decide what disinformation is? Can platforms decide? I mean, all of these issues also play an important role in this debate. And they would probably deserve a longer discussion on their own. Let's now come to Giacomo Mazzone. You know, many of you know Giacomo very well. He is actually a former colleague of mine at the EBU and a long-standing active contributor to EuroDIG. He is a journalist and former director of news at RAI, and he also worked for international public media and private media. Today he represents here the board of the European Digital Media Observatory, EDMO, which I understand brings together fact-checkers, media literacy experts, and academic researchers. So let us hear why EDMO was set up and what they do is, what their role is, and also how they, what they do in relation to special crisis situation, for example, the Ukraine war. Giacomo.
Thank you very much, Nicola, and very glad to be here with you. The question is very simple answer to the question that Nicola raised about why it was created. You remember that some years ago the European Union signed an agreement with the platforms, digital platforms, that was based on a self-commitment, and this self-commitment was by the platform that they will counter, among others, hate speech, terrorism, and also disinformation. This self-commitment, the main problem that we have with the self-commitment was that there were no measurement possible because there were no reference and no point where to really calculate if this commitment was fulfilled or not. And you know that the self-commitment code has been revised just recently, just a few days ago. So the European Commission funded an independent initiative that is called EDMO, and that you can see from the slides that I try to move is not too much. Okay. Now I found the way. Yes.
You have to start this again.
Yes, thank you.
And
sorry.
you should be able to click this
Yeah.
to the next thing.
As you see, I'm not digital literate as would be needed. So the EDMO that now is present in many countries in Europe, practically everywhere, is a network of organization that has been created by a consortium that is based in Florence at the European University Institute. And the consortium main partners are the Data Lab of Aarhus University, the Athens Technology Center, and the Italian Pagella Politica fact checkers. This initial group has gathered then a group of experts, and I'm part of this as an advisor in the advisory board. And also they are working closely with 8 national hubs that are based in France, Spain, Belgium, Poland, Sweden, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Denmark, Finland, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Ireland, etc., in which there has been set up other agencies that are doing the same job on the national basis. So this covers practically most of the linguistic diversity of Europe. This network will be implemented in the next year to come in order to cover all languages of Europe. The work of EDMO mainly consists in trying to make measurable what was not measurable at the beginning, and try to fix criteria for checking if the collaboration of the platform is effective or not. There is a mix of various initiatives. One is the fact-checking. This is probably the most visible. So there is a gathering of around 30 different fact-checkers organizations around Europe that covers practically all countries, as you can see from the map. These fact-checkers are working together through a collaborative platform that is called Truly Media. We can see the page of the Truly Media collaborative tool work. This is a tool work where all the fact-checkers that are belonging to the network, and the network is open to also to others, so can be expanded. They can put something that they believe is risky, wrong, suspicious, and then they can collect information from the others of the network. What is important is that this tool that has been designed by the Art and Technology Center and by Deutsche Welle, again, public service broadcaster, is made also for checking disinformation across borders. Because one of the main problems that we have in Europe is that you monitor the English-speaking disinformation, but probably you miss what is made in other languages across Europe. While in this tool, you can reconnect all the dots, because the single elements that are identifiable in different languages can be reconducted to the sources, so you can see the sources can be the same for many countries and many languages, and you can also see the trends. Once that you know which bots are doing disinformation, you can see which kind of disinformation they are doing. And then you can start a fact-checking activity. The fact-checking activity proved to be very important and efficient in two occasions in this short span of life of EDMO. We have only 1 year and a few months of activity. The end of the pandemic and all the Novax polemics, as Rachel correctly explained, on a global scale. EDMO is only European Union based. And the second, the Ukrainian war. What we decided to do as EDMO was that immediately we start to, a few days after the war in Ukraine, or the special operation, as somebody would say, we started to monitor what was happening all across Europe. And so the interest of the exercise that we are gathering information coming from all the countries, and you can see which are the trends, which are the sources, and who are spreading this information. There is a monitoring exercise that publish weekly report, and then this weekly report are condensed in monthly reports that are available on the website, where the most important trends are detected and showed. For instance, this is a slide of the last week bi-weekly report about Ukraine, published on 10 of June. And you see that these are trends concerning disinformation about the war. So you have false information about the foreign support to Ukraine, you have disinformation on refugees, you have fake information about the military operation on the field, distorted representation of the Ukrainian leadership and Zelensky in particular, and also discrediting the media reporting on Ukraine. This was very important on the Bucha controversial reporting. What we have seen through this monitoring exercise is that the same bots that are promoting these false narratives are also working on a different way, and they promote other false narratives that apparently are not totally related with. For instance, in Germany, we have seen an intensification from the same boats about the narrative that the European Union will stop production of cars, because who is originating that thinks that this will create a mistrust towards the European Union, and in a car-based culture like the German one. In Poland, the narrative has been about LGBT, saying that European Union is supporting LGBT, etc., etc. And in other countries, for instance, southern countries, has been about refugees. So you see that the narratives converge to a unique scope that is not only disinformation about the war, but is also creating mistrust and mistrust in media, mistrust in government, mistrust in any kind of authority. So we see that this is part of a unique discourse and part of a unique narrative, and now we have the tools to better understand how it works. And based on that, the next code of conduct of the European Union could be more effective, but more than that, we hope that we can be more effective once DSA, DMA will put in place tools that will allow citizens all over Europe to become part directly in this campaign and trying to counter the trends of the digital platforms when they are going on the wrong direction. Thank you. There is many still to say, but I think that we have to stop here for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. This is really very interesting and frightening at the same time to see how they combine narratives to create mistrust. So this is something maybe Eric Scherer can address now. What do public service media organizations to counter this mistrust? And you are an expert in different aspects of the digital revolution, especially to media industry. You have looked at this issue for a while. You are also a journalist and you have worked in different press organizations in France and abroad. So yeah, how does public service media deal with this? And there's also one aspect, of course, that disinformation has contributed to polarization, which in turn has created a lot of aggression against journalists, not only public service media journalists, but generally. And this was really an issue. We heard about this also from Rachel already. So that is something which is very worrying, because there is always the risk of self-censorship of people who are frightened. And yeah, so where do we go from there, and what can public service media offer in this context? Eric.
Yeah, maybe I take your mic. Hello. Yes, thank you, Nicola. Yes, I'm talking here as a journalist. I'm talking here as a media professional on behalf of media, and especially from a public media side. I truly believe that the battle against disinformation begins with journalist freedom and safety. And this is today a huge concern everywhere. And therefore poses a big risk to democracy. As you know, never before have citizens been so inundated with information, but never has this information threatened democracy so much. Let me give you some example we encounter in the last few years. First of all, I think we all agree, and we have shown today, yesterday, the past days, that the quality of our information sphere seems to have degraded considerably. We are facing increasing popularism, not popularism, so it's populism all over Europe. We are facing increasing polarization, and we will come back on this. We are facing distrust from the citizen, distrust addressed to the media. We also have a lot on our shoulder. I think the journalism elitism coming very often from a white dominant social class has played a role. We are facing war now in Europe, censorships, dictatorships, gangs, drug cartels, violence from the society. We are facing conspirations, organized movements, state disinformation, we have talked about this today, fake news, and a post-truth phenomenon very concerning. We are facing the irresponsibility of the social networks, and we can come back on this, but I don't think the work of journalists is to clean the stables of Facebook and YouTube. We are facing street demonstration where our crew are now under attack in the streets. We are facing online harassment, especially female journalists. And this is a big problem. And last but not least, we are also facing problem inside our own organization where the pressure is high, where there are sometimes the Me Too problems growing. And in the same time, you know and you see that dozens of thousands of journalists have lost their jobs in the last few years. Worse, the last annual report from the Reuters Institute is showing that there is also a news fatigue among the public and among the audience. So how to make how to make possible for us to share the same reality that we are all seeing to our audience? I'd like to emphasize that the public service media has an absolutely crucial and key role to play in the storms. And with COVID and the war in Ukraine, we have seen a strong movement back towards professional and verified news coming from PSM, the public service media. And this is a very encouraging movement. Not later than this week, a study from the BBC showed that even teenagers, British teenagers, are trusting the BBC more than any other sources, including social networks. This is another encouraging sign. But on the same side, on the same time, sorry, I believe that never have we journalists in public broadcasting needed so much to confront our practices, our own practices, and our own mission with the reality of the coming world. Please remember that we journalists, we didn't see many important things coming. We haven't seen very well the climate crisis coming, and in front the yellow vest movement, while our British and American friends, colleagues saw neither Brexit nor Trump coming. So we have done our own mistakes. What I believe we have to try is to try to remain a beacon, a reference in the noise, a kind of a reference space for the democratic debate, to help guide this debate. We have to remain on our fundamentals, to be based on our strengths, to be much more attentive and to listen much more to our audience and to work closer together. And this is the last part of what we believe inside EBU now, that more cooperation is needed. We cannot do that on our own. More cooperation, not less, is required to navigate a path forwards through the crisis we are now facing. International trust and cooperation are in desperately short supply, but this is the only way out of all this intertwined crisis. And inside EBU, the European Broadcast Union, the biggest media union in the world, we have decided and we have begun to accelerate the pace of cooperation. After all, with more than 40,000 journalists, we have the biggest world newsroom. But so far, they don't work too much together. So let me share you with some recent initiative we took and we are trying to put in place together. We are engaged in a stronger cooperation on the war on Ukraine, in exchanging much more of video content. And this is not a small word. Never before in the history, or in the 70 years of history of the EBU, have we exchanged so much content on this event. Of course, we have to strongly support our Ukrainian colleagues who are doing a fantastic job under terrible circumstances. We are beginning to examine how the newsroom, the reporters send in Ukraine, the war reporters can index some content used maybe later for possible war crime evidence. We are already beginning to develop a common digital offer in Europe called the European Perspective, based on the latest digital tools. And we are very proud to have used the latest AI and recommendation technology to open the windows while so many others are trying to close the window for our audience. We are trying to reinforce our EBU investigative journalist network because investigation is a key part of public service media. You don't see a lot of private sector media doing this job. We are trying to build something very new, very, I would say, audacious and new, is to try to build a public service algorithm based on PSM values, based on PSM editorial value. And we will show more I hope in the next few months. Obviously, we have to develop a much more transverse culture among our different beats to cover the climate crisis, and we are working together on this. We obviously have to work more on the digital mindset in our newsroom, which is not at the required level today. We have to develop, and you mentioned it before, a much bigger digital literacy to share with the audience, because the audience have taken our production and distribution tool. Very often they know how to use it, but very often they don't know. And we as professionals, we can help. And last but not least, we believe we can develop a journalist safety campaign. And we are increasingly, because as mentioned at the beginning, we are increasingly seeing evidence of online threats, harassment, and alas, actual physical violence. So this year and next year, we will focus to highlight the extent of these threats to the safety of our journalists, and by extension, the risk they pose to media freedom and democratic society. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So you already presented some, let's say, future projects and ideas for cooperation. On the basis of that, and all the other contributions, of course, of this panel today, I open the floor for questions and comments. And I can see here is already one comment from the room. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm a bit surprised to hear conspiracy theory again. There is no social bot. And the theory of bots being automated AI agents to influence social media has been debunked by researchers, and there has been no single social bot identified. The so-called botometer is just pure nonsense. And I'm really surprised that you, representing the truth and fighting against fake news, are putting this in front of us that has been debunked already for some years. And I'm wondering why you're doing it. It is wrong. There are no social bots, but you mention it. So the real issue here is that we have fake news on all levels, that we have fake news from governments saying one thing, saying that something is fake news, and the next day they confirm it. It's the old dementi. We have fake news in journalism, and we have fake news, of course, in social media. And so the real important thing is not to spread fake news when you fight fake news. Thank you.
Thank you for this comment. Who wants to reply? I mean, we heard about the different elements about fake news. Of course, it's Oskar mentioned what happened also with regard to restricting media freedom sometimes, and that some governments want to decide what fake news is or what it is not, or disinformation for that matter. But maybe this is a question really addressed to Giacomo. I mean, yeah. Yeah, but okay, but all right. We can also continue with other questions and then take them together. Okay, please, a question here also in the room.
Mine is very unrelated to that, but thank you for your talk. I'm part of an organization called Students Against Pseudoscience, and I was wondering, since there's a large amount of will from just civil society as well to really make a change with tackling disinformation, what can we do to help? And you mentioned lots of different projects and initiatives going on. Are there ways that we can get involved through organizations like mine or just as an individual person?
Yeah, I think that is a very good proposal. Thank you for that. We can come back to this as well. And now here another question but there's also a question maybe from online to change. From Matthias, please, Matthias.
Not so much as a question, but rather my willingness to answer regarding the bot-related comment.
Yeah, go ahead. It's fine. Yeah.
Fantastic. So what researchers sometimes, or what the public sometimes conflates, is social bots, which are a niche phenomenon, if at all, and the use of automated tools to amplify disinformation, which do exist. We know that, right? And that is why platforms have developed a number of tools to fight the automated amplification of disinformation. But in that context, the questioner is of course right that we have to be very careful in how we communicate about the things that we know and the things we don't know about how disinformation travels and who's responsible for that. So we have to be very careful not to violate the trust that is put into science by society, which would be something that those who actually who promote disinformation, they would appreciate that, people having less trust. So we have to be very careful in how we communicate what we know and what we don't know.
Thank you, Matthias. And the sort of mistrust in science and or scientific research was an issue, of course, also with regard to COVID. We have seen it a lot. Okay, yep.
Just to answer the second question, yes, we need you, the students, the young people. I think one of the key part of the solution will come from the young audience, and we as media, maybe as all media, we should give the key of our media more to the young audience, because we will, if we don't do that, we will lose a huge part of our society. So what you are doing inside your own country or your own community or your own organization is much welcome.
Thank you, Eric. And let's take a question again from the floor here, please.
Werner Straub from Core Association. There was an interesting transcription mistake just a minute ago. The European Broadcasting Union was transcribed as the European Bodycasting Union. And that is actually interesting because of the contrast. Actually, what is happening on the internet and what is probably the underlying problem of journalism is indeed that bodycasting, nothing to do with the EBU, but bodycasting has been the actual paradigm. Humans are thrown at the news selectively rather than the other way around. So the targeting mechanisms are there to deliver certain people with certain ready-made beliefs to certain news. So that of course, advertising is going to be, at least superficially, more effective, and the same paradigm can be used for disinformation. Highly selective disinformation is even very difficult to find it because it's so selective. Now, as this is also the paradigm that actually led to the breakdown of advertising income, because the advertising is always going to be based on the individual rather than actually the site. There is a question of whether parties that have an interest in some form of traditional advertising could actually try to promote a standard of strictly content, not personalized advertising. I suspect that actually even advertising, but advertisers would actually sometimes prefer to have a medium where they are not forced into personalized advertising. Personalized advertising is good maybe in the short run for the advertiser. In the long run, the advertiser risks losing the very audience because they don't own their audience themselves.
Yes, you know that the previous form of advertising was not perfectly working. You know that mass media were doing we were doing carpet bombing news and carpet bombing advertising. Now we are on another kind of paradigm, which is we are becoming precision media. And the advertising industry is trying to be as precise as they can. This is a tricky point. We believe, and I mentioned it before, we are trying to build inside EBU a kind of a public service media algorithm where we will mix at least two things, hopefully three things different. The first one is the editorial expertise we have as human professional, as a media human professional. We will mix that and with our values, the editorial values of PSM. We will mix that with the capacity of the machines, the algorithm. And we have to mix and to add to this the power of our network, of our friends, which is coming from the social networks. So a kind of a tripod of expertise between humans, machine, and friends. Very difficult to achieve, but we will work on it.
Giacomo, you want to take
Yes. I want to come back to the first question because probably there is a need for a complement of information. What I said probably was not correctly interpreted. But what I mean is that the evidence, and the evidence is on the website, you can download the material whenever you want, is that the same sources of disinformation were dealing with different kind of narratives, all bringing to the same concept, that you cannot trust anybody. This is the main messages that is arriving, and this arises from certain sources that, of course, you can arrive until a certain point, because you don't have access to the last mile, so you cannot see exactly from where this starts, but you can see who amplifies. And the bots are exactly this, amplifying a message and trying to bring to the big masses. We can sideline and discuss more in detail this. I can put you in contact with people dealing with this research. What is important is that we are finally collecting information based on massive data. What EDMO will do soon is that from last week we have made an agreement with the platforms that will allow, through the mediation of EDMO, to researchers from all over Europe to access in real time to their databases. So what at the moment we are doing, inferring from the outside, can be done from the inside, if they play the game. We will see if they play the game. And once that this will be possible, soon I think that at the next EuroDIG we can see the results, then we can be more precise and we can better analyze. But the problem will remain the same. The main problem is not debunking and fact-checking, because as correctly Eric said before, the mess isn't the mechanism, the intrinsic mechanism of the social media that is divisive, is polarizing, and is it works better as much as there is division and contrast within society. This is a structural problem that needs to be addressed. DSA, DMA, that the tentative of the European Union to try to solve the mess, will have to put in place mechanisms that are not self-regulation mechanisms, but are binding mechanisms through the law and through the enforcement. We will see if it will work. But what is important is that we are collecting data that will be relevant for decision-making process in this sense. I hope that this answers to the question. Thank you.
Thanks. And I see there is an online reaction or question.
Sorry, that was still not one.
Oh, okay, okay. So we'll take a last question from the room here. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Silva Heinonen, part of the EuroDIG this year. My question is related to fact-checking and like flagging misinformation. You mostly talk about debunking and correcting misinformation, which some research shows that it's not that effective. And there's suggestions of also verifying accurate information. So what's your take on that, and is that considered? Thank you.
Who wants to answer? Giacomo? Or Rachel, maybe? Eric? I don't know. Rachel, maybe? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'd also like to come back to the question on advertising. Yeah, maybe to say on this, with the fact-checking initiatives that I cited with this Coronavirus Facts Alliance, and there is, as you point out, some questions about the effectiveness of fact-checking, of once people have already seen the information, is it too late? Does it actually reinforce their existing views? I think, and this is my observation, it's not a UNESCO statement, let's say, but with the war in Ukraine, and the United States government came out and pre-bunked and released some of the intelligence of what would happen, and that apparently was quite effective in turning public opinion and even among governments of what would happen. And so I think there is reason to believe. The other thing is that the platforms often work with trusted flaggers, fact checkers, CSOs, journalists. And so if they flag content as being hate speech, disinformation, and then the platforms remove it, or they use techniques, as a representative of the Council of Europe said, of downranking or putting a warning label, that's actually action that then will affect how many people see the posts, how it is spread. And so it's maybe not the fact check alone, but then it's what happens after that, and how many viewers will then see it. So I think there is still a lot of value in this. And maybe that also connects with the question about debunking pseudoscience. And so that could be one way, through joining a fact-checking alliance. There's questions with the platforms about how transparent they are with regards to trusted flaggers, of even knowing who they are, how they're selected, how they're monitored. I think hopefully through the DSA that will be clarified. I want to also just touch on the question about personal advertising. And so I think that's reflected in the research that we did with The Economist that showed that ad revenue for print had dropped by half in the last 5 years. And so there were a lot of questions about, is this an extinction moment for media? With COVID-19, there was actually fear that media, especially local media, would just not be able to survive. And there were many layoffs, closures of some media organizations, but then at the same time, a recognition and the importance of true and reliable information. And I think everything that was said by France Télévisions and by EBU about the efforts, I think UNESCO very much supports. We've been putting forward an idea of journalism as a public good that serves the good of the public, for democracy, for peace. And that's founded on 3 pillars. One of them is media viability, which is the economic side of the news media. Another is media and information literacy, as mentioned. And the third is transparency of the internet platforms. And so all of those things are needed to ensure that we have a vibrant media sector, especially in public sector, public service media, that's able to face the challenges that we have today. So thanks very much.
Now, I take a very last question, but 2 of our members of the panel need to go because they have to catch a flight. So you still want to ask a question? go ahead quickly, and then maybe we can give the floor to Oskar again, because she hasn't spoken so much. And if you go ahead with your question, please.
So yeah, thank you very much. So this is Fabio again from the IGF. So I am a bit concerned about actually that the traditional media is losing the attention economy game now during, I mean, we had in the COVID pandemic, but also unfortunately still nowadays. And I think one main issues, I mean, at least as I'm experiencing it, is that we have some kind of repetitive messages in the traditional media, the headlines, the same thing again and again. Which is not disinformation, but which is still factually true. But it's like people, they might have lose interest in actually following these whole stories. And I think there actually, lies a big danger, because you have the applications where you mindlessly just go through them, and you might not probably fact check what is going on. And even if you say, most people know, okay, this is not very reliable, they will still take this misinformation with them and unconsciously maybe process it, whereas the attention goes away from, I don't know, like daily, like traditional television programs that all the people used to watch. Like where young people, for me, for instance, we don't do that so anymore. So we are more on these social media platforms. And there, to come back to the point, is I think it's a bit of a problem that the media there kind of centralizing. I mean, I appreciate this cooperation, but that there is not more investigative journalism and more individualized information that brings also a bit more diversity, and also not just human rights and everything, but also competitiveness. That's it.
Sure. Yes, I think this was more a statement than a question, I understand, but well taken. A lot of points which I think we would agree with. And now, as I said, Giacomo and Eric have to leave, unfortunately, to catch a train. We are also already running late, so I would give the floor maybe to Oskar, who hasn't spoken so much, if she wants to make a last comment, and Matthias, for that matter, also, if you want to add anything, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Nicola. Thanks, everyone. Perhaps I'll just continue where the last participant ended, which indeed was not so much a question. But I would say that, as a lot of people have said, disinformation is something that cannot be tamed simply by legal or any other type of measures uniquely. So this means that we will need to think of a variety, because disinformation is a multifaceted phenomenon. We will need to think of a variety of countermeasures. And we have heard of a few of them. I think that legal measures will be important. I think that some regulatory oversight over the platforms will be important in the future. We have tried with self-regulation, and it hasn't really yielded much result. But I think that there are two other points where we will have to really reinforce our investments also. And that is, of course, indeed to have more pluralist, more interesting and more sustainable journalism, and also to have much more informed citizenry than we do now. So we'll have to invest into digital literacy as well. And in that sense, I would say that obviously public service media has a mission, and it has been fulfilling that mission formidably in these two big crises that we have been discussing today. But also, journalism has also in the past, in history, been supported by all kinds of, donor schemes. And I think that time has come for these schemes to sort of be revived, and for us to acknowledge that perhaps for a public good, as Rachel has said, it is worthy of having certain investments also by states, for example.
Thank you, Oskar. Matthias, do you want to add anything to this?
Just to add one thing to the questioner. If you're interested in the development of a lot of those phenomena that you mentioned, you should have a look at the Reuters news study, which is a beautifully conceived and professionally done study related to changes in news consumption over 20 plus years in, I think, 50 countries. You'll find that online, and you'll be able to track a lot of those phenomena that you've just alluded to. And basic message, the internet is becoming much more important in terms of media consumption of news media. and also distrust is rising, but young people are still interested in good quality information, which is a good news for the future. More on that, just check the study.
Thank you. On these words, I will close this session just to say that much more needs to be done. It's probably a combination of a lot of different measures, including also regulation and investment, media-related activities by all the different actors, and cooperation between the different institutions. And that's why it was so interesting to have you all here. Thank you very much to the panel. And thank you very much to all who participated in this interactive, very interesting discussion. And I hope we will continue this discussion and see you soon. Goodbye.
And of course, thank you to Nicola for moderating this session. So the next item on the agenda are the EuroDIG messages. And to give a short introduction to the EuroDIG messages is Sandra Hoverichter.
Okay, so we almost made it. Just like yesterday, this is the message drafting process, and I will briefly go through it again for all those that were not in the room yesterday. So our reporters, Andriana in person from the Geneva Internet Platform, they took notes for all the sessions under one focus area. And it's your task now to agree in rough consensus on the messages for this focus area. It was 3, right? Or was it? No, 4. Focus area 4. The Internet in troubled times. So we had those 2 plenary sessions and 1 workshop in this regard. And I'm asking Andriana, are you already ready? Super, very effective. So again, the plan is that we do not discuss the punct and the comma here, but that we agree in rough consensus on whether this is what we would like to send out to the IGF, to the global IGF, to policymakers, etc. Or if you strongly object to a formulation. There will be no commenting process as such afterwards. Only the org teams and the speakers will be invited for fact-checking on our commenting platform. But there is not such thing like everyone can enter and everyone can add and change and comment, because then we fear we are getting too much of personal opinion on and not what actually had been discussed. So Andriana, I would give you the floor to read out, and it will also be displayed on the screen.
Thank you very much for the floor, Sandra. Thank you for explaining the process. That makes my job quite a lot easier. As Sandra already introduced, I am Andriana Gavrilovic. I'm the head of diplomatic and policy reporting at Diplo Foundation, which together with Swiss authorities operates the GIP. We are the official reporting partner of EuroDIG for God knows which year in a row. And I'm here to read out the messages for Focus Area 4. Bear in mind, though, that these messages were written by 3 Slavic girls. None of us speak English as our maternal language. There will be language editing in the sense of grammar and whatnot. But these are the formulations that I hope we will agree on. First of all, yes, this is the first message. Europe needs to put efforts to preserve the global interoperable internet for all, to avoid divergences that may cause even greater geopolitical conflicts. One of the ways to reduce the possibility of the splinter net is to avoid incompatible regulations for internet infrastructure. However, there is an open question about what to do with those nations. That's a mistake. Ignore that. You didn't hear that. Another chance to avoid fragmentation is to use the potential of the upcoming UN Global Digital Compact and Tech Envoy, which could prioritize the global nature of the internet and explicitly focus on the perseverance of digital human rights.
So if you have any or strong objections to those messages, is there another slide coming, Andriana? Or?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Then maybe you take the second already, because there's no initial
yes.
Reaction.
This one is a bit longer, but it had the session had many good suggestions that were really forward-looking, and it would be a pity not to include all of them. The implementation of the principles of the Declaration on the Future of the Internet, hereby on DFI, is going to be the key process that would need more engagement from countries and the stakeholders. The Net Mondial and previous best practices are a good reference to improve the engagement of the countries from the global south. The European Commission will contribute to the DFI implementation, starting with a multi-stakeholder conference to be held in the next months and continuing with gathering the input, feedback, and elements from the internet governance communities such as IGF and EuroDIG through dedicated sessions. It was suggested that the Declaration of the Future of the Internet could be used as a preparatory input to the Global Digital Compact, and that it can contribute to the implementation of the joint statements which were published by the Freedom Online Coalition in previous years. Raising the awareness about the DFI and its principles, as well as developing the skills of the people who will be implementing the DFI in signatory countries, is important.
I see one comment. Estefe?
Yes, it's a major thing. So it's the European Commission will contribute to the DFI implementation. It's the signatories or the initial signatories. It's not the European Commission. The conference will be organized by the initial partners of the DFI.
Thank you for that correction.
Thanks.
I actually consulted with the moderator, and this is what we came up with. Our fault, definitely the initial signatories. That is what we corrected to. Thank you very much. Partners? All right then. Any more comments? Anything online? Okay, then let's go to the next and last one. And this is from the session that just ended. We need to think about a variety of countermeasures for countering disinformation. That could have been worded better, I admit that. These will be legal measures, self-regulation, more sustainable and independent journalism, more informed citizenry, and investment in digital literacy. The appropriate response from the human rights perspective is to comply with the European human rights values, such as democracy and the rule of law.
Comments on that one?
Sorry, just a bit of lawyer correction. So I would say that to comply with the European human rights principles and values such as democracy and the rule of law. Because democracy and the rule of law, they are not really human rights or human rights related values, maybe. European human rights related values or European fundamental, to comply with human rights and European values such as democracy and the rule of law. Would this suit? Because otherwise it gets a bit convoluted. So it's just kind of factual correction of what human rights is.
I can read that out again. So it would be the appropriate response from the human rights perspective is to comply with the human rights and European values, such as democracy and the rule of law.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana.
Sébastien Machelet, not to comment on this, but maybe it's another focused area, but I hope that somewhere we write that we need some support as end user and civil society to participate to all those arenas where we discuss about internet governance, because it was something discussed during one of the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do believe that was probably the multi-stakeholder session today on the way forward, and that I do believe was focus area 3.
Hi, this is Rachel Pollack. I was one of the speakers in the last session. I think because it just ended, we didn't have a chance to look at and further develop this message, so it may need a little bit more, I think, involved. But I would add something along the lines of, in a first sentence, that there has been a rise in disinformation and its consequences and political polarization, public health results. So first to show the problem, and then that the statement, we need a variety of countermeasures, legal, I guess the self-regulation is by platforms, that could be specified. I would say more support for sustainable and independent journalism. We at UNESCO like to use the terminology media and information literacy. So maybe we could have media and information literacy, including digital literacy. And I think about the appropriate response to comply with human rights. So I say, and any efforts to counter disinformation should be in line with European and international human standards for human rights, with limited restrictions to those rights, something along those lines. But if we have time after this, I'd be happy to help with any wordsmithing, but that's the general idea.
One comment on that. Thank you for your comments. One comment from my side would be that messages are forward-looking. They're proposals to what we can do. So it's not in the nature of the message to describe the problem itself. So I do believe that that's something that we can discuss later on. And yes, you will have, as a speaker, right, the opportunity to look at the message again. And I suppose that at that point in time, we can go with these changes that we just mentioned. But I'd say that at the essence, this message stands as more or less as I've read it out.
And we should also remind everyone that in addition, for each session, the Geneva Internet Platform will prepare a report. So if someone wants to have a condensed summary of the session, that will possibly go into the report. What we are doing with the messages is really the message that we would like to send out to policymakers, to the global IGF, etc. And as Andriana said rightly, that should be forward-looking, European-focused, etc. Nicola?
Yeah, maybe I agree with Rachel. I think we need a little bit more flesh here to the message to set the scene. This is important, and we're happy to provide that afterwards. And with regard to the legal and self-regulatory, I would just say a regulatory framework, because that's what was said, rather than legal measures and self-regulatory regulation of platforms, because I think people in the panel thought there should be a little bit stronger message to that. But happy to contribute afterwards also.
Thank you for that comment. If I understood correctly, then the sentence would be, we need to think about a variety of countermeasures for countering disinformation, regulatory measures, more support for sustainable independent journalism, more informed industry, and investment in digital literacy, digital and media literacy. Okay. Change that on the spot. I'm not sure if you can see that on the screen. Digital and... Okay. Any more takers?
Any other comments? And also on the other slides? If this is not the case, then these are the messages that will, after the fine-tuning, go into the Rachel?
Oh, yeah, just one more phrase. I think it was echoed in essence by others, but to say something along the lines of journalism as a public good and public service media specifically, if that can be included in some way.
That refers to the last one, right? As said, org teams and speakers will be invited to do the fine-tuning on the commenting platform. So, and Andriana also confirmed that grammatical errors will be corrected. So yes. I think there is space to include these details. Okay, but if no one has strong objections, then I would consider those messages as agreed for the focus area 4. And overall, we will finish that EuroDIG with 4 messages on the 4 focus areas. That's a new approach. Let's see how that goes. When you look at the messages from previous years, you will see they were quite big booklets. They are still outside. If you want, you can take some of them. So this year we expect a rather smaller booklet with the 4 messages, and we hope that this will be also easier to promote instead of 16 little messages from 16 sessions. So we would also be interested in your feedback on how you found the new program structure, including the new message drafting process, and we will invite the community to a debrief or a review of EuroDIG that will be announced via our channels, social media, newsletter, etc. So if you are interested in providing input on particular those processes, please let us know. We would be really interested in that. And with this, I think we have finished the message drafting process. We are waiting for some others to come from the workshop room, or are they already all here? Carlotta and Sophie, they are not yet here. But I think we have one more small program point, and I would appreciate if you just stay in the room, because the closing in front of an empty room is really something that is really frustrating. Back to you, Nadia.
Thank you very much. I would first of all like to thank Adriana for all her hard work, and of course her entire team who have been working on these messages. So thank you very much for the messages for Focus Area 4. And then we will come back here at 6 o'clock for a wrap-up. There will be first the Internet Governance Forum Support Association. So please do come back and learn more. We look forward to having you here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your kind attention and kindly ask you to take your seats. We're just going to start the wrap-up. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Jennifer Chung, and she will be presenting the Internet Governance Forum Support Association. Thank you for coming.
All right, we are at the very last part of this amazing 3-day journey. Thank you to EuroDIG for giving the Internet Governance Forum Support Association an opportunity to speak with all of you here in Trieste and also online. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm the secretary for the IGFSA, and .Asia organization serves as the secretariat. You may have seen throughout the 3 days, we've already had 2 executive committee members who were here with us in Trieste, Henriette Esterhuizen and also Nigel Hickson, and our chair, Marcus Coomer, has been online with us at many of the sessions throughout these 3 days. I have been reminded through this journey that one of the most precious resources that we have in advancing the internet governance dialogue is our time together. So over the past 2 years, the IGF and the NRIs, the National Regional Initiatives, have moved their meetings online and now are moving into hybrid mode. We heard earlier today in a session about how we collaboratively envision the multi-stakeholder approach moving forward, what it looks like in the future, and in the same way, I guess our format, how we conduct these collaborative approaches also is evolving. The IGF brings people together from all stakeholder groups as equals. We heard from governments, we heard from civil society, we heard from private sector, we heard from the youth, we heard from technical community all 3 days. And really, it is inclusive. Everyone can participate, and EuroDIG embodies these principles, welcoming me from outside the region, from Asia Pacific, to be part of the discussions here, and that I'm really thankful. The IGFSA is set up to support the IGF. The goal is to provide stable and sustainable support for the IGF Secretariat and also to fund related activities. Increasingly, the IGFSA has been allocating most of our funding resources to the national and regional initiatives. From our launch in 2014 up until the end of last year, we have contributed a total of $300,000 to the IGF Trust Fund and supported 146 national IGFs and 58 regional IGF meetings to a total of $499,000. Hopefully we're gonna pass that 500,000 mark really soon. We have been a EuroDIG donor since our launch in 2014. There has been discussion about funding for youth participation that we heard yesterday, that we hear in many, many of these meetings. But have you also wondered how meetings like EuroDIG is put together and funded? Many times, there is only a lean budget, and from this really lean budget, the pre-events, the venue, the tech, all the logistics, the people, the volunteers, all of the social and networking events and opportunities, the publication of reports and the messages are made into reality for participants to enjoy. This is the magic that Sandra and her team has coordinated so well for us all here. You may have noticed the screen above us here the whole time. Well, now it just changed. Listing the donors and the institutional partners of EuroDIG. IGFSA is one of them. Participation is free for all participants at NRIs, but all of you here care deeply about making connections, sharing ideas and experiences about what has worked when it comes to key policy and technical issues relating to the internet. We have all talked about the sustainability of the IGF and the sustainability of the spaces that allow us to come together openly and freely to discuss these ideas as stakeholders across the spectrum on equal footing. So individuals cannot fund the IGF directly, but you can through IGFSA. We've been talking about the multi-stakeholder processes. The multi-stakeholder bottom-up process will die without multi-stakeholder bottom-up support and investment. So this is part of my pitch to you guys. You should join the IGFSA as a member to support the IGF, to support the NRIs. And for those who are looking to start your own initiatives in your home country or your home region, you should absolutely join the IGFSA. The seed funding we give out as small grants can help you get your first meeting off the ground. In fact, a lot of the NRIs who have their pilot meetings, last year I believe it was Comoros, and this year hopefully we'll get Sao Tome and Principe, San Principe. I am going to mangle that name. It's actually very, very important for them to get seed funding to get their meeting off the ground. All the details on the membership, as well as how you can support IGFSA, can be found on igfsa.org. And I guess finally, a little bit of a personal observation. This has been my very first EuroDIG meeting. It's the first regional meeting I've been at outside of my home region. It's actually the first NRI I've been at since we've stopped really meeting physically about 2 years ago. And there's so much that I've learned and observed from these sessions, how they're put together, how the big stages are put together, how the EuroDIG messages that we just saw are put together collaboratively. And we heard from the EuroDIG participants, and they're so vibrant and engaging. I was chatting with a few of them outside when we were grabbing lunch and when we had the coffee breaks and fruit breaks. And it's the heartfelt messages that you hear from them, especially about the one that was directed directly to the Ukrainian youth, that has been so valuable as outputs. These are the lessons that I'm going to bring back to the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF and also the dynamic youth IGF that we have in our region. There is so much we can learn from each other. The beauty of the NRI network is really that it is a tapestry. There is no one-size-fits-all, and this learning really enhances and strengthens our collaborative work together. I guess now more than ever, IGFSA and I really want to help to make these connections flourish. It is all of us that directly strengthens the IGF and ensures that it remains the premier space for all internet governance matters. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. I would then like to invite Thomas Schneider to the stage for the wrap-up. And please also welcome Sandra Hofer-Richter. Oh, not yet? Okay, no, not yet.
Good evening, all of you here and everywhere. This is the end of this year's EuroDIG, and we'll try to be short. One of the big things, of course, that we need to communicate, or are happy to communicate and honored to communicate, is that this is not the last EuroDIG ever in history, but there will be another one, a next one. And the first thing is, of course, the date and the place. Let's start with the date this time, and the dates are, and please note them down, it's 6 to 8 June 2023, so that's next year. And regarding the date, it is always a challenge, and we've witnessed this year again. June is a very heavy month in terms of other meetings and conferences, and we've been trying very, very, very hard to find a date that is not in collision with other events that may create conflicts for people to participate. Of course, our freedom is limited in the sense that also by the availability of venues and other factors that the future host has to follow, and we have to follow along, of course. And so there is one coincidence that we identified that we tried to avoid, but there was no other option, which is a conflict in that sense, or a coincidence that the RightsCon next year is taking place at this, during the same days in Latin America. And so we are willing, and we already have some signals that this may work out, to actually not have this turn into a conflict, but actually seek cooperation with them. And so maybe we get to organize a few joint sessions across the Big Sea with RightsCon, so that that there's also there the fact that there's a physical separation, and people are maybe physically present in different parts of the world, that we may do something together. So this is something that we are checking out, and hopefully it's going to work. So this is something that was dear to us, also to really do all the best that we can to avoid conflicts of dates or clashes of dates. And apart from this, nothing is known so far to us that would collide with this. Now to the place that we will hopefully physically, and if not virtually, go next year. There is something that Sandra has actually realized looking at where we've been in the past years. If we go back to 2017, we were in Tallinn. 2018, we were in Tbilisi. 2019, we were in The Hague. And 2020, 21, and 22, we were more or less in Trieste, this time for real. And it struck us that at least in the English language, we have all these places start with a T. That was not really planned, but it's somehow a funny coincidence. The question is the big question. The 1 million lire dollar question is now, will the next venue, the next place, also be a place that starts with T in a particular language or in all languages? You will hear this very shortly, because we will now see a video, if the technicians are still alive, because they have been working so hard. We'll applaud them later, but we already love them now. So apparently, again, there's another T. So Sandra was talking about 5-year cycles. We have now the 5T cycle. That doesn't mean that if your potential future host city does not start with a T, that you should not contact us and ask us whether we would have EuroDIG in your city. But let me ask Marco to the stage, and also you may go and take the flag from Marco, and then of course you would probably like to say a few words.
Well, thank you very much for selecting Tampere and Finland. Tampere is my hometown, and Tampere University is my alma mater, where I studied and taught a little bit. You saw glimpses of the university on the screen here, and the university is the key component of the people who put this together. Basically, what's behind it is what we call the Finnish multi-stakeholder internet community. It's a living and functioning community, includes a couple of ministries, includes some industries, the name of which I'm not going to mention, and of course it includes ISOC Finland, EFF Finland, and others. But for the flag, I think that it should be transferred not to me, but to younger people. So I'd like to have the flag presented to a couple of ladies. One is the student from University of Tampere, one is an alumni. So for my part, just thank you.
Thank you, Uri. And so the flag is being handed over to the Finnish youth. And that makes sense also given that, again, this year is the European Year of the Youth, and Marco is handing over the flag from one T to the next T. So again, it's TNT, and we're looking forward to another very explosive discussion in Tampere. So, ladies, the floor is yours to say a few words if you want.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. First, we want to say kiitos, thank you. We are honored that EuroDIG will be organized in Tampere next year. My name is Liisa Ovaska. I'm a PhD research fellow at Tampere University, and this is Silva Heinonen, a former student at Tampere University. Besides us, there's a few more Finns here. If you may stand up and wave so we can see you. Yay! We are all grateful for this honor. We young people, we don't really remember the time before the internet. It's not a new thing for us. For example, I created my first own website when I was 9 years old. In these years, when I have grown, internet has grown and developed as well, and every year it has gained even bigger role in our lives. I believe that young people give a unique perspective to internet governance, and our voice needs to be heard.
And what could be a better place to engage young people than a university? The place where the next generation of internet governance lives and breathes. Besides that, universities are also unique places for encounters. Places where experts and scientists from different fields can meet, discuss, and share perspectives. And maybe we will find even more voices, more perspectives that we haven't heard yet. To make this discussion that touches almost every part of our lives even more multidisciplinary and even more diverse. And we believe that Tampere University is the best place to start this journey. Tampere University is known for combining technical and social sciences, the two parts that make internet, the technology and the people that use it. Tampere is also a beautiful and innovative city, and it is exciting to be hosting the EuroDIG next year. We hope to see you all in Tampere next year. Thank you.
The thanking.
Well, Thomas was supposed to hand over to me.
You didn't tell me that. I thought you would take would take the floor yourself as a strong woman.
It doesn't matter.
Or I missed it. Maybe it was my mistake.
Now the really very last but important part comes where we have to thank quite some people. So besides our former host, and I said that in the opening already, who stayed with us in these dark times of the pandemic and kind of kept us going, encouraged us to move forward and renewed the invitation from year to year. I also have to thank a team, but first of all, Marco and Roberto, please come to the stage again. So at EuroDIG, this is a tradition that the host gets the real digger, which is this little blue digger. And everyone who was a host in the past has one of those little diggers. Roberto, I think you deserve a digger too. And there is indeed a company, I think it's even an Italian company, building a real EuroDIGger. A real EuroDIG, sorry. So that's why the similarity in names. And then also something, because one of the offices is based in Germany, something very traditional German for you. Thank you very much for staying with us in these, as I said, dark times. And
thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Thanks.
And then please stay here. Yeah. And then I would also like to thank the team, of course. The most important person, and that you all possibly communicated with, is my colleague Rainer. He is not only my left and my right hand, he even became more and more the brain. Rainer, please come to the stage. He also became more and more part of this entire process and the brain of the program planning process. So without Rainer, we would all be lost. And I can say that he is not only managing mailing lists and technical infrastructure, he is also reminding me if something slips through. So he is really one of the most important team members. Then also Nadia. Nadia had a really hard time here. Nadia, please come here. In terms of that she was not only managing the youth participation, which I think she did wonderful because we could just see the results in terms of the messages today. She was also moderating here. She had literally no break since she arrived here in Trieste. And besides that, Nadia is also in the background preparing things like those slides and helping out with everything. So Nadia this year, as a former youth digger, became also a real integral part of the secretariat. So it is with Elisabeth, but Elisabeth unfortunately had to catch a train. She also came out from EuroDIG into the EuroDIG secretariat, and she is the one that is managing all the social media platforms, sending out the newsletter almost every week. And as you could see her today, she was the stage director, being in constant contact with another really important partner that we have, and this is the streaming company, ADK Medien. You've seen their logo once in a while. I think we all agree that the technical component is the most important element on these conferences for the future. It's possibly not the food, it's possibly also not the social event, albeit the social event, as we could realize today, is important. But honestly, without the technical infrastructure and without the skills and the knowledge, this thing would not be possible in the future. And we met with a streaming company just in the year of the pandemic because we were looking for expertise coming from a TV format, because we had to stream, we had to do this online conference. And for them, the pandemic, because they were also coming from the music industry, doing great festivals across Europe, everything fell apart. So kind of we pulled each other into new businesses. They pulled us into their streaming business and we pulled them into the conference business. And over the 3 years, we really have developed a great cooperation with them, and I'm looking actually forward that this is going to be continue. Thank you to the entire team up there, and the photographer is just sitting here. And then we had also a number of volunteers. 2 are still not arrived, which is Carlotta and Sophie. Do you see them? They just opened the door? Yes, Carlotta and Sophie. In the moment when we speak, they just arrived in time. That was perfect timing. They were managing the workshop rooms, which were fully virtual this year. That was also a really important thing. And Vlad and his team. Vlad, maybe you could also stand up and your team. They were managing the registration and being at the counter all the time. This is also something that usually is done with a big conference center where you have a lot of staff. But since we had very limited resources this year, we were very, very thankful that you helped out here and there. And let's also give some greetings to our captioning team. None of them is here. For them, the business has changed while they've been in the past always with us in person. This has been totally moved to online only, but I can promise you we had a number of captioners in the background following all our sessions, and as usual you will see the transcripts online after EuroDIG. And not sure if I... And then, of course, the content work comes from the focal points, from the org teams, from the moderators. So without their input, the entire debate would not take place. So also a big thanks to everyone who contributed with expertise, with knowledge as a speaker, as a moderator, whatsoever to this EuroDIG. And of course, also Andriana had to leave already to catch the train, the reporters from the Geneva Internet platform. And because without money, it would not work at all, I would namely thank, in alphabetical order, all our donors to have them on the transcript at least once and not only on the picture. So in alphabetical order, we have, we have our partners, the Council of Europe, the European Broadcasting Union, the European Commission, the European Telecommunications Networks Operators Association, the Geneva Internet Platform, the Internet Cooperation for Assigned Names and Numbers, together with EuroDIG, which is the European Regional at-large organization, the Internet Society. I say now the acronym RIPE NCC because my French is not good enough to spell that right. But they are managing IP addresses, in case you don't know that. Then the Swiss Office of Communication, as well as a number of registries, the registry for .eu EuroDIG, for .de DENIC, for .at NICAT, for .pt DNS.pt, for Norway it's NORID, for the Netherlands is SIDN, the Swiss registry, which is Switch, VeriSign for .com, as well as the IGF Support Association and the UNDESA and Microsoft. In addition, we also received a number of personal donations from individuals registering. Thank you very much, you keep us going. And
it's mic number 2. Or I take this one, yeah, that works. Because Sandra would never thank herself. Of course, this is the last thing for me to thank you, Sandra, because, and of course, everybody else, all the volunteers, because this thing would not work, given the very limited resources that we have on all sides, and in particular in these years, this year where it was probably the most ever difficult to plan and organize something. For the last 2 years at least, we knew it was only virtual. This time you never knew who was actually able to make it here with planes canceled and what have you. So it was a super difficult thing to organize this for all of us. And Sandra and Rainer and Marco and Roberto and everybody was working extremely hard, many hours that are not paid for many of us. So thanks a lot for making this possible, and I think we'll not forget the good moments that we had here in Trieste, and so thanks again, and with this, of course, see you next year in Tampere. Thank you.
you.